Hello. I'm gonna check and see where did my thing go. I'm gonna check and make sure that the sound is working, and then we'll get started with some sprints. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Perfect. Okay, so I can turn that off now. Yay. So I put out Discord messages to some of the people that have hosted before. So I might have guests that hop on, but I didn't give them any notice other than that I was going to do some pop-up sprinting today. So I don't know if I'll have anyone join me or not. If you're on my Discord and you want to hop on with me like on the screen, um send me a direct message on Discord and I can send you the link to join me. But anyway, so I'm going to do some productive things today, but I'm also going to do some reading. I did get approved for an ARC and it's only 100 pages and it's also a graphic novel. So I should be able to finish that in one setting. Hey, Pet! So I'm gonna read that, and some of y'all commented on the video because it's a new release that it looked good. So I'll be able to tell you what I think today during the live stream. I'm also been trying to figure out how I want to do my wrap up for February because it was just a lot. I read 29 books. So the one that I got an arc for that I want to read and finish during this sprint, and it is a graphic novel, so it shouldn't take me too long, is Different for Boys by Patrick Ness. And I can even like show y'all some of the picture stuff once I get to that point. But it looks like some of it is straight reading, and then some of it I'm guessing will have some photos. That or it's just like some decorative embellishments with the formatting. I'm not really sure. Yes, I did have a good birthday. So I spent the night with my parents the night before my birthday. And then I went to church with them in the morning. And then after church, they took me out to this place called Dumplings. And so they have like a lot of Southern food. So I had catfish and then I had a red velvet cheesecake for dessert. So that was really good. And I had enough where I had leftovers of the catfish for dinner. So I had catfish for lunch and dinner. And the day before, we got milkshakes at like this mom and pop milkshake place, and they make like real milkshakes. So, like, it's got ice cream, but it's also got milk. So it's not so thick that you can't drink it right away. So I had sea turtle ice cream, which is like chocolate and salted caramel um, with like vanilla ice cream. And then I also had banana pudding. So I had them mix one scoop of each into the milkshake. So it was really good. But that's what I did for my birthday. And then, of course, my husband came home in the evening. So I just chilled out and I was watching New Amsterdam because I've been hooked on that show. I started it last month. It's like a medical drama. And I'm already halfway through season 4. And the good thing is that the show is still running and they've already aired all of the episodes for season 5. So I'm hoping it'll be on Netflix soon. I'm hoping because I can't resist. I need more. I need more. Oh man. Hey Tina, how are you doing? We are definitely going to do some reading sprints. And as you can see with my name, my books are free today. So if you want to check me out as an author, I have a link down below. It's my link tree. And then you can just click on the button that says Amazon and you can go get all my books for free. Um, but anyway, what are y'all reading today? Let me know. And we'll get started with the sprint in a couple minutes. And we can do a long one if y'all want to. So let me know how long you want the sprint to be as well. Thank you. Yeah, I'm wearing my crown today. I'm probably not going to be wearing it when my camera's off because it is kind of heavy. But I think I'm getting some Discord responses, so we might have a couple of people to join. I keep getting notifications, but then when I go and check, there's nothing there, so I don't really know what all is going on with that. but I did invite like Nell and Courtney and Nicole. Um, Pretty much I invited all of the people who've hosted because I know they're not gonna get on the stream and do something weird. Because I've had someone get on a stream before and start pleasuring themselves in front of everybody. And I had like a 14-year-old viewer that was watching. So, of course, I had to cut off the stream immediately. So, I do not give out the public links for just anyone to join now. It's like, I got to know that you have like a YouTube channel and that you're not going to do that stuff. I'm not reading anything right now, but I'm going to start a cozy mystery. Not sure which one yet. Well, we can help you decide if you need help. 45 minutes sounds good for me. Have to do schoolwork. Yes, very horrifying. What had happened was I had blocked his comments because he was making inappropriate comments, and then he had scrolled up to the top of the comment thread and saw where I'd had the link where people could join with me, and so he clicked on that, and then he was doing that on his bed. I'm like, I don't want to see that. Mm-mm. Yeah. So I was glad I didn't get a strike or anything because I just like completely removed the video. And I'm talking 3 hours into a live stream. So it sucked. Because it also wasn't really like sprinting live streams. I used to do live streams where I would talk the whole time. Um, so like people would talk about different areas that had to do with booktube and we would just have long discussions, or giving like a tutorial for something people didn't know how to do, that sort of thing. But anyway, yeah, we'll definitely go with the 45 since it looks like both of y'all are up for that and I am as well. What I'm going to be doing for this first sprint is I've actually already picked out the books for on my radar for Saturday. So I'm going to be recording the voice stuff, and then I will probably listen to an audio book of origins or originals, something like that, by Jennifer L. Armentrout. I'm pretty far into it, I think. I'm like, sometimes I'm like, I don't even know. It's been a couple of days since I've listened to it. I don't read every day, but when I do read, I read for hours. Oh, okay. I've already finished Origin. So I'm actually on the book called Opposition, and it looks like I'm halfway done. So I will listen to that on like, I've gotten to where I could listen to it on 3 speed. It's the 5th book in the series, so I'm familiar with what's going on and I can do that. Yeah, so it's the Luck series. And so Origins, I guess, was book 4. So I'm on book 5, but there's also a prequel called Shadows, which I haven't listened to yet. And my library has the audio. Um, so I'm going to do that as well. I didn't even know that my opposition book also had Shadows in the back. So I was like, I didn't even know it was 2 books. Rereading Daughters of Jubilation by Kara Lee Corthon. It's for Shay with the Hobbies. Oh my gosh, I haven't watched their channel in forever because I'm subscribed on the channel that I was using for AuthorTube videos, and then I just kind of let that channel die off. But I used to follow Shay all the time. There was like 2 really cool people on there that I would follow, and Shay was one of them. Miss Woke Reader or Walk Reader readathon for the month. Okay. I read Shadows, and it does show why Damon hates humans. Gotcha. Yeah, I figure I'll kind of know everything by the time I finish this last book, but it's like the end of a series, so it'll be nice to go back to the beginning. All these beeps you're hearing are from Discord, but I'm on so many people's servers, I never know if it's for me or not, and it kinda gives me anxiety because it does it every couple of minutes, so but I'm wanting to have it up in case someone wants to get in the room. um, I'll hear the beep and I can let them in right away if I'm in the middle of a sprint and not looking at the screen. I read it after I read the series, and I think it's good to read it after this. You read the whole series because it really changes your perspective of Damon. I mean, I like Damon, so unless Damon goes evil in this last book, which I'm halfway done with it, so I know what's going on. At least it did for me, and I'm glad I didn't read it first. Yeah, the first book to me was my favorite of the series because it was such a slow burn and you didn't really know how it was going to go relationship wise. So I really liked it. I've liked all of the other books as well, but I still say the first one is my favorite. And I liked Origins too, but there's so much plot going on, and the first one was more so character driven, which normally I'm the opposite. But when it comes to Jennifer L. Armentrout, that's been the case for the other series that I read from her, which was From Blood and Ash. I read the first three books and then I decided to DNF because I just wasn't getting the feelings that I was getting from the first book. So I was just disappointed with all the following books. Whereas with the Lux series, I'm still enjoying the following books. They're shorter, so it doesn't take as much time. The other ones was I think they just suffered from being too long and not having enough plot for me to feel like that was justified. Um, but after reading the Lux series, she's also got a spin-off trilogy, and she has an adult um, companion novel as well. So I will probably read those at some point. The time change in USA caught Courtney out this morning. Saw her on Shay's sprints this morning. Oh, wow. Okay. I didn't even know. Oh, man. Yeah, the time change. It happened on my birthday. So I was staying up with my mom and we were watching Loki on the TV because I didn't have Disney Plus, but they have Disney Plus. And I fell asleep during one of the episodes, but I didn't want to tell her, so she would keep watching it if she was awake. And then when I woke up, I was like, I've been out for a while. I don't know what's happening. She goes, I fell asleep too. We were just tired. Um, I'm gonna eat real quick and then come and hang out with y'all. Sounds good. We're gonna do a 45-minute sprint. Some of us are doing productive things, some of us are reading. So she was in the chat. Gotcha. Yeah, she told me to let her know if I was sprinting today because she might join in. But I didn't really give anybody, I gave people like 15 minutes notice, but I told them they could join whenever. Read the first two books in the spinoff trilogy. I really like them, but I never continued. Well, there's only one left if you read the first two. I don't know if I ever will because I don't read that much romance anymore. Gotcha. Yeah, I am definitely a romance heavy reader. I like plot lines where 50% of it is romance and then the other 50% is like plot and action stuff. That's how I like it. The Lux series was the first romance series I ever read, I think. Yeah. I like it because it's like you could say it's sci-fi because it has aliens, but it's also to me it's more paranormal because it's all set on Earth. Um, but I really like it, and I like how much romance is in there. It happens in UK on the 26th of March. Wow! I didn't know it was different for different places, but I guess that makes sense. And some places don't do it at all anymore. I know my state, Kentucky, tried to pass a law where this will be the last time we would switch the times. Um, because one of the reasons is that our state has two different time zones. We have some of Kentucky is in the East Coast or East Coast, Eastern time zone, and then the rest is in Central. So if we all stop doing the time change, we'd all have the same time zone, which is so much easier being in the same state. Um, I only read I only read romance for about 2 years, and then I started reading cozy mysteries. I haven't really gotten into cozy mysteries. The closest I think that would be for me is actually like a paranormal, which would be like the Hex series. I kind of think of those as cozy mysteries. They just happen to have witches. You're in Kentucky? Whoa. Yes, yes. I am in Kentucky. I am like an hour north of Nashville. Um, then it changes back in October. For us, it usually changes back on my husband's birthday. So it's kind of funny because there's been times literally where the time change will be on my birthday and then it'll be on his birthday within the same year. Oh, don't worry about typos. I use swipe on my phone and I always have typos. Also live in Kentucky. Okay. Yeah, I'm like in the middle. I can give you the county, but I don't tell anyone the city because I don't want to dox myself. But I live in Allen County, if you know where that's at. I used to live in Bowling Green, but I moved from Bowling Green to Allen County. All right. I'm hoping y'all are ready for some sprints. Um, I'm going to do recording my voices, like I said, for the books that I picked out to talk about, and then I might request a couple of them too if they sound really good. There's like 5 debut novels on the list for next week. So if y'all want to read some debut novels this year, you'll have lots of ideas for that in my next On My Radar video. I don't know where Leslie County is. Um, I grew up in Middle Tennessee, so like Davidson County, um, Sumner, Robertson. That's pretty much where I grew up. So I don't really know a lot of the Kentucky ones. So I don't know where that's at. Yes, just friends. Okay, let's do it. Let's do it. So we're gonna do a 45. I'm gonna use Courtney's timers. I do mute them simply because I have ADD and music is can be distracting for me. And the music that she chose, she has some that are really soothing that I enjoy, but they slow me down. They'll put me to sleep because they're very relaxing. So I'll have the sound muted, but I'll be glancing over every once and then to see where we're at time wise, and I'll come back in and be like, "Hello, we're back," so that you don't jump out of your chair. Moved here 2 years ago from Pennsylvania, so I don't know counties either. All right, I'm going to put up the timer and we will get started. And I'll mute myself too, so you're not going to hear me recording the other stuff. Okay. All right, we're back. Hello, Courtney. You're muted.
Sorry. Hello, birthday lady. I need some light.
Hello,
There
hello.
we go. That's better.
I
Light.
saw you, and I was in the middle of recording a thing. I'm just gonna play like 2 seconds of this. It's gonna be in my video that's gonna come up on Saturday. I believe it was this one. You just see what my reaction was to seeing you. Like, what? What just happened? Okay, hold on.
I like your crown.
Thank you.
That is pretty.
I got it on TikTok from a friend I had met on there. And everyone was giving each other crowns, and then people just started to buy them because they felt left out. And I'm like, no, I'm gonna wait. If I earned a crown, someone will send me a crown.
There you go.
And I got one. It
Well,
came
that's a pretty one.
yeah, it came in a pretty box and everything, and I was like, oh my. So I'm gonna see if it'll let me play this part. I am rendering a video, so I don't know if it'll be like this thing is in use, but you'll see. Here was what my reaction was to seeing Lucha of the Night Forest by Talor K. Minja. It's gonna join my stream, y'all. I know that's so random because y'all are doing this like after the fact, but I just saw her in the waiting room and got really excited. So I'm keeping this in the video. Why not?
Somebody's excited to see me. Tell my husband that. Be like, somebody's excited. I told him, I was like, I'm gonna go sprint with Heather. He's like, good.
I turned my head because I clicked the record button and then I do the thing. And then I guess I heard a beep on Discord. So I like glanced over and then I saw that you were there. And I was like, oh my gosh. I was like, my friend is joining me.
I actually was I was doing some, uploaded video stuff. And I just happened to hit subscriptions and you were on. And that's how I saw. I was like, hold up, Heather's online. I went to the Discord. I was like, oh, let me go join my friend after I get some tips.
Yes. I messaged everybody on Discord that's been a host because I trust y'all. I know y'all ain't gonna do nothing crazy on my stream
yet.
But well, I told the other people here that one time I gave the link out public because I had a small channel. So like I think the biggest that channel got was like 350, something like that.
Big. We're a small book too. That's huge to me.
Yeah. But I was like, in the grand scheme of YouTube itself, like that's very small. So I was like, I don't think I'm going to have anyone coming on here trying to do anything crazy. So I just gave the link out publicly for whoever was watching to join me. And it wasn't StreamYard. So I couldn't really do anything to get the person off once they were on with the link.
You can't just cut the feed like completely.
You'd have to turn off the video and then your stream would be done.
Yeah,
because it was directly through YouTube. But a guy got mad when I blocked his commenting ability because he kept doing inappropriate stuff. So then he used a different account, but it was the same guy. I started doing it again. So I blocked that again. And then he was like, ha ha ha, you can't do anything. And then he had scrolled up to the top of this thing. I'm telling you, I had already been going for like 3 hours. Wow. Like that link was hidden at the top of this feed. Oh. And he went all the way up there, found it, got on, and then masturbated on my life. So that's why I say
we're the moderators.
And I had a 14-year-old viewer, and I was like, oh, are you kidding me?
Like, so Heather's channel about to get canceled.
Of course, I had to be like, all right, everyone, I have to end this stream, and I have to delete it, or YouTube is, like, going to take me off of the platform for porn. And I was like, oh, my gosh. So I did.
Oh, my gosh. Did he show stuff?
Yes, he was, like, laying on his bed doing stuff with them. So.
Oh no!
And the thing is it seemed like he had like a little mini-me version of himself right over the top of his penis. So he was doing this but with the mini-me emoji. It was so freaking weird.
Look at Kenny. She said I would have screen recorded it and put it on Pornhub. Oh, I love Kenny. Oh my god.
Oh my goodness. So yeah, that
Oh
happened to me
my god.
once, and I was just like, "Oh my gosh." So
See,
yeah,
social media can be awesome, but it can really suck too. People
yeah.
just like to drain the life out of things.
So
That
now
would
I'm
have been
okay. I'm like, anybody that wants to be a co-host with me, that's fine. But like, you need to have a YouTube channel, or you need it to be in the community where I know you're not a crazy person that's going to do something like that.
That's true. That's true. I mean, I appreciate people that aren't, that don't do like booktube or whatever.
Yeah.
But if you're going to be like on my live and communicating like that, yeah, you need to have a profile. Like you have those people that come up and comment. That's the ones that are kind of sketchy. The ones that don't have any sort of profile that, just have like the letter T or K or whatever,
It'd
You'd be
be
like,
different
okay,
if it
who's
was,
this?
yeah. And it's like, okay, so like if Kiana or Pat wanted to join me on a stream, I'd be like, hell yeah.
Oh, well,
Because
yeah, that's different. Yeah. But they
I know.
actually have pictures too, though, so and you communicating. But those people, you just have those that don't have any sort of profile at all,
Yeah.
like they haven't been around, and there's just a letter. Those are the ones that you get, like, at least with me, get like racist comments and things like that. And it's like, really? It's always somebody, But I will say, like, as the person on screen, I would have been mortified. But if I was in the chats, I'd be like, "What?" I would
I
have
was
been
like, oh my
entertained.
goodness, there could be children on here. Because I knew one of the people that liked to, her name was Sophie. I don't remember what her channel name was, but she was 14 years old. And so she loved my discussion videos. That was her favorite videos of mine. And I would do them as a live because I felt like that was the most genuine way to discuss things.
I'd be like,
Yeah. And so I was like, she could be watching this. I was like, oh my goodness.
Did her mom reach out to you afterwards, be like, Heather, we're unsubscribing?
I'm not sure if she was watching at that moment, but I was like, she watched every single one of my live stuff because back then nobody was really doing lives. There was some kind of book club that was kind of sponsored by a publisher that the biggest YouTubers of that time were doing. So like Poland and Bananas, Jesse the Reader, those like big five at the time.
Yeah.
Those were really the only people that were doing lives.
Yeah.
And then I don't even think we were doing reading sprints at that point. Reading sprints, I think, came along from AuthorTube. I don't think that it originated with BookTube.
Oh, really? Oh.
AuthorTube doing writing sprints, and then readers were like, "Oh, well, I could use this for reading." So then they started doing it for reading. But so it's just kind of merged into both communities. So I don't know what the origin is. But yeah, back then, not a lot of people did lives, and even if they did, it wasn't consistently.
Yeah.
So I was doing them, so that was something unique. And so there would be a lot of people that would come, even though it was a smaller channel. I might have 100 people watching at one time, which is unheard of now.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I was like, this is horrible. Why you be coming on here putting porn on my channel? Like, what's going on?
There's always somebody that wants to ruin it for the masses. So luckily, I have not had any. I think I've had the whole porn thing, which I think StreamYard, some of it comes up, but then it dissipates, I guess. The bots. I think I've had that maybe twice. Other than that, and I've had somebody talking. I think it was on a live with you. It was some guy named William something talking.
I remember that.
I was like, what is this dude doing?
I think it was at the end of the Aola Leroy stream.
Yeah. I'm like, I appreciate the support. So it was funny that, he was on there with us. But other than that, it hasn't really been too much craziness. You just get comments. So
yeah. I'm like, hey, comments are engagement. And he was funny. So I was like, hey.
So what happened with your birthday yesterday?
Yes, I turned 33.
Oh, youngin.
So I'm like, hey, double digits.
There you go.
I'm like, and then a third of that is 11. 11 is like one ones would be like a lucky number. So just like, who knows? Who knows?
Hey, think of it whatever way you want, girly.
Yeah. Oh man. Tina says, hi, hey, Courtney.
Hello.
They get 10 euros for which is like $12 American, and they want them to pay them $15. She was talking about Amazon because all my books today are free on Amazon for whoever wants to download them. Yeah, I hadn't published anything in like 3 years, so I'm like, you know what? We're gonna do something out there, and I'm just gonna make everything free and see what happens.
Put your name out there.
Yes. So I was like, the only one that wasn't free was the anthology that I put together because I don't have control over that. So, but eventually we'll make that one free. She said she would do it for me, but I didn't remind her. So I'm like, oops, I should have reminded her. But because we were going to do this big relaunch thing for me. So that was going to be part of it. But then we weren't going to do the relaunch. So I didn't touch base. But anyway, all of my other books are free.
Awesomeness.
Hey, everybody.
Hey,
yeah.
I saw your girlies on IG. I've been incognito on that, but I did look at it today.
Pat says, hey, Kiana. Hope you had a nice weekend.
Man, weekends go.
Hey, Pat, I'm good. More hellos. Kenny! Birthday lady! Oh, I did some random things. Got some snacks. I got your free books. I hope you like them. I will say that they were written like 3 years ago. There is an HP reference that I would take out if I could go back in there.
What's HP?
The series that shall not be spoken of.
Okay.
You know what I'm talking about. The one everybody's read. The children's series, HP.
Oh, okay.
So I'm
you
like,
know what? It is what it is.
And I'm like, there was another character that may be coming off as like a stereotype, but that's just genuinely how their personality is and how I saw them in my head. And so I'm like, There's
a time and a place for everything. So
yeah, I'm like, if I rewrote it again today, a few things would change. But I had someone at the library. We had a library day sale thing where I was able to sell my books, and there was a bunch of other authors too. And she bought both books. She went home and read them, and then I saw her at a book club meeting. She stayed behind after the meeting and told me, she was like, you don't know how validating your book was for me, because it touches on CSA and the aftermath of that and a bunch of other like harder topics. And she was like, I have had similar experiences, and getting to see how you dealt with that with Braley helped me like legitimize the things that I was going through at the time. So I was like, that's the best compliment you can ever give an author. There could be 150,000 typos in there, but if it helps one person feel seen, then I'm like, I've done my job. So
Last Guard Standing.
Yes, so that one's super short. It's like 2,500 words.
Pages.
Yes, and it's got an audiobook too. And the audiobook narrator she was an extra, but she had lines on season 6 of Orange is the New Black, and she did it for me for $20.
What I'm talking about.
Because she was like, I've got acting credentials, and she was wanting to build her portfolio, and it was such a short book. She was like, yeah, I'll do the minimum rate. And so I only had to pay her like $20.
That's the minimum rate?
Sweet. Huh?
Oh, that's minimum rate. I didn't know there was a minimum rate.
Yeah.
This is the minimum wage for audio. Is that what that means?
So there's different tier levels. So the lowest one that you can offer if you're paying for it, because there's also one where they get half of your royalties. But I wanted to just, yeah. Like, you can buy it out eventually, but they would get 50% cut, which when you're talking about a full-length novel that might cost you $2,000 to make an audiobook of, then that might make more financial sense for you. But something this small, I knew it wasn't going to be too bad. So the minimum rate is like $50 to $100 for like an hour of finished audio. So
Mhm.
that book only took like 30 minutes. So it was like so that was awesome. Another guy we did, my friend had picked him out and he was the $100 rate. Um and the book was 6,900 words. So it was like a novelette, very small. And that's the Three Misfortunes book. And he did like a Yorkshire accent. And it was so funny because he would go from the Yorkshire accent for some of the male characters because they were from there. And then we merged the worlds. So the rest of the story, it was taking place in Mississippi. And so my characters were like 16 years old. So he was trying to do a 16-year-old Southern accent for a girl. It was so funny. Oh, man.
Is that how rates go based off the number of words?
So the finished hour. So each you can put what your budget is,
Mm.
and then it'll send out that there's like an opening for people to audition.
Mhm.
And so anybody can audition regardless of if it meets your rate. They just know that you're probably not going to pick them if it's outside of your budget.
Mhm.
Um, Low budgets, a lot of time you get people that have never done an audiobook before, but they think that they can, and they don't have the system set up, so you get a lot of background noise like fans and all this other kinds
Mhm.
of. I don't want any of that. I have to have professional, but I don't have a lot of money. So the
Mhm.
only things I have in audiobook are the short works because I'm like, I could save up and do something for $100, but I do not have the money to save up and do something for like $1,000. So,
I think it'd be cool to do an audio book, but then when I saw what went into it, like if I could just read it, I'd be fine. But I'm not trying to like characters and stuff. Yeah, I'm like, ooh,
well, even beyond that, they have to put so many seconds before the clip and after the clip, and
mm,
they have to make sure that the volume is modulated.
yeah,
So they have to go through and make sure it doesn't go over a certain threshold because if it does, like when I was playing back my little thing when I got really excited and it kind of screeches and you don't hear what I said for a second
yeah,
because I got too loud, they have
yeah.
to make sure there's none of that going on.
You
So
can-
when you're listening, you're not having to constantly adjust your volume because their voice is regulated. So there's background stuff that they have to have like software in order to do, and it has to meet um, ACX's
like standards and stuff.
requirement. Yeah, and then they have to upload each chapter individually, and then you have to review it, listen to it, make sure everything's good, and then you approve it, and then they continue. So
That's a
it's a
lot of work.
process. Um, just imagine if it was a full-length book, that could be 11-hour audio on the
Mm.
lower end. So that's a lot of money.
That's a lot of time too.
It
Okay,
is.
well,
It's a
I
lot of
definitely realize
time.
it's not a profession for me. Even more talking to you.
Yes, because I thought that that would be a fun thing to do too,
Mhm.
especially for like children's books,
Yeah,
because they'd be a lot shorter. You could probably do all the recording in like an hour and do the funny voices and all that kind of stuff. But it's a lot of work that you don't see that's happening in the background. So I'm like, yeah, I think they should get paid. So if I do use someone at a lower rate, I at least want to give them references and help
mhm,
promote them.
yeah.
Um, and uh, they get special links that they can share that will give them a commission from the sale as well. They're called like
Oh, that's
bounty
cool.
bounty links. But it's like it doesn't take away from my royalty. It's like something that Amazon does.
Mm.
So, but
So
anyway,
somebody just pay me to just read to them, like that would be better for me. Just hey, like I think it'd be cool. I've always wanted to like go read to like people in like the nursing home and stuff, but they don't do that these days. At least not around me.
yeah.
So I'd be like, let me just that way I don't have to worry about voices and stuff.
I did a live somewhere on my channel that was me reading y'all a story that's not published. It's a short story. It's like a ghost, not a well, it's not a ghost, but it's like that dark gothic feel.
Uh-huh.
And I read it and I did voices, and they were all male characters because they're on this wooden boat in like the 1400s or something. They're all men. And so I was doing all the voices, and like one of the characters ages from like a child to an adult, so I adjusted the voice.
Oh my gosh.
I was like, this is hard. Like I was doing like 6 different men voices. I'm like,
It's a
how
lot.
do you even change up? Yeah. But it was fun. So I just narrated it myself on here on YouTube, but
You got like a good radio type voices.
thanks. I hope I get a little better each time with the On My Radar episodes, since those are just voice. But those are one take. So sometimes I do stumble over the words. And I'm just like, unless I completely butcher it,
Mhm.
or I feel the need that I need to delete and start over, then it's just one take. So that's why I was like, the one I did with you, I'm like, I'm keeping it in. I'm keeping it in. It's funny.
My
So,
only one take is ever maybe those tags, but other than that, yeah, I'm an edit girl, and I still stumble over stuff. So you're way good.
I think it just makes for like a comedy thing if you can laugh about it.
Oh yeah.
And I think, if you're watching something not yours, like I've never even noticed really cuts with yours. It flows very well, like your videos and everything. But like I remember watching someone who was like analyzing someone's body language, not even booktube related at all. It was like the big like beauty YouTubers or people like Shane Dawson making apology videos, and
Yeah.
then you'll have these people that read body language and they'll analyze it.
Uh,
So I remember one of these guys was analyzing an apology video, and he was like, all right, I just want to show you, this is why I think this video is inauthentic. And he goes, I'm going to tell you every time that this person cuts something out.
uh,
And it was like, do cut, do cut, do cut, which meant that they were having to filter everything that they were saying to get it
yes.
to something, and like have it reviewed by a team and all this other kind of stuff. And I'm like, so I try not to do a ton of cuts. I used to take out ums and stuff like that, but now I'm just like, you know what? I think I filter it enough where it's not like 100 in a video.
Yeah, yeah. Even some. That was one of my things for this year that I said I would do. It's to stop editing so much. So I leave in ums and ams, and I say so a lot. That's one thing that I notice. I'm a big so, and I do try to take those out if it's like so, like if there's a pause before and after, but I don't edit nearly as much. Like I have longer stretches. My husband actually comments on my videos now to me to be like, you're way better than when you first started, because I'll have long stretches of stuff where I haven't edited. So
Yeah.
that's my thing. I would love to be one shot, one take, because the editing process is a pain in the butt, but I spend way less than I used to, because I don't try to manicure it as much, because we're not professionals anyway.
Yeah.
So it's like, why am I doing that so much? And then I don't like the you're hearing one thing, then you hear your next, and here like movements is really a big thing. If you could just stay still and continue talking, even if you mess up, then I think it's a better transition for when you go to the next thought. So it's just one of those things. It's a personal pet peeve of mine. I don't mind people's edits unless it's like excessive, like you're here,
Yeah.
like all over the place.
Some
And
people, there is a trick though. So like editing, even with the position stuff that you're talking about, it can actually help hold someone's attention, but not when you do it too much. You want to do it where they don't notice that you're doing it. So like I could be sitting right here, and then when I go to the next book, I can be angled like this, or the camera be angled slightly different, or I could have a book sitting in the background and then stop, and you not know that I stopped the video, get up, change the book that's in the background, and then continue on, and you don't even notice that I changed the book, because it's like a split frame when it switches. Another thing is called like the dirty trick. And to make it stuff look, the dirty trick is to make stuff look, you're like being purposefully messy with something to make the viewer see you as being more authentic. So you could have like a crooked picture frame on the wall or something like that, something small. They wouldn't even necessarily notice it. Or like there was this one thing where a girl was doing the video, and then she had stuff like something fell down, like a sticky note came undone, And it adds realistic stuff. So it's like this person is being authentic with me because they just keep it rolling, even though
Wow.
the sticky
It
note
was,
fell.
even though it was manicured. Well,
Yeah.
this is authentic. I still have not put together this. I've been saying it for 2 weeks. I have all of these draped, and I keep saying I'm going to add more vines. It's there.
Where do you get
That's
them?
called laziness.
Where do you get them?
Oh, Amazon, one of my freebie things. So, but if I angle you right, you don't even see it. Although there's a right here. I don't know. Whatever. I don't care that much.
So many little things, or like intentionally including a typo every once in a while in your social media post. I watched this from an
Unless
author.
you can't spell.
Yeah, she's like, you can't do it all the time. It's a subtle way to grab someone's attention where they pay attention, but they don't necessarily know why they're paying attention. But if you do it all the time, it doesn't work. So it only works if you do it every once in a while to grab the attention. So it was like dirty marketing, I think is what she called it. And it was like little tricks.
Well, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just doing me. Let's just say this is just me and just rolling the dice and hopefully
I don't have time for now what I get into the habit of, and you saw this on my video where I was going into stuff, what caused it, because I have like OCD too, and I have all the anxiety with like social stuff. And so I was doing a video, and then I would look at the time of the video, and I'm like, we're 20 minutes in, I've only talked about 2 books. Like, no one is going to watch this long. So then I'm like, I still want to talk about all these books, but I want people to hear about all of them. So I'm like, okay, I just need to stop recording, delete this, and start again. So even though I'm a one-take wonder, sometimes there's like 12 or 20 false starts where I'll get a couple minutes, or I might even get 20 minutes into a video, and then I'm just like, this ain't working.
I think we're all normal on that, but you'd be surprised who may actually listen to it. Like there's this one girl, I won't say her name, but her videos are normally like average 45 minutes. And if there's stuff that you like, to me, I like to keep things real short, but that's just me because I got to edit through everything. But I'm just saying that if you want to say stuff, you'd be surprised. That's why YouTube is a longer format compared to the other ones. And that's what I was telling you about. Put timestamps. You'd be, people get what they want out of a video, because it may be a 5-minute video that I make and somebody watches 20 seconds or 30 seconds for a view, y'all. Watch at least 30 seconds, okay? But 30 seconds a roll. So,
I do double speed on everybody's videos because I don't want to. I want it to keep the ball rolling. Like I want to watch it, enjoy it, leave my comment, and then go to the next video. So like if something's an hour long, I'm putting that sucker on double speed.
Yes, it is a long video. I normally put on a lot of, my husband works from home during the day. So BookTube has been a very good distraction. I wish I would have discovered it years ago because it allows me to not bug him. So I'm occupied for 8 hours upstairs by myself, and he's always like, who are you talking to? I'm like, Heather, or to people on screen or Brie or whatever. But I just put that on and I do my stuff throughout my day. If I'm not like listening to a book or reading a book or doing something else, then it's BookTube.
You got your butterfly today?
I have a few. These are new. These are new. Yeah, I got. Yeah, figured
I used to wear those in the 90s because they flap on their own.
Yeah, I like that they move. Yeah, I like these are colorful. They got like the little jewels on them compared to my other plain ones. I'm like, thanks, Amazon.
I had those. I had like a silver one like that. I had a headband that had tiny ones where the it was on the headband.
Cool. Yeah.
And then I had the little clips that were clear, but when you go out in the sun, they're different colors.
Oh, like mood. I like that. Thank you, Tina. I downloaded Last Guard too.
All right, I'm going to read some of these comments so we can keep chatting, but we're doing long sprints, so I think it's fine if we chat a bit in between.
So today is Monday, just FYI. Today is Monday, and it is 50-cent wings at TGI Fridays if you are interested past 5 p.m.
Oh,
we are going later today.
TGI is here, but when I lived in Florida, I loved going there.
I like it. I love
it. And then you read the first about half a chapter of the two cozy mysteries I wanted to start. When the Grit Hits the Fan by Maddie Day and Booked for Trouble by Eva Gates. I haven't heard of either of those, but I can have. Oh, wait. You did like try a chapter to pick one because I know you're trying to pick one. So did you decide? Yep. They did. Okay. Sorry about the typo. Then I read. I'm like, you ain't got to worry about no typos with me. You should see my text messages. I decided to go with Booked for Trouble. I would have screen recorded and put it on Pornhub. Put it. I want to join, but I'm nervous. Join. Do you want to come onto this one? You can come on. Just go on my Discord and send me a message, and I'll send you the link. If you want to get on here with this Kenny. OMG, Kiana, let's go. Go for it, Kenny. You're with friend. Do it. It's just us. Like, you hang out with me in court all the time.
We're friendly.
You ruined that girl's innocence.
Heather's corrupting minors.
She was 14, but she was very, very mature for her age. So people thought she was like 20 and just had a young face. And then she told people, no, I'm younger. She also, with her reviews, they were extremely thorough, and she would point out a bunch of stuff. And it was just like, girl, you are smart. And yeah, no one thought she was a teenager. But it's like some teenagers are that smart. So I've only watched.
Apprehensive about people like minors and communicating with them. Luckily, I mean, I do. If I do have any subscribers that are minors or communicate, then I don't really know like what their age is, because I cuss. I'm not a huge cusser, but I cuss, and I don't want to be filtered because I'm an adult and I'm just not going to filter myself. But to a certain extent, so I'm always wary of, I don't want to offend somebody or say something that's kind of like inappropriate. And this is social media. People take things out of context a lot, and it's like I don't need nobody mama coming for me.
It's like, if I am going to have some sort of relationship, not relationship like, hey, I'm married, so I'm not doing that stuff. But if I'm going to have any sort of like friendship connection, whatever you want to call it, with someone who is like under 18, or even just a man in general, I'm going to do it in public spaces. So I'm not going to be sending you personal DMs, none of that stuff. I'm just like, no, it's going to be public everywhere. Because I'm not going to get accused of anything. And also, I don't want to fall into any traps either. So it's like, I'm protecting myself. And so that's just how I am. But most of the time, it's just a bot. Happy late Bday. Thank you. I saw you yesterday. Whose stream were we on where I saw you? It might have been Courtney. Or no, it was me. It was the big stream. Oh, my goodness. Nell, she surprised me whenever she asked me to come on because she was taking over for you. I thought it was just going to be me and Nell. And then she come on with all y'all rock stars. I had Princess on there too. And I was just like, oh my goodness. I was like, this is like a birthday stream. And then it was her birthday.
It was like everybody came up. I communicate with everybody except for Princess. I was like, oh, it's Princess. I was kind of like awestruck for a bit. I was Princess. I was excited.
She was the one, like I mentioned it in the video or whatever, where I was talking about like past mistakes and stuff. She was the one where we had been friends. Like, we were doing a lot of stuff together back then. And so whenever I did that, she was the one that like contacted me and was like, hey, you can think what you want, but like, do you not understand the context and the ramifications? And so she was trying to like, have a conversation with me. But
you're talking about the thing you posted a few weeks ago?
Yeah, I was a dick video. So she was one of the ones that had reached out. So when I got back into wanting to do BookTube, she was one of the first channels that I'd watched. But that was the first time I'd seen her like in a face-to-face situation in over 3 years.
Oh, really?
I was like, but anyway, what is your book? I have several on Amazon, and they're all free today except for the ephemera, which has a short story in it. But also, if you join my Discord, there's a section that says it has my books, and you can request an arc of any book that I've written. So, but yeah, they're all on Amazon. You just type in Heather Dowell. Dowell is like do well in school, no space. Do well. That's
I
how
like
I, that's how I'll say it. So it's spelled, but that's not how it's pronounced. It's not do well. I've had that at doctor's office. Miss Duel. And I'm like, no,
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 give
no.
my name right. Get my name right.
Oh my goodness. In England, we use pounds, not euros. Oh, I saw the symbol look like a euro thing. I thought it was, well, you know what though? Brexit.
Hmm.
I forgot about all that. I couldn't get the free books because I don't have a Kindle now, but I bought one of your books. Oh, you don't have to have a Kindle though. You can, if you have a phone, like a smartphone, you can download the Kindle app and you can get everything for free. But Amazon did do something weird and they made one of my paperbacks, the Christmas edition, like $3.50. So I was like, okay, if you want to try to sell this paperback, you can. Oh man. I hope you like it. Got two of your books, although they are Kindle Unlimited in the UK. Yes, so they're Kindle Unlimited everywhere. Plus they're on sale today. Tomorrow the second book will still be on sale, but the first book won't, and neither will the Three Misfortunes. So that's why I said like today only, because yesterday when I said today only, all of my books, including the ephemera anthology, were supposed to be free. And then today the ephemera wasn't going to be, but it wasn't yesterday either. So all the same books are still free, but tomorrow that won't be the case. But just got Last Card Standing on Audible. Awesome. It's very, very quick. It is a short audio. But also if y'all want to review something, even an Audible, I have codes for US and UK. So just let me know. I mean, I want my coin, don't get me wrong. But also, I'm broke, so I get it. Butterflies are so cute.
Thank you.
I thought it was one really shiny hair clip. I'm good. I'm back. I am a subscriber who is a minor. Gotcha. I'm like, hey, I'm happy to have everybody here. We like books. Half the stuff that I read is YA anyway. So but I'm also going to talk about alien porn. So I mean,
There ain't nothing wrong with that. We can talk about it
I'm
together.
just like, hey. Oh man. I'm like, if you want to watch, then you're my audience. So oh, 17's fine. Yeah. It's more like when it's like 13 where I'm more weary and you feel like you need like the parents' permission or something.
Mm,
But 17, I'm like, you're an adult.
that's true.
Oh man. Happy early birthday. Oh man. I'm heading to pick up Spare and Horror Story from the library. I'll be curious
Uh-oh.
what you think about Spare because people have been ripping that thing up.
Yes,
Uh,
they have been.
but it's interesting commentary because I wouldn't have even thought about all of that stuff had I not watched other people's reviews. I haven't read the story, but I did think it would be interesting to pick up. But then when I heard everyone talking about it, I was like, we're good. Because I was
About
really,
Spare?
yeah, I was just wanting the dirt on what happened with the royal family. I wanted them to like legitimately come out and say, this is what they said. This, because I watched the Netflix special. So I
Mhm.
don't feel like I need to read the book considering they didn't touch on anything further than what they did in the Netflix, as far as what
Yes.
I can tell. Except for his military time. I don't want to read about people shooting people. I'm just like, I was in the military, but I'm a conscientious objector. So I'm like, unless someone is literally like trying to kill me and it's self-defense, I'm not gonna take a life because I value life. So I'm just like, ugh.
I didn't really care about like all his other stuff. I only I mean, I feel like we've heard enough about him and all that stuff. I just cared about what's the issue with Meghan Markle, because
exactly. That's what I wanted the dirt on. I was like, what
yeah,
happened here?
they didn't really say much more. Yeah,
I'm like, I want names, I want receipts, I want the tea. And apparently that's just not what that book was.
it was so funny. I read, what was it? Oh my gosh, it was some comedian. Was it Chris Rock? Or somebody was talking about, you know how she made the comment that when the Oprah interview that somebody was from the royal family, I'm thinking it was William, but whatever, said that like they questioned about what color Archie's skin color would be.
Yes.
Yeah. And I was sitting there thinking to myself, like, for one, why would you not think that conversation would come up? But a lot of people are like, oh, that's racist stuff. And I was just sitting there thinking that comes up in normal conversations in a Black family. I don't know about in other cultures, but in a Black family, that always comes up. Like you have a little baby, like my little niece was born gray. And I was just like, when is she going to turn brown? And, and then, I'm just saying that to me, I was sitting there like, is that really that controversial? Or is it just controversial because it's like white and Black, but then a comedian was talking, I think it was Chris Rock. It was somebody.
It was in his special. And he's like, Black people do this.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm just sitting there like, that's not really, I didn't really think that was that controversial. I just think, like I said, Harry and Markle, I think, are just too delusional about the race not being a factor. But I think they're also trying to make things be a little bit more controversial in a lot of other aspects than I think maybe they would be. And maybe it's just the idea that it was black-white. But
I think that's exactly what it was, because having these white people asking about what color of the child, the thing that you read into it is like, oh, they're worried that this child is not going to be like white passing because of who they are. Like, because if you already see them as racist, then you're going to assume that is their reasoning for it.
I mean, that probably is. I mean, to be honest, it really is. But just the whole the question, though, of I wonder what the kid's skin color would be.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, I'd be wondering too. Like, I'm Black, hell. My niece will be Black, 2 Black people. I wonder what her skin color is gonna be. Just let me know. I'm not gonna treat her any worse. I just, so I'm just like, why did y'all think that wasn't gonna, delusions?
Because like with white people, sometimes a lot the eye color will change. So it might start off looking like brown and then go to blue. Or the opposite. Like I know my niece, when she was born, she had darker hair and it looked like she had brown eyes. I was like, yes, finally one that looks like me. Because it's so funny too. I still see it in older books. There's always this diss against brown hair. It's always described as like boring or mousy and unattractive to have brown hair and brown eyes. And I'm just like, why? And so
white on white crime, girl. That's what they trying to say. You're not getting enough because your hair is brown.
People are so racist. They do it to everybody. It's like, oh, just the color brown in general. If it's got anything to do with you, we're just gonna knock it down. And I'm just like, why? So
like, hey, you know what?
Brown hair, brown eyes.
Christian Grey liked it.
Oh man,
shades. He was all about the brown hair. Granted, he had some mommy issues, but still.
I'm just like, brown has a lot of different shades in it, and like when it's under the sun, you get undertones. Like I have red undertones.
Yeah,
it can be really pretty, and there's like different shades of brown eyes too. And I'm just like, why does everybody got to be blonde hair, blue eyes?
It is all a matter of preference.
Or the women with red hair, green eyes. That apparently is like the man's dream girl, but not if they got freckles. They got to be a natural redhead without freckles that has green eyes. And then they're like, yeah, baby. I asked guys on the ship what their preferred girl was because I was writing like something steamy. I was about to be selling porn on my ship, like written porn. Like people asked me to like write them in stories, and they were all horny because nobody was having sex. But anyway, What comment was that?
That you know of.
Oh no, some of them were, but we weren't supposed to. But
Oh,
also,
you know, military people, they get it in, okay? Whenever they say we're not doing that, come on now. We used to be in the military. We know what was up. Come on, Heather. We ain't
yeah.
going.
But I mean, like on the boat, if you want to make out with someone, you got to do it at night, and it's got to be like a airlock that nobody uses, and you just got to get it quick because that's gonna be the only way.
That's like jail, girl.
I'm telling you, when
Post the lookout.
I literally watched a prisoner. Oh, well, she's not a prisoner now, but she was in prison for like 5 years for drug stuff. And I watch her videos and the conversations that they have and the questions that they get asked. I'm like, yeah, that's my military experience right there. So it's interesting because there are parallels because it's like not for long-term incarceration. I don't think that you could ever equate the two. But when you're talking about short-term, like 5 years or below, I think that there is a lot of overlap because you're getting told what to do, when to do it. There's a consequence of getting incarcerated if you don't do it because they can take you, to jail. Um, Stupid rules that they put in place. Like if I get a sunburn, I could get in some serious trouble because that's dereliction of duty. So if you can't perform your job because you got too much sunburn, constantly being on call, so you're never off. You're always in that stressful situation, even if you're home. Like we couldn't go more than 300 miles from base without getting it pre-approved. And then if the ship had to go out to sea, you had to be on it. Yeah, you can't have relationships on the boat. So if you've got a loved one, you're separated from them. With my deployments, I know what it's like to not see a family member for 9 months. Like I've experienced that twice. I know what it's like to not be able to talk on the phone for more than 5 minutes and know that all of your phone calls and your emails are being monitored in some way because they have like codes where they can if something pops up in the email that they're not wanting out, it's not like someone's reading everyone's email, but if it triggers the system, then they will read your email and violate your privacy that way. And so it's like there's so many similarities to the prison system with that. And there's the danger element too. So in prison, your danger is other people that are around you because, they've done bad things. Some of them might have killed people. Like you're in physical danger. But in the military, it's more so a what if danger because someone can torpedo the boat. And like that's happened. Like I've the USS Cole was part of our regiment and they did get hit by a torpedo and lost people years back. And then I've been in the situation in like well, I can't really go into that because classified stuff. But I've been into like the USS Cole and seen what kind of damage that does. But it wasn't the real USS Cole, it was the other one. But I think I have been on the real one too, but not like inside. But anyway, off topic. But yes, I think there's some similarities between short-term incarceration and military stuff. But of course, when you get out of short-term stuff, you can't get jobs because you've got a felony. So there's definitely more ramifications systemically with incarcerated than military. But like if you come out with PTSD, you can still not be able to get a job. Or jobs just don't seem right because you're not getting the same amount of respect or opportunities to grow as you did in the military. So it can still be a jarring experience, which is why I'm like, I don't like working traditional jobs because it elevates my depression and it does give me like PTSD dreams and all that kind of stuff. Just stresses me out. But anyway, based on what you were saying earlier, is it okay if I subscribe to you? Of course, of course. I'm just like, hey, my thing is when it comes to parental control is that the parents have to be the parents. And if they're not, that's not on me. And like I put timestamps on everything. So if I do start talking about an alien porn book and that's something that your parents wouldn't want you to do or whatever, you can just skip the book and go to the next YA book or something, So I'm just like, if you're watching, I'm happy to have you here. I have some children's videos on my YouTube where I was reading like kids books. So it's like, hey, And most of my videos, like I don't cuss or anything like that, so I don't think there would be anything like not safe for work if you were watching it, other than me talking about alien porn. Oh man. Anyway, I used to read dark romances, so I don't. Yeah, like you know what you do, you can do, and you're 17. Like you're the right audience for the stuff that I read. So,
I like
how are
that.
you, Courtney? You're looking good.
Thank you. I feel better. Definitely.
Oh yeah, because you had been sick and you were still making all them videos.
Oh, well, I did that before. But yeah, I did take through. I'm actually editing a vlog. I just finished editing a vlog that'll be going out.
Heck, YouTube, it was on there. I'm not sure what you mean. I must have missed something. Um, that's the one I got, the Christmas one. My phone won't let me get the Kindle books. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, just like if you join my Discord, you can send me a direct message and I can like if you have a Kindle or a Kindle app and it's got the email address, I can send it to it. Like I can send the file to it directly. So just let me know. Chris Brock.
Oh, he was the one. Yeah.
Huh. Oh yeah. Even though I'm like a scaredy cat, I want to read horror story because it seems like a really cool format. It was really popular a couple of years ago too, and like everybody was wanting to read that one because it is so different. Like it looks like a store catalog. You have to remember that she didn't really grow up with that.
Oh, Meghan Markle. Yeah, but
Oh,
but here's the thing, though. Here's my thing with Meghan Markle, okay? And I feel like everybody's all in her corner, and I'm all in her corner. You know, we get in where we can fit in, okay? She's part black too. Look at her mom, right? But I think comedians, do a good job of, because they're comedians, right? They do a good job of being able to say things that other people don't want to say because they don't want to feel like they're kind of being a traitor. So it's like comedy, but it's also real, right?
that's
With
what
her, she, huh?
I was like, that's why he called it what did he call it? Elective outrage or something?
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
Outrage.
She wants to play the victim and she wants the black community to stand behind her. But you never really like what part of your upbringing or what part of you has claimed that? You know, it's like like somebody was talking about, was it Chris? Somebody was talking about basically she's lived in a white world and kind of like the movie Passing. She is passed to be able to allow herself to get certain privileges and certain roles and things like that. Fine, to each his own. I'm not going to hate on her for that. Get in where you can fit in, right? But the idea of you marry this white dude and now these folks are like, but B ain't white. And now all of a sudden you want the black community to be like, oh my gosh, they're messing with this black girl. That's what you thought of before. Like, I'm just saying, like, I just feel like she's pleading this innocent victim. You knew what was up. I mean, Wendy Williams kind of peeped her a little bit, which I kind of agree. You know, yeah, there's love, but come on now, B. You were trying to be black in that castle. I would too if he was trying to pick me. Come on now, you know. I'm just saying. And you were in the castle thinking, I'm about to get in here, yay. And they're like, oh, who let this black girl in? And now you got issues. And now you want to go on Oprah, the biggest reporter out there, even though you claim we don't want our business out there. We just want to be quiet and live a life and, you know, people to treat us normal. But you're going to go on Oprah and air all your dirty laundry, you know? And I'm like, come on now, girl. You just upset because you couldn't pass in there. And now they have an issue and the tabloids and all the UK people are now like, oh, she's black. Oh my gosh, she's black. You know, I mean, come on now. You think we didn't gonna have an issue? And now Harry telling all the business and writing the books and stuff. Now all I care about is tell the gossip now. Come on now, girl. You don't be acting like it wasn't gonna be an issue. So while I think to a certain extent she the victim, you the victim like the rest of us black people in this world have been a victim our whole life. Now all of a sudden you becoming the victim because you're the target because people see who your mama is. If it wasn't for mama, she probably was still trying to be passing. I'm just saying. I'm just keeping it real, okay? Haterade or not, I'm just stating what it is. I'm not hating on her to girl fit in when you can fit in. You got a fine man, he rich-ish, you know. He's that ginger that you were talking about, you know, and he got some royal blood. I'd be causing some havoc too if he picked me up, if he picked me. I'd be like, you know what? I'd be prancing mama all over. I'd be hoping Archie got some dark skin color. What y'all gonna say now? You know, I'm just saying, she just sitting there acting like she the victim all of a sudden in life. Well, the rest of us has been, or not the victim. She acting like she's the victim now, but she's acting like people are making her prey now at this point in juncture, where the rest of us have been preyed for who we were our entire life. So get you some, you know, that's the way I'm looking at it. Anyway.
That's the kind of thing that Philip would say. He was known for putting his mouth in and saying the wrong thing.
That wouldn't surprise me. That
yeah,
was
but he's like 200 years old. I think when it comes to political leaders, they need to be somewhere in the middle age range, not in the old range. Because if you're going to represent a whole group of people, you need to be kind of in the middle. You can't be too young, but you can't be too old, because you got to have some sort of progress happening each time around. But also, you can't be too idealistic. So that's why it wouldn't work for a super young person. But I'm like, hey, someone like 40 to 50 range, 40 to 60 range, I think would be good. But after that, it's like,
we're started on American politicians and our own president. That's another story. So we just gonna keep moving.
Exactly. That's what I'm just like, I think it would be easier if they were in the middle. Then at least if you get a good one, you don't have to worry about them dying off. And if you get a bad one, at least there's that age cutoff. They can't keep
Charles is just like the middle guy. He's the middle. Charles has middle book syndrome. We're just waiting for him to die in a few years so Prince William can take the spot. Okay, it has to be nice.
Nice. Don't like Charles or his horse. Oh God, he is gonna do nothing for me. He did Diana dirty from before marriage.
I think that when you do people dirty, you always get something bad. Look at Tiger Woods. His shit went bad after he did that little white girl dirty. Okay, she tried to get him with them golf clubs. I ain't mad at you, girl. I would have ones and whack the hell out of that car. Okay.
Thank you, Tina. Not gonna lie, I forgot. I forgot. Keep forgetting he's a thing now.
Yeah, he's your king. I keep forgetting too.
If Charles had his way back when he would have dated one of the 3 degrees, like the POCs have seen the way he loves Mel B from Spice Girls.
Hey, I love Mel B from Spice Girls.
Never knew that was a thing. Spare is or was on YouTube. Oh yeah.
There's a guy called Secretary of Shade that he read a few chapters from, and he did really good in explaining a lot of stuff, like real, like spicy wise.
Thank you, Amy. I see all your book emojis and smiley face comments. I'm like, I know who this is. Oh man. Didn't you all see the way the whole family was laughing at the preacher at the wedding?
That was the most blackest royal family wedding I have ever seen. Like, I'm like, y'all, they were doing team too much. They should have just had Reverend Al Sharpton up in that piece, okay? I'm just like, what are y'all doing? You ain't fooling me. Yeah, I can be opinionated. I tell you that.
Let me see your hair. Yes, yes.
She committed when she got into Hollywood. She about to pass. She's straightening that sucker every day. She
I
probably got a
am
permanent
so
straightener up in there.
I got like that. Like I feel like everyone has like bias and stuff like that. But mine is kind of like on the positive time sometimes, and I'm like, should I really be doing that? Should I really be doing? Like where if you know someone is always talked down to because of something like hair, if I see a girl with natural hair, I am like, you are so beautiful. That hair looks great on you. Cause I'm like, and I feel like people don't get those compliments all the time. And it's usually the opposite of like, you need to straighten this, blah, blah, blah. But at the same time, I'm like, okay, but then pointing it out make it seem weird too. And I just shouldn't say anything.
You know what? I feel like this. You do you. If you feel like you want to issue a compliment, fine. But I don't like to go out of my way to issue compliments just
Yeah.
when it's the race wise, regardless of whether it's like somebody's been downplayed or not. And I mean, obviously I'm Black. I like curly hair. I like curly big hair. There's nothing wrong with me on that one. But I think when it comes to this day and age, that whole I call them insta hoes, but you know, you have those light-skinned girls with curly hair. All those people have been doing, like a lot of white people do a lot of that cultural appropriation when it comes
Yeah.
to that, because that seems to be the big overwhelming like trend or attractiveness, I think, on just the internet in general. You want like a light-skinned girl, somebody's that not necessarily white, but not necessarily dark like my skin color.
Ambiguous.
Yeah, ambiguous, like a Meghan Markle color, maybe a little bit tanner. So it's like, is she white or is she tan? So that little skin brown color with a little curly hair, so it makes it seem like maybe she's mixed. So it's kind of like that universal appeal, you know. But Meghan Markle, yeah, like I said, she's been trying to commit to that a certain image for, I think, most of since. I mean, granted, I don't know her entire life. I don't know her. This is just me being messy, I guess. I don't know. But, you know, ever since the Deal or No Deal thing, like the straight hair, certain image she's been trying to portray. And, you know, she's trying to get in when she can fit in. So I'm not going to hate her on that. I'm just pointing it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, natural curls ain't gonna fly. And I think when she married Prince Harry, it was a wrap. They already been told her, girl, you gotta wear a permanent weave and the hair better be long and flowing and straight. Okay, so she committed when she married him. It's a wrap. The only thing Black about me is gonna be mama. That's it. It ain't nothing else. There ain't no cornrows on Meghan Markle. Ain't no putting the bonnet and the scarf on. She can't even wear hoops. She's a wrap. She committed to that lifestyle.
I used to wear hoops. My mama would look funny at me. Like,
what's wrong with hoops? I think hoops are universal.
I would wear big.
Oh, yeah, that's kind of an urban thing, I think. But
that's the thing is that the clothing that I liked was very out there, very colorful, wild.
You were 90s.
The same store would be like Baby Daddy on it and sparkles. They were like what you would call like the urban stores in the mall. That's always where I wanted to go, and I'd be the only white person in there.
Girl, you own it.
I would look around and be like, it's like, okay, is this what you want to wear? I'm like, yeah. Give me this pit bull with a tongue ring. That's what I want. I had a pit bull with a tongue ring and a choker, and it had like spikes on the choker. That was my favorite t-shirt. But,
I used to have one of them little, you know how they have like, I don't know if I want to call it Asian dress. I don't know. You know, the little Japanese dresses or whatever, or Chinese with the slits on the side. I love that.
And that's the thing too, is like when you go to those places, like I got mine in Chinatown in New York, and they welcome you in there and they're like offering you tea and stuff, and they want you to buy the thing. So it's like, it's kind of weird with the cultural appropriation or even the complimenting, because it's always a matter of, how is this going to be perceived? Yeah. So like me, when I compliment someone on like having natural hair, or I think their hijab is really pretty, it's always a legitimate compliment. Like I'm genuine with it. I actually think it's cute. And like I do that with, even if I like the color of someone's shirt and it brings out their eyes, I'll compliment. But there's that other side of thinking, is this person perceiving this as, oh, they recognize that this is beautiful and they take it as a compliment, or is it being perceived as, oh, she's saying this because that she thinks she has to, or something like that.
Yeah.
I'm just like, so it's weird because it's the how you think something's being perceived. And then with the cultural appropriation, it's the same thing, because it's like the whole distinction between what is appropriation versus appreciation.
Yeah.
Because in certain cultures, like I've been overseas in other countries, and like I've gotten, I don't have it anymore, but I got like a full dress, what do you even call it? It's got like a, I guess it's like the gypsy, which I know we don't say that term anymore, but like it had like coins on it and everything. So I had the top and I had the bottom and all that stuff. But yeah, I bought a lot of stuff back then, but now it's like, okay, these have been deemed cultural appropriation. So I'm like, I don't wear that stuff.
Around the house.
Oh man. But yeah, and then because then it's even like, okay, if this person sold it to you and it seemed like they were happy and they wanted you to take part in their culture, do they really want that, or did they just need the money?
Y'all hear that? Ignore them. And I wanted to show you some Mexican money. I got 500.
What are you watching?
Oh, sorry. I was trying to mute this video. I couldn't figure it out. It was something.
Oh,
sorry.
You're like Mexican money.
It was a video I had. It was with some Mexican money. Where did it?
Courtney on the full pit. Yeah, we always have some interesting conversations. We go from, what did we start with? People doing stuff online to correlations between prison life and military life, to Meghan Markle, to cultural appropriation. One of the older family members got in trouble for touching and demanding to know where a POC comes from. Didn't believe she was British and born here. Oh my. They call it blackfishing. Yeah. They were shocked when they saw her mother's locks.
They were like, oh my gosh.
Thank you. Y'all ready for another sprint? I know we talked for a while. I was like, this is what happens when you get me and Courtney in the room. But yeah, we'll do another long one since we talked for a while. Mostly me, I'm a yapper. But I guess we'll do a 45. That sounds good.
Let's see. Yeah, we'll do a 45 and then I'll probably go eat. So
okay.
I should be back by the time we get back. Oh, hold up.
I mean, we can do an hour one if you want to, because it is almost lunchtime. Well, it's 3:54, but I haven't ate anything either. I just finished my I finished the video and it rendered while we were talking. So yeah, we did talk for a while. So do you want to do like an hour and then that'll give you time to eat, and I'll probably eat something too.
No, we're actually gonna leave and go to TGI Fridays. So I actually have to go.
Gotcha. Okay.
50-cent wings, baby. I'm normally not off on Mondays, but since I was sick, I had taken all those days off, and I'm like, I'm staying off then. So I'm actually off today, which is nice. Take advantage of it.
60 minutes. Okay. Yeah, we can do an hour.
Yeah. If I jet out, I'll jet out. If I'm not here, but if you're still here when I get back, then I'll come back on. But if I gotta leave, then I'll leave. I'm just waiting on my husband to finish working / playing video games.
Yeah. I wouldn't worry about it. I think you're asking Kenny, or are you asking Courtney? Kenny was doing something with a doctor, so I didn't know who she was referring to. But yeah, we can do a 60-minute, and then if you need to go, that's fine. And I'll probably go for a couple hours, so I might still be on when you get back.
Okay.
But Yeah, I just told everyone on the Discord, just pop in whenever you want. We might do like an 8-hour stream for all I know.
When you get back, when I get back, I'll come.
Yeah, I was like, I'll eat something and I'll watch like a 45-minute episode. Um, and then
What you watching?
I'll actually read for the next one. New Amsterdam. So it's like a medical show.
Oh,
Uh,
you mentioned that yesterday. I was like, I have no clue.
yeah. So it's interesting because the main guy, Max, he's like the medical director.
Mm.
So he's overseeing everything and he's constantly wanting to change stuff to make it better. So he's implementing a bunch of programs. And of course, the wealthy board members don't like that because he's making huge changes
That means
and he's
money.
doing a lot for the communities around them in New York. And they're just like, this costs money. And they're a public hospital. So if you don't have insurance, they still take care of you and you don't receive a bill. And so he's all the time coming up with stuff. So like with some people, they did have like debts or something like that somehow. And so what he did was he was like, what can you do? And he had like one girl painted a mural and he wrote off her like $2,500. Like he's out for the best of everyone. But so you just constantly see how he's causing trouble. But now he's in London in season 4. And they're like, we don't do things like Americans here. You can't just make all these changes.
Do they do medical stuff like ER?
Yes.
Oh, they do. Okay.
So you get to see him. He's kind of like what everything surrounds, but then you also have a urologist and you have someone that deals with cancer patients, and then you have a psychiatrist. And you have an ER director. And it's really cool because all of them have these big stories going on in their life. And so each season sometimes centers around a different character, but you're getting to see parts of the hospital in each part. So, like right now, season 4, you've got a polyamorous relationship happening. So you get to see that. In the last season or earlier in this season, because I'm like halfway through, the psychiatrist had one of his clients come after him and he had to put like a restraining order against him.
Ooh, gotta
Yeah.
watch out.
And then the guy, Max, in season 1, he gets cancer. So he's trying to be the medical director and making all these changes, also battling throat cancer.
Mm.
So each one of them has lots of different stuffs going on. And they touch on tough subject matter sometimes. And it's diverse too. So I'm like, I like this. Grey's Anatomy, I got kind of bored after 15 seasons.
That's a long time.
But this one is
ER
like,
off yet?
huh?
Is ER off yet? Is that
Oh, I have
still on?
no idea.
Yeah.
I have no idea. But this one's just interesting because they have such different characters and they all have like very central storylines. Like the ER doctor was dealing with addiction with her ADHD medication. She was taking too much of it. So it gets into all the areas you could think of. They bring it up somehow in the story. So I'm gonna go watch that and eat some pizza rolls. Beg my husband to do me some cake because I finally did the dishes, so he has no excuses to not make my birthday cake.
There you go. You have cake every day.
I got me I don't like store-bought cake. I like cake out of the box.
You got it made. Okay.
How to make it. I like the confetti cake.
Ooh.
And I like the cheap Pillsbury icing.
Nothing wrong with that. Toast to me are always good. I don't know. Cake is cake to me as long as it's good and sweet. Doesn't taste like cardboard.
Yeah, I just feel like it's like for birthday cake in particular, I don't like the cream cheese icing that they tend to put on sheet cakes. And I also don't want to get sick from all the sugar because they make the icing too thick.
Yeah, I agree.
I want like a fourth an inch on the top. And the same thing with the sides. That's all the icing I need. More than that's just sickening. I scrape it off and give it to my husband, and he'll eat it by the spoonful.
It's so funny when I make cake at home. I don't even put icing on it. I just eat it plain. Like if it's just me and my husband, I'm like, I'm gonna make a cake. I probably won't even put any icing on it. It's too much sugar.
There's some Jiffy cornbread that's very sweet that I feel like is kind of like I'm eating cake, but it's cornbread, but it's real sweet. I don't know what it's called.
That's odd.
It makes me wanna go get some. It's like you're eating a muffin or something, but it's cornbread.
They did that batch wrong.
Well, no, it's the brand. It's like the Jiffy brand.
Uh,
One of their cornbreads is just very sweet. It's like eating cake.
but the consistency though is like the texture is still
I mean,
like cornbread, or is that like cake too? Because
the
that's not.
texture's still cornbread,
Oh, okay,
but
okay.
it's just very sweet. It like you could throw a can of corn in it and it would
Yeah.
just be like, "Whoo." I like corn nuggets, so I feel
Oh
like
yeah, corn
that would
nuggets
be
are
kinda
good.
similar, throw the corn in the cornbread and
Yeah.
feel like eating corn nuggets.
Well, there's different types of cornbread. There's sweet and then there is non-sweet. So that's fine. Yeah. As long as it's not mushy. I am feeling better. Definitely better.
9 PM, woo!
Ooh, well, it's still decent people time. You still go out.
Kenny trying to get a doctor's appointment. She'll have to try tomorrow, fingers crossed.
Oh, I'm sorry you're not feeling well.
Junior doctors are out on strike for 3 days. You got a lot of strikes going on over there.
Well, it's gonna be us at some
It's
point.
been off, Courtney. Bye reading time, everybody.
Pat's like, let's read. Okay, we can read.
Yes, yes, yes. We will do a 60. All right.
Yeah, let me get some stuff. I'm gonna cue this video. Okay, yes.
I gotta change the timer because this one's only a 45. I think you have a 60 on here, don't you? Or it doesn't have a timer, but it's got the video. So y'all know what's up. It's 60 minutes. So see y'all soon. Hey Alexa, dismiss alarm. Y'all tell me why this arc is this tiny. I'm like, my eyes. My eyes. Oh, it's giving me a headache. And I've only been looking at it for like 5 minutes. I'm just like, my goodness. My goodness. Oh man. So how did y'all do with your reading? Did you get some done? Did you eat? I ate, I watched a show, and then I read 10 pages of this book. It goes by really quick. Courtney did go get dinner. I don't know if she'll hop in afterward or not. I don't know how long I'm gonna go, but I'm just now starting the book and I don't have any other plans. So I figure I'll keep going as long as y'all are interested. Oh, did 10 things for school. That's good. That's some progress. My progress for today was I did the dishes, updated a website for my friend. I recorded and edited the On My Radar video for Saturday. And now I'm reading. How perfect! Corey just got off to like go get dinner. You have good timing, and I like just popped in literally 1 minute ago.
Nice.
Literally 1 minute. So I was just complaining about how tiny the text is on this arc I got.
Oh, you can't make it bigger?
You can, but then you have to unzoom every time you want to flip the page. And I'm like, this is like size 5 font.
What are you reading it with? Like, are you using like the NetGalley app or like the Kindle app?
So it was, you know what? I probably could try to do it on Overdrive, but I feel like it's going to be the same file.
Mm-hmm.
It's a Adobe Digital Edition.
Oh,
okay. Because it's through Edelweiss.
Gotcha.
But like, apparently this is the first one I've requested on the new account. Because I was like, I had an old account and I had auto approval for like HarperCollins and stuff and a couple of other publishers. Several years back, I had a Facebook group, and in a very short amount of time, I had it up to like 1,000 people. Yeah. What I was doing was it was a lot of indie authors, and I would read their books. So I would read their books, and I would do free promotion type stuff everywhere. And I would spotlight some of them, and then I had a Goodreads group as well, where I would do stuff. It was called like Mind Blowing Reviewer Girl, something like that. But the thing is what I noticed happened, because I also required all of the featured authors to do a giveaway of the book that I was reviewing. So they would give me a free copy and then they would do giveaways to a bunch of readers. Yeah, but what happened was as soon as I read their book, they weren't active anymore. So it was basically 1,000 authors on that site that just wanted me to give them free promotion.
Wow.
And so I started, other than the giveaways, I would get like 3 views on a post with 1,000. And this is before Facebook started like not promoting people's pages and stuff like that. So it was very easy for people to see things. And I was like, you know what? This is way too much stress. Because I was reading everything. Like, I didn't limit it to any genres. So I was reading stuff I would never read. I was like, this is too stressful. And it's not getting any interaction anymore. Like 3 people for 1,000. And it's just the authors that are wanting me to promote their stuff. And so I deleted the whole site. I was like,
wow.
Oh, Facebook. And I stopped reviewing. And then I had a YouTube channel and I was heavily reviewing, but then I was never being able to read my physical books or anything from the library. So it's like half what I was reading was ARCs, which again was stressful. So, and then a while back, I was only doing indie authors and I was only doing certain ones. They weren't even technically ARC copies half the time. I just told one of the authors that her books were like cookies and I hated my job, but I was able to like sneakily read at the same time. It was like a warehouse thing. So I would literally be like packaging orders and I would read at the same time. So I wouldn't have to look at it when I was packaging the order. Then I would just be like, next, next. And her books were like half size. They were like 30,000 words. I would whip through them suckers in a day. So I would write a review for it. And she's like, yeah, if you want anything else, just let me know and I'll send you a copy. I read like 30 of that woman's book. And then I got wore out from YA romance.
I bet.
Because they were mostly YA or contemporary adult romances. And I was like, I love them. Don't get me wrong. But I'm sick of them. That was just from one author that I had read 30. There was like 5 different authors that wrote in the same genre that were all indies. And when they would post that they had an arc, they would just leave you the link and anybody could get it. And then one of them would do like what she would do is if you reviewed it, she would just make a post and she'd be like, all right, if you reviewed it, let me know here in the comments and I'll draw one of y'all to get the paperback and I'll mail it to you. So of course I was reading all her arcs so I could get a paperback. I got like 2 from her. So I just got wore out. And then I was like, you know what? No more arcs. I'm not doing it. And now this is like the first one I applied for. And I think this is one that you had commented on because it's called Different for Boys.
No, that was in that video, but it wasn't that book. The one that I commented on, I think, was Midnight Strike or something.
Oh, okay. Somebody else commented on this one. I haven't looked at it. I mean, I did, but it was days ago, so I don't remember who did what, but everything gets jumbled with me. But anyway, it was supposed to be a graphic novel.
Huh.
But what it's really looking like is it's just a lot of white space on the page. And mostly dialogue, which is good. I'm good with that. And they black out all of the words that wouldn't be appropriate for YA.
Interesting. So why is it even there?
So it's like, here's the thing though, is I think it's a commentary on that.
Okay.
Which is why it's blacking it all out. So it's like, if it would have been a cuss word, they black it out. And then he's talking about stuff to do with sex and like do these certain things that he's done qualify him to be a virgin, but they're blocking out the things that he's saying. But then it had a part where a guy used the word homo, like in a negative way, and they didn't block that out.
Interesting.
And he was like, I don't see that it's fair. Like, why aren't you blocking this out? And then they're breaking the fourth wall as well. Because then a teacher gets onto them for saying a cuss word, and he's like, but I blacked it out. It should count. And I think that's almost commentary on authors who, like me, sometimes in the past, I would not do any cuss words. So if a character cussed, I would just be like, but they didn't say that. Just so you could imply what they actually replaced it with. Or I could say they cussed, to like literally just say they said a cuss word and then move on, so that it's clean. But yeah, this one, it's like there's so many blacked out portions. And like every other page, you will get an illustration, but it is not a graphic novel. So I don't think that they should have marketed it that way. But I feel like they almost had to, with it only being 100 pages. Because no one's going to be like, yeah, I want a 100-page novel. It's like, that's not a novel. That's like a short story. No. I consider that a novella, but hey. I'm like, once you get up past, I mean, I could even technically say like a 150-page story could be a book. Because I've seen fully developed arcs that can happen in that small time frame. So I have a 100-page story that feels kind of like a book. But Anyway, it literally it hurts right here. Like these two little points to try to read this. But I'm like, I want to read it. Do I need to like hunt for my glasses? I don't know.
Can you read it on something else? Like if you try to read it like on your iPad or on your, I don't know if you have like a Kindle or something. It's like just something that's bigger.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Because then the screen,
like the screen itself is bigger, so the font should be bigger.
I think, you know what? I could try on my computer and see if it would do it in my Kindle reading app, but I don't think it will. But I'm going to try because it is just killing the eyes. Just like I have interesting eyesight because one eye is nearsighted and the other one is farsighted. So I have to wear glasses when I drive. I don't need them, but I can't pass the eye test that they give you, so I have to wear them legally.
Oh wow!
But that's pretty much the only time I do that.
I think I have that same issue. I don't know if it's nearsighted and farsighted, but I know like my prescription, one eye is plus and one eye is negative. And I remember my doctor being like, it's only like 0.1% of people that have that.
Yeah. So every time I go, sometimes to get the glasses, every single time they have to dilate my eyes because I can't do the test without doing that because the one will just not relax. My eye doctor actually told me my eyesight will improve with age because my eyes will get lazy and then they won't overfocus because that's the problem with the one eye is that it's trying to focus too hard, so it's strains. But I would have to bring in like all my past prescriptions so they could get a starting point. They're like, we'll test the lenses and see what these are.
Yep.
But the one, it's interesting because I'm kind of legally blind with the one eye. So like this one, I could read your shirt. I can read all the text on the screen, everything. This one, I cannot read anything on the screen. I can see where it all is. I could tell you like how many lines are there, but that's it. But also, the longer I do this, it starts to, it's like colored dots on an old busted TV screen.
Oh, wow.
But it's like they get faster and then they all become tiny red ones. And so the longer I do this, even with blinking, I'll like go blind, like where I cannot see. Like right now, I can't make out your facial features.
Wow.
So yeah, it's weird. But when my eyes are open, it's fine. And he's like, well, technically you have like 20/20, but it's one is far, one is near. So it's horrible. So my glasses one of the lenses is very thick. Very thick. But yeah, I had one doctor told me I was 20/30 in one eye and 20/50 in the other. 20/50 is legally blind. This thing. But when my eyes are open, I can see everything. I can read this tiny text. Oh my gosh. I used to write, no joke. I used to write, like, you know how you'd have homework assignments and they give you a sheet of paper and they'd be like, all right, go write down all these definitions. I'm like, that would take up so much paper. So I would write all the definitions on the page that listed them. And they would be this tiny. And my granny would be like, I would need a magnifying glass to read. I would just sharpen the pencil and I would write it as tiny as I could. And then the teacher eventually was like, do it on separate paper. This is too small.
I used to write small on purpose. Like once I got to high school, I started writing really small on purpose because I would write in like my journal while I was in class, and I didn't want anybody to see what I was writing because I probably was writing about them. So I would write really small so that people couldn't see what I was writing.
Now, were you writing mean things or were like writing about crushes?
I was writing the truth. I was writing it as it happened. If they didn't like it, then you shouldn't have done it. I was like my own personal like gossip girl. And I still have that book.
I am a ranter when I feel like I've been done dirty. Or okay, so here's the thing. I am a rule bender. I'm a rule bender. If a rule does not make sense to me, I'm going to bend it. I'm going to bend it as far as I can. I'm going to bend it. If a rule makes sense to me, then I'm a stickler. And I'm like, you better not break this rule. I will become a Karen on your butt if you break these rules. Like people in movie theaters who play on their cell phones. Hell to the no. I will go get someone. Well, here's the thing. I feel like the Karen would kind of just like go and get someone to get them to escort them out of it. No. I tell you to your face, I give you a chance. And then if you continue to disobey the rules that we've all agreed upon, then we're going to have issues. So I've yelled at a grandmother before for yapping to her friend for like 10 minutes. And see, here's the thing. I'm not unreasonable. If someone gets up and goes to the bathroom and then comes back and they want you to catch them up on the last 5 minutes, that's fine. I get it. I'm going to whisper in my husband's ear asking the same thing, even though he never got a clue, so it don't work. But if you're yapping past the previews, I'm like, previews, go for it. You be on your phone. You be talking on the phone. I don't care what you do during the previews. But when that movie comes on, you better be quiet. Don't be kicking the back of my chair. Oh, my goodness. So, yeah. This has happened a couple times. So one time was two like grannies. They were at least in their mid-70s, sitting in the back row. One of them had the gall to ask me if I would choose a different seat because they were using the back of my seat, which, by the way, I selected and paid for that particular spot. Oh. They were using the back of the chair, my chair, for their feet. Like they had their feet on top of it. And she was like, do you mind moving over a few? And I'm like, yeah, I mind. I bought this particular spot. I am the Sheldon Cooper. Is that what his name is or whatever? I am Sheldon. Okay. I am not kidding. I have figured out, depending on the size of the theater room that I will be in for the movie, the exact seat that I need to select on that screen so that I'm directly below the projector. I want to be right in center screen. I don't want my head to have to tilt up, down, or to either side. It needs to be like this when I'm relaxed. That is my spot in the theater, and I figured out where it's at. And so I'm like, no, now that when COVID came around, they slowly started opening stuff back out, and then it was mandatory for you to choose your spot. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. I've chosen my spot, and I figured it out. Figured it out. But, so I told her no, and of course she was like, you know, like the little, like huffy, disappointed, and I'm like, dude, you can still sit where you're sitting. Just put your feet down. And don't get me wrong, like I put my feet on the armrest of the chair in front of me, but not if somebody's sitting there.
Right.
I'm just like, my goodness. Yeah, and then I think that was the same people that I might have gotten onto. I can't remember. There might have been like 3 different settings. I'm not kidding. All of the same theater. Like 3 different sets of people that I had to get onto. And so one was, they had, I think it was the 2 older women, and I think they had like a grandchild with them. The grandchild in the commercials was asking questions and talking, and I'm like, okay, whatever. But then the older women kept talking for like 10 minutes into the movie. 10 minutes! And I was like, eventually they're going to shut up and realize that this movie is playing. No, they just kept yapping. So I turned around and I said, be quiet. There's no talking in the theater. If you can't abide by the rules, you can leave. And I said it just like that. They shut up. The last instance was 2 parents. They brought 4 kids with them. The boys were all like the same age. So I think it was like friends all coming together. And so the one had the cell phone, and we were watching Black Panther. We were like the new one, the new Black Panther. And I'm like, I get that this is a 3-hour-long video, but I'm like, why are you on here playing some game? I was like, I'm trying to watch this movie. And so he would play it, and then he would pass it to the friend, and then the friend would play. So I'm just seeing this light going back and forth. And it's not even like dark mode checking text messages. Like, no, like bright screen with stuff zooming on it. And I'm like, remember, I got ADD. So it's like, I cannot enjoy it. Like, it's stressing me out. It's making me anxious. Like, physically, it makes me feel ill getting distracted like that. And the whole abiding by the rules thing, I'm a stickler with that.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just like, no. And so I was like, hey, we can't do that in the theater. And so he had like put it down for a minute, and then like half an hour later he pulls it out and starts doing it again, and then gives it to the friend. And I leaned forward and I was like, hey, I've already warned you once that there is none of that in the theater. I will go get someone to take your phone if you can't stop. And the parents kind of looked over me like weird, and I'm like, hey, you need to be disciplining them. Like, come on. Just like, my goodness. So those are my theater confrontations. I've had some other ones to do with bad drivers. One person decided to double park in the work parking lot. You're talking about a place where there's like 3,000 employees, and you're going to double park in a spot that needs to be open for someone to take. And so at first I was like, okay, maybe she's a really bad driver. She doesn't know she's double parked or whatever. So I'm like, hey, just wanted to let you know you're over the line. It was more than over the line. She's literally half and half on the parking spaces. And she was like, okay. And I get in my car and she's still sitting there. So I back my butt up and I'm like, ma'am, you need to repark your car. You cannot, like, it's illegal to be double parked. And she's like, oh, are you coming off the shift or coming on the shift? And I'm like, I'm leaving, but it doesn't matter. Like, you cannot be double parked. And she's like, does it bother you? I'm like, yes, it bothers me. I will call security and get them to tow your butt if you don't move. And she just kind of like kept smoking her cigarette and kind of looked at me like, ha ha ha, I'm so glad I'm irritating you. So I did call security after I'd moved on and told them where her car was parked. And I also told her, now here's where I got a little crazy. So I'd already backed up. So then I swerved toward her car and acted like I was going to hit her car. And then I said, I hope someone hits your car because you're not supposed to be sitting there like that. Another woman, totally off topic, but another woman. I was in the turning lane. You got a busy street. It's got like 2 active parts on each direction and whatever. And then you've got the turning lane. So I'm waiting to safely turn. I've got my blinker on. I'm good. I'm waiting. There's still cars coming. This woman honks her horn at me. I'm waiting to safely get over. She honks her horn at me. I whip my head around and I'll look at her like, ma'am. Turn my head back around. And the cars are even closer. She like honks her horn, gets back into the other lane, goes around me and in front of the oncoming traffic. I blasted my horn so loud. Then I whipped around that I was probably doing 70 on the side road trying to catch her little red car.
Oh my God.
Because I was going to wait. I was going to follow her until she got out of her car, get out of my car. I'm a big girl. Like, I'm 5'10". I'm almost 300 pounds. This is like this prissy little skinny blonde chick. I wasn't going to do anything, but I was like, I wanted to make her so scared. She like got on the ground and was crying and never cut nobody off in traffic again. I do not like entitled people. That drives me nuts. I'm just like, no. But when I was telling that story at work the next day, like I was getting heated all over again, and it was like a metal pizza table, and I was like, I was gonna hunt her down. I did. I searched the neighborhood for her car.
Oh my gosh.
Where she lived. Like, I am so angry, and I was like slapping the metal table. And my manager just looks at me because I'm like the little nice girl that's always smiling or whatever. And so he just looks at me. He's like, remind me never to cut you off. It was just like, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. But yeah, the other time, me and my husband rarely go like eat out and actually sit down at a restaurant. We went to a Mexican restaurant. There's like this 10-year-old boy and his dad. The dad kept telling him to put up his cell phone. He was playing a game with the sound on. So, number one, I wouldn't care at all if he's playing the game with the sound off. He's playing it with it on. It's loud. The restaurant was pretty quiet, so it was just him and his dad, and then me and my husband across from them in the dining room. And then, of course, there's the music from the restaurant. So the two sounds are not meshing for me. And I cannot relax with having that going on. And like I said, the dad had repeatedly told him to put it up. So then I looked at the boy and I was like, put up your phone. You're being so disrespectful. He's already told you 80 million times to put it away. I'm like, put it away.
Did he do it?
He did it. But I was like, my goodness. So yeah, I'm sure someone nowadays would record me for being a Karen, but I'm like, I'm justified, okay? Like, I'm justified. Oh my goodness. And then the other day at McDonald's. All right. So my husband is the kind of person, if someone messes up their food or forgets an item, he just drives home disappointed. Me? I'm like, no, you're going to correct it. You're going to correct it. I'm like, man, even if I got confused ordering and I ordered it the wrong way, I'm still going to be like, I wanted this meat and cheese only. Like, I expect my burger. I paid for what I wanted. But no. So we ordered. It was me, my mom, and my nephew, because he had came down from New York. So we were at the McDonald's. We ordered. And I got whatever the number was, like a number 5 or it was like a number 5, number 2. I don't know. It was 10-piece chicken nugget. I didn't even say 10-piece chicken nugget. I said, I want a number, whatever it was. And my mom said she wanted a number, whatever it was. Then the food comes out. We've all got our drinks. Everyone's got their food. I have a 10-piece chicken nugget, no fries. And I upsized for large fries too. And yeah, so no fries. So I'm like, Mama, my fries are missing. So then she goes back to tell the boy we're missing the fries. He looks at the receipt and was like, no, you got everything that's on the receipt. So then she sat down with the food. And I'm like, is he going to bring out the fries? She's like, no, it wasn't on the receipt. I was like, I took the whole thing. I went back up to the front. And same guy that just told her no. I was like, I ordered the combo. I'm missing my fries. And he is like, well, on the receipt, it says, this is like probably a 17-year-old kid. On the receipt, it says, and then he's showing me how it was rang up on the receipt. And I said, yes, I understand that. But the person who took the order messed it up. I want my large fries. I was like, it's not my problem that they didn't do their job right. I was like, any mess ups to my benefit are to my benefit. And you just got to deal with them. No, I'm not going to pay you if there's any extra that would be owed for that mistake. You made the mistake. You've already inconvenienced me. Now fix it. And so I didn't say it like that, but I let him know I do the raised eyebrow thing. Raised eyebrow and like stern voice. That's how I speak. And I was like, I see that it says that on the receipt, but I ordered this number. I never even said chicken nuggets. So there's no way there could have been any confusion. And so he's like, I'll get you the fries. You could tell he was just like, I want to be done with this conversation. I'm just going to appease you. But I'm like, customer service, that's what you do. It doesn't even matter if I was wrong, which I wasn't. But even if I was, just go get the fries. We're happy, you know? So
that's like what happened at Barnes & Noble. I went to Barnes & Noble and I did their like buy one, get one half off thing. And then I think the book that I got half off, I don't remember what happened. I don't know if I like got the wrong book by accident or if I got home and realized that I already had it or something, whatever. And so I had gone in there like later, like this is a different day. I went in there and I asked the lady, I was like, I have this book that I got half off. Like I didn't have it with me, but I was like explaining to her, I was like, I have this book that I got from the buy one, get one half off. If I bring it in here, can I just exchange it for one of the other books that are part of that same buy one, get one half off? And she was like, yeah, you just would have to like talk to a manager or whatever, because they are the only ones that can like do that, you know, on the computer or whatever to ring it up right. So I was like, okay, fine. So I came back a couple days later and brought the book, and I had picked up 2 more books that were part of the buy one get one. So the plan was to exchange the one that I already had for, a one, another one, and then I got 2 more. So then one of those should have also been half off. So long story short, the girl rings it up wrong. She ends up returning the one that I brought in instead of exchanging it. And then because I had 3 books, because one of them was supposed to be exchanged and the other 2 were buy one get one half off, she ended up only doing the buy one get one half off for 2 of them and then charged me full price. Yeah, so I'm just like, okay. So basically I paid full price for 3 books instead of paying half price for 2 of them. So I was just like, you know what, like it's fine. I ended up returning all of it. I was like, you can keep it. I'll go to a different bookstore and get, like, it's not my fault. Like, you just lost a lot of money. Because it was like a total of 4 books, and now I'm not buying any of them because you don't know how to follow instructions.
Yeah. And it's like, I know too, like when I order food, I know that I order it plain. So don't try to convince me that I didn't do that, because like I know that I do. There's been like one time where I knew that I had actually messed it up. Like I'd forgot to do it because they changed the order of how I was, like they backtracked and asked a question or something. And again, ADD. And so I didn't realize it until I like already moved forward. And then I just like, when I got it, I was like, I am so sorry. I got distracted when you asked me that. And I ordered this. I meant to order this meat and cheese only. And I was like, if you can't fix it, I get it. I'll just place an order again for the meat and cheese only. And she was like, no, we got you. And I'm like, that's customer service.
Yeah.
That is customer service.
Yep.
Like, oh man. But anyway. But yeah, like I'm pretty good because like I've worked in like fast-paced food stuff before, so I get it. And that's why I'll ask questions. If I think there could be something that's going to be messed up where it like, okay, so if I order a grilled cheese sandwich, I ask them if it's going to come with a pickle. I don't expect a pickle to come with it, and it's never on the description, but they might smush a little pickle on the top. And I'm like, gross, I don't want that. And I can't just throw away the pickle because the juice has already saturated into it. And I'm like, this is not happening. So I'll ask questions that sound very dumb. But I'm like, do you put sour cream in your mashed potato mix? I'm like, because I will taste the sour cream in the mashed potato mix and I don't want it. Or is your corn spicy? Because some places have spicy corn and it's nasty. So I'm just like, I ask those questions. Anyway. Oh man, okay, so let me see where I was at.
Oh, hey Kiana.
Yes, birthday girls plural. Yep. We get it all month. I'm going to be reading Last Card Standing tonight. Just wanted to let you know. Thank you. I hope you enjoy the audiobook. And if you don't feel bad if you return it, because they shouldn't be charging you a whole credit for something that short. I wish that authors had control over their audiobook prices, because charging like $5.99 for a 30-minute audiobook is ridiculous. Ridiculous. Bye-bye, everyone. Bye.
Hey,
March birthday peeps together. Yes. Yep. Got some Pisces pride over here. Night, Tina. The truth now.
Yeah, like she rung it up wrong. Like it was, I specifically came in days before to make sure that I could do this, because if I couldn't do it, then I wouldn't have tried. It wasn't like I just went in there. I was like, well, I'm gonna try to be slick. I specifically asked days before if this was okay, and I was told yes. And then I get in there and she rings it up wrong. And I'm like, you know what? Never mind. I don't even want it. You can take all of it back. Give me all my money back.
I had jeans and I went to Maurice's, and the thing is I had been wearing size 22. And so when I first started wearing them at my job, because I was working at a pizza place, you had to wear blue jeans. And I had been in sweatpants for like the year before that. So I had like 2 pairs of jeans. So then I went out and I bought some 22s. They were form-fitting, but they were fine. Mm. And anyway, I'd started doing aqua Zumba. for a couple, it was like maybe 4 months. I'll go like twice a week. And I started drinking water instead of like sodas. That was all I did. I still went like every day after work and got me a Frosty and some Baconator fries from Wendy's. Like I was still eating however I wanted to eat. I didn't care about none of that stuff. Well, anyway, I started to notice I was having to fold over my jeans several times, and then they were still like slipping on me. Granted, I did not lose any top heavy nothing. It was like it was all coming off from where I wear my jeans on the hip bone. That was it. So I go in there thinking, okay, I'm probably down to like a 20 or whatever. So I go in there, and I was like, I'll just start low with the 18 just in case. Like it'll be a miracle if this happened. So I'll put on the 18s and I'm like, wow, these fit. Are you kidding me? So I'm like laughing. I'm laughing because I'm like, really? So then I try on the 16s and I'm like looking in the mirror and I'm like, can you check the tag? Like, is this wrong? Like, what is going on here? Because they fit. So I was like crying. I didn't really care, but I was just like, I haven't been in a size 16 since I weighed 200 pounds and I was weighing like 300 pounds. So I was like, how is that possible? 100 pounds different, same jean size. And it was the same brand for both the sizes. So I was like, there's no trickery going on here. What is happening? So I was like, okay. I was like, bring me some more pairs. I need to get enough for work. So I did. Then I went to work the next day wearing the 16s and I had them rolled up and they were still kind of shimmying down. And my one friend, tiny, she's like 6'1", but she was in a size 6. Tiny. She's like, I think you need to go back and get a smaller size. I was like, what? Because again, I walked in there. Literally that day I had on a size 24. It was like off my butt. So I went back in and I was like, yeah, no. I think I went to the Goodwill and I tried on some smaller ones and they fit. And it was the same brand again. So I was like, okay. And then I called and I was like, I want to return these and get a smaller size. Same type pants and everything. I just want to get a smaller size. But I had already worn the one pair for work, like 4 hours. And I was like, and I already took off all the tags because I was so happy that I got down to a 16. So it's like, I already took off all the tags. And they were like, yeah, normally, if they've already been worn or they're already used, you can't return them or whatever. But I'm thinking, well, people have tried these on several times. I haven't washed them or anything yet. I was like, I can wash them and bring them back and everything and bring you all the tags. And they were like, go ahead and return them. Like, we'll do it for you. Just come in store, return them. But don't wash them. And I was like, okay. I'm like, okay. So I did, and they did it for me. But I was like, thank goodness, because these were like, this was at Maurice's. So it's like $40 jeans for each pair. It's expensive. I'm like, I don't have that kind of money, but they did it for me. So sometimes you just gotta ask people. Like, how can I?
That's exactly how I felt. Like that's why I asked before I did it, because I'm like, if you guys say no, I can't because it's buy one get one half off. Like I would understand if the answer was no, you can't do that. But for you to tell me yes, and then for me to come in 2 or 3 days later and you don't do it, it's like, okay.
Man. So how has your birthday week been going?
It was wonderful. What did I do?'s I went to get my nails done and I got my feet done and I went to the movies. And then Saturday I went out to eat. Sunday I didn't do anything. Sunday I was on Princess of Sprints, not on like how I am now, but like I was, in the chat or whatever, and I was editing. That's what I did for most of that day. And then today had to go to work.
Did you find the books that you were looking for the readathon?
No, so yes and no. I have a list I need to go through. The main prompt that I'm missing is I need a short book that has a medal in the title. Whether it's gold, silver, iron, whatever. I'm looking for like even like a novella, like something short, because if it's too long, I won't have time to read it.
I have Metal Town. It's like a normal size YA book. I haven't read it yet. Let me see if I can find it and show you how big it is. I'm like, how did I arrange my shelves? Should be over here. because this is my authors I haven't read from before, books in series, and then by size of series. So I'm like, where did it go? I didn't get rid of it. I pre-ordered this book and still haven't read it. This is like so weird. Some authors, I'll have like all of their books and I've never read any of them. But they were nice to me at some kind of author thing. So I like have bought all their books. This is one of them, and it's like, okay, I need to read one of these suckers. But
Yeah,
now
that's
I'm
missing.
I don't see it on the shelf. So oh. I think there was some overflow onto this shelf. Okay, so it's got to be over here. Well, I see two of her books, but I don't see Middletown, and I don't see the other one. You know what? They're standalone, so they are on this initial shelf I was looking at. Oh, I was like, what? I found it. I've got stuff over it. Oh, of course.
It sounds like things are falling.
Yeah. I've got 3 of her standalones and 1 of her series. It's ridiculous.
How many pages is it? Oh,
Too big still?
yeah. If I didn't already have so many other books on my TBR, then I wouldn't mind reading like a regular size book. But I don't know that I'm gonna get to it or like that I'm gonna finish it if it's too long.
Yeah, it's
everybody has me recs for novellas.
It didn't look like 378 looking at it. It's bigger.
Yeah, anything with like gold or silver or iron or platinum or titanium. What else is a metal? I don't even know. Brass, copper. That's what I'm missing.
And it needs to be short.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see if I can find you something. Let's see.
That's like the one thing that I'm missing. That's the only prompt that I don't have a book for.
Go like change one of my book titles for a day and you can that book title. I'm going to one of my short books and then scrolling down to find the short reads section. But of course, my book is not ranking under the short reads because I have it it's number 4 in the store in vampire ebooks, number 5 in mythical creatures, and number 100 in coming of age fantasy. So, because it's free today, so it's doing well in the free categories.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm trying to find. I guess I have to do it the long way. But I always forget how to get there because Amazon changes stuff up.
Yeah.
But I want to get to, okay, so Kindle store. Kindle Shorts. Yes. That's what we want.
The only 2 books that I already had was The Golden Spoon, which I already read last month, and then A Quart of Silver Flame. And that book is like 800 pages. So I'm definitely not reading that.
Okay, I looked up gold and it's given me, okay, let's do it by price. We can find you a free one. And sometimes the free ones are the ones that are super short.
Mm-hmm.
I hate it when they have the sponsored ones first that do not meet the thing you put in at all. I'm like, this is not what I'm searching for. Not a single one of these has gold in the title. Like, what in the world? I don't think I have any. There's a sponsored one on here. But it's a nonfiction about getting gold. Yes. Oh my goodness. I'm trying to think if I've read any that are that short. There is one that I'm thinking of. I don't know if it has gold in the title. The title is gold, but I don't. Okay, so Benjamin Alderson. Okay, I put in his full name, but I think his pen name is just Ben. Okay, let's see. Yes, I was right. Okay, let's see if he's got one. He's a YouTuber, and then he started his own publishing company, and then he started publishing under that company.
I was gonna say, I feel like I've heard that name before.
Yeah, but here's the thing: is that legit good writer? Like his first book was amazing, and I'm tough, but I'm easy. It's weird. I'm picky about certain things, but I can recognize if something is a me issue or if it's if it's just bad. Like if you had me rip apart my own books, I could do that too. Trust me. I could tear myself a new one. They'd be like, right here. Because see, you can know stuff and still do it. I'm not seeing his novella here. Because he did one that was a novella, but I'm seeing all of the series, but not the novella, which doesn't help you any because then you can't because see, then he did a bind up, so we might have included the novella with the bind up to get more people to buy it. But it might tell me what the title was in the description. I still haven't finished the series. I read the first book and then I was so excited, but I had to wait 6 months for the second one.
It's not too bad.
Yeah, but then when I got the second one, I was really excited, but I was kind of lost. And I was like, the first one was so magical. I don't want to forget any details. So then I was like, all right, I have to finish. I have to go back. How's your job?
Oh, it's going much better. Last week was chaotic just because there was like when you start a new job, there's all like the systems you got to get access to and got to figure out where stuff is or whatever. So like I'm slowly but surely getting access to the systems that I need to have access to. I finally got like my badge, so now I can get into the building. Like all last week, I had to go through like security to get in because I didn't have a badge. Like my email wasn't working last week, so there were like documents, like training stuff that they were sending me that I couldn't open and couldn't see because my email wasn't working. So now that's fixed. So it was just a lot of little kinks and stuff. There's still some things that we have to work out. Like I think tomorrow morning, my manager is going to take a look because there are like 3 systems right now that I have access to, but when I click on the link, the page is just blank. It takes me to the page, but the page is just blank. So we need to figure out why the stuff on the page is not like populating like it's supposed to be. But other than that, I am really liking it so far, and I think I will really like it once I like know how to do my job. Right now I'm like don't know how to do what they're asking me to do because I've never done it before. But I think like once I get into the swing of things, it'll be fine.
I just heard a beep go off. My husband's been making my birthday cake. Honey, the timer went off.
Hey, Nicole.
I don't know if he heard me or not. He's very hard of hearing. Hello. You can actually join us if you go to Discord. I put the link in our March discussion, our March host thingy. There's a link if you want to hop on with us. I heard him move, so I guess he's doing it. You sounded like Courtney then now. How many pages? I do that with the arcs. I got so off topic earlier. See, this is what my brain does because we were talking about arcs. So yeah, this one was only like 100 something pages. So I was like, I'll request it. And then when I was doing the video today, I requested 2 more. But one of them is less than 100 pages and it's like a debut fantasy novel. And I was like, okay. And then another one was a full length though. And I was like, I don't dare request more than that amount. I cannot read more than that in like this month. Because, you know, I'm trying to read books that I own. So I don't want it to take over.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. And then I was trying to see if I could download this from my computer. And all it did was it gave me the file, but I don't know where to open it.
Yeah, I had to ask what the page count is that time. Just because for that specific prompt, I don't want to read a long book because I just have so many other books already on the TBR that if I get a book that's like a regular size book, I probably won't finish it.
So you are a genius. Because I already had the Adobe Editions app from when I was reviewing stuff in the past, apparently, on my desktop. So now I just got to log in and hopefully it'll be there.
Yeah, I had to stop requesting ARCs because I think I might have like 6 or 7 that I need to read on top of the books that I already like own and want to read. So I'm like, ooh, gotta find time to fit these in.
See, and that's the other thing too, is that okay. Successfully authorized. All right. Error. Licensing server communication problem. Like, why? No books here. Okay, so I gotta try it again. Add to library. Is that what I need to do? And then downloads, maybe? I don't know where the file went. I'm still trying to think of a book for you that's got a title in the title that's short. Is there a different prompt where you could change something to make it short? Maybe that'll be easier.
I don't think so, only because the calling that I picked, I specifically picked because most of the prompts in it matched books that I already planned on reading for the month of April, and that way I wouldn't have to add books to my TBR. So if I change the calling, then I might end up having to add books to the TBR.
Can you double any of them though?
I don't. So one, I don't think that any of the books that I'm reading would double for that. It might double for something else, but the other part to it, and I was telling who was it? It might have been Helen, or maybe it was Princess. I don't know. I was talking to somebody about it yesterday, and I technically don't have enough points to double count books yet. So that's the other problem. I forget how many points you have to be able to do that. It might be like 100 or something, and I think I only have, I don't know, maybe 20 or 30 right now. So that's the other problem.
See, I don't even remember everything. I think I've got to go back and actually do the login thing that I did, and then I clicked a different button. Authorize computer. Okay. I need to do it with an ID, because to change this computer's authorization, click on the continue button. Okay, good. Okay, let's do this. So that I don't lose the rest of my site trying to read this book. Y'all let us know in the comments if you've got any suggestions for Nail.
Yes, that would be amazing.
Just filming for the craft channel. If you're still on after I finish, I'll pop. Yeah, I mean, I plan on going all night. I mean, not really. Maybe for you, because it's a lot later for you right now. My TBR is getting out of control. I'm trying to read what I own. I'm following. Yes. Last month, I didn't read. I don't think I read anything that I owned. I got like one review copy ebook. That was the only thing that I owned.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah. What are you like, Heather? What do you mean? I don't know what you mean. Oh, man.
What is this?
It'd be cool if Amazon had a filter where you can be like, I want a book less than this amount of pages.
Yep.
That has this word in it, which Storygraph does that, but I think it's with your books that you already own. I don't know if it does it like the whole site. I can try for you if you haven't. You can authorize this computer with an Adobe ID that hasn't previously used to authorize any other computer or mobile device. What? Why? Are you serious? So, do I have to create a different one for this one? I have to create a different one for each device? That doesn't sound right.
Yeah, that's weird.
Okay, well, it says I can do this with a Facebook account, so maybe we'll try that if it'll let me.
Maybe I'll try this. Undercover, his assignment investigates one serial murder.
Okay, that's a different email. Nothing. And then I have to set a password for it. Go figure.
Let's see if I can find this book on my phone. What's tomorrow? Tuesday? Ah! Okay. Let me see.
Under One Roof, Allie Hazelwood is only 112 pages. She's actually got 3 in that set.
3 stories?
Yeah, there's 3 different like novellas that are around that size. I don't think any of them have a medal in the title. But they are short and good, so need to read my own books too.
What time did I get on here?
Sadie and Hannah are friends first, scientist always. 5:06 for me.
Okay, so it's 6:06.
Almost an hour. Yeah. All over the place, but you know what you're doing. Yeah. I always backtrack. So I figure it out at some point. Like I'll have a conversation, and then the other thing is that I was always gotten onto for interrupting when I was little. So then I developed like a 3-second rule where generally if I know someone, like if I've communicated with them before, I can pick up on when they're done talking. But if I haven't had that recently, or if I'm really excited, sometimes that goes out the window and I just can't figure out what I'm supposed to talk. I'll wait like 3 seconds and then I'll talk. Nice. But then other people don't do that. So I've got 2 options. Be rude and interrupt so I can finish my thought that I like very momentarily forgot where I was headed with, or not be rude, let them finish, and then figure out how I'm going to connect whatever they're currently have moved on to back to the initial thought that I had. And then I can continue the conversation. With one person, that's doable. With more than one person, oh my God. That's why people be like, we done moved on. And I'm like, yeah, because y'all talk too fast. Y'all didn't talk for 3 seconds to let me have my window. Oh, so yeah, that's the other thing with my one take wonder video stuff. Courtney always talks about. I learned to talk without breathing, because if I stop, then my train of thought is going to be lost long enough for someone to add, and then I'm going to forget. And then if something's really important that I want to remember, they'll move on to a conversation. Then I have to repeat what I was going to say over and over again in my head until they're done, and then I can say it.
Yep.
So it's like, oh man.
Yep.
I will post what the book is about in Discord. Is it spicy? Sorry. Bella didn't realize it had to have metal in the title.
I mean, you can still put the information in the Discord. I can still add it to my TBR. But yes, for this particular prompt, the prompt is it has to have a metal in the title. So like gold, silver, platinum, copper, brass, whatever. I found a book, but I have to figure out why is this up here twice? Did I do that? How did I do that? I need to see if I can get it on my phone. We'll see. And then, so I was looking to see if I could get this book on my phone, and then I saw a message from Brittany Loves Reading. So I was responding to her message and forgot that I was even looking for a book.
I think I might have got it. So then I just got to do the thingy again.
Good. Hopefully this works.
Yes, I hope so. I have like 8 emails. So it gets really confusing because every time I've had a new pen name, I create a new email.
Oh my gosh.
And then one email will become saturated. So then I'll use a different email. And then that email will become saturated because that's the one that I check. And so then I have to create a new email. My computer has been authorized. Awesome. Now give me my books. And go to Edelweiss again. Click the DRC button. They're gonna be like, how many of these are you trying to read? See there. Okay, I already downloaded it. So now I downloaded the same file 3 times. I only needed to download it once. And then open with Adobe. Okay.
I need to put this in my
It
calendar.
says unable. Oh my gosh.
It says what?
Unable. It says error getting license server communication problem.
Huh.
Already fulfilled by another user. I am
right.
user. Oh my goodness.
Do they have like a what is it called? Like a help desk or customer service or something where you can like ask someone?
See, and I have no items. I wonder if it's because the ARC only wants to go to one person and it's not an Adobe issue. I am the same person. I just need a bigger device.
Right, yeah. You should be able to change devices if you're logged into like whatever your account is. It's not like you're trying to send it to another user.
Yeah. And I'm like, okay, I think that was the only option on my computer where I could do it. So I'm going to see again if I can open it with something else. I promise y'all we will do another sprint. Okay, yeah, there's nothing on here for that. So I can try to do it from my phone again. Because it did give me the option for overdrive, but I didn't do that because I felt like it would return it. And I didn't want it to return it after a certain amount of time. Because also overdrive is going under. They're turning into Libby.
Yeah, I saw that. That's why I never got overdrive, because I'm like, what's the point? It's just going to switch over to Libby, which I already have.
Yeah. I mean, it's already connected. Okay. Now it's saying I was granted access to other ones, but they're not ones that I requested. I'm like, that's not what I want.
What just happened? Oh my gosh.
Where'd it go?
I don't know what this means.
I guess I just click on one of these books and that'll at least give me to the site. Yeah, that worked. All right. Review copies. Yes. Yes. Y'all let me know in the comments how long you want to go for the next one. Good job. This device isn't authorized to read EPUB books. Go to settings to authorize. Okay. Okay. Gotcha. Reading Kindle, US only. Oh yeah, I want to read in Kindle. That would be way better because then I can change the size. Automatic syncing, sure. Of course, it wants me to sign in again. Are you kidding me? Okay, we're not going to sync because I don't want to do all that. Just go back where I was at. My goodness. Okay. Yeah. I don't know where on here I'm supposed to do it. I don't see anything. Save downloaded files to file storage or app storage. So I guess maybe I click that. I don't understand.
How do I get this book? I don't understand.
Oh man. I will put. Oh yeah, I already looked at that one. Send it in Discord. Off to film. See you soon. Oh yeah, we'll be here. At least I will.
I cannot figure out how to get this book.
I really don't know what I'm supposed to do. There's a button that says send to Overdrive.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that's what I need to do. But I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Then it just gives me this on the bottom. And I'm like, what am I doing? I don't know what I'm doing. Share via nearby share. What? And then it's got a Gmail, and then it has a link thing that I copied. I don't understand. Device name, device with what? Turn on nearby share. Oh my gosh, what is going on? I don't feel like this is what I'm needing. And then it asks me if I need help. Looking for device for nearby device. Oh no, that's not what I'm wanting. I don't know what's happening. I just want my book. It said, like, what do I have to sync it? I don't get it. Authorize. Authorize. All I have to do is authorize.
That was it?
Yeah, and then I can use my Adobe account again. So if it'll let me type it in there. And then it says that the device is authorized. Well, if it's authorized, then why ain't you giving me
Great.
Or did it already do it? No, because it told me no. I don't understand. This device isn't authorized. Go to settings to authorize. I did. And then I click it. Okay. Okay. Oh. Sign in.
Oh, I think I might be onto something. Let's see.
Sign in using your library card. Okay. My library card. Enter library name.
Boom. I found a book. I hope this book is good, but it's only 124 pages, so even if it's not good, it's fine.
What is it?
It's called Cleaning the Gold.
Oh, I've read that.
Look at that.
Yeah,
I've never heard of this before.
Yeah, it's a mashup of the Lee Child Jack Reacher series.
Okay, so you know what this is.
Yes, and the Will Trent series.
Yeah.
By that other woman. Yeah.
Never heard of it. I never heard of this.
It's very quick, very easy read. I've read both of those first books in those series, so I was familiar with characters, which made it more interesting. But it was still good. So, yeah.
Do I need to read those other stories to understand it? Okay, good.
Just know that Will Reacher is kind of like a cop detective dude that's more on the up and up, solving mysteries and stuff. Whereas Jack Reacher will kill to get to the truth. Like, he is vigilante justice type dude. And he's like, I will find answers. I'm not going to let anybody get one over me. Like, so he's killed. He's done whatever he needed to do.
Cool.
So if you know that going in, then it'll be okay. But it's about the Fort Knox.
Yeah, it was something about them. Like, I think one of them is investigating the other one or something like that.
Yes.
So I just saw Karen Slaughter and I was like, okay.
But then he's like trying to figure out, because then they start to get to know each other and he's like, okay, is he actually as bad as what I thought? Or something else going on? So
yeah, I saw Karen Slaughter. I saw something about investigating. I saw 124 pages. I was like, sold. So that'll be my book. Now I can do Dreamwalker.
I haven't been doing any readathons because I feel like it's kind of like ARCs where it pressures you to read certain books at a certain time and then having to fit them into the prompts, but also with the page count, figuring out what can I actually read in that time frame.
Yep.
But
It's
also
hard.
really exciting to figure out what books meet the prompts.
Mm-hmm.
So it's weird. But also I've been retroactively participating. So like if there's a readathon or whatever, if they do sprints, I can show up and participate in those even if I'm not doing the readathon. And if I do books that meet the prompts, I can talk about them afterward and say what prompt they met. But it's like at that point the excitement's over because it's already done. So it's hard because it's like you want to be involved in everything, but everything takes up mental space. But it can be a lot of fun. So I don't know. But if I do one, it'll be that one. But also I stopped caring about whatever the readathon rules are. I'm like, I don't have to log it for you. Like, I don't have to fill out any forms if I don't want to. And if I don't fill out any forms, then if I want to double up prompts, whatever else, I'm going to do it. It's like whatever's going to make it fun for me. But the other thing is I read so many audiobooks, but the temptation is always to read books that I don't own. Or be like, oh, this one fits this prompts and it's only 120 pages. I could read that in a day. And so I do that instead of focusing on the books that I own. So I think maybe what I should do is, am I going to do this? Am I going to do the readathon? Do the readathon, but only with my owned books that have audiobook versions that are available to me through my library. Because then I could actually complete the readathon and knock off some of my physical and I need to make up for last month because last month I didn't do any. And I'm doing this weird thing where I'm wanting to read 10 inches worth of books, which I know just sounds really weird. But I measured my bookshelves and I have figured out that in order to read one entire bookshelf worth of books by the end of the year, I need to read 10 inches worth each month.
Oh my gosh.
So I literally have a tape measure over here.
Oh my gosh.
That's set to 10 inches. So I met it in January. Also, this is so unrealistic. I would not want that. Okay. You know what I'm saying? I would not want that. I don't understand why guys think this is necessary. That is too much. I'm like, just put it this way, okay? And put a human body there and you'll understand this is too much. All right. Let's drop it down to something more realistic. Okay. This right here is top notch. All right, top notch. No, that's gonna get you where you need to go without what do you call it?
Not rupturing any organs.
Yeah, rupturing organs. Like this thing can touch the back wall if it wants to. If a thrust, it'll do it. But I'm just like the 10? Really? I'm like, but this, like we don't want to go bigger than that's too much. Oh my goodness. Anyway, that was so random. But you know, when I did that and I had this on my bookshelf, someone commented like, or I commented like, y'all probably wondering what was up with the tape measure, and then someone commented and they were like, yeah, I was like, what in the world is going on with this tape measure? I'm like, I'm trying to. But yeah, so February I didn't do no inches. And so, yeah, so this month I want to do this year,
double it.
I need to do this thick books.
Oh my gosh.
Catch up if I want to try to catch up this month.
That is crazy.
All right. Now, I've listened to some I'm doing okay. So this is where I'm at. But one of these books, I'd already read half of it in January. So really, it's like this. So I'm at 7 inches. So that's pretty good. So, and I'm already reading Opposition, which is the next book in this series. That'll give me another inch. And I'll do Shadows, which is in that same book. But anyway. All right.
You have to go backwards, probably. That's what I did. Like, other people will like pick their calling and then base their books off of whatever calling they picked. Size matters. I did it backwards, where I already knew some of the books that I wanted to read or books that I had planned on reading. And so I picked my calling based on what books I already knew I wanted to read.
Yeah. And that's what I do when I pick teams and they give me the prompts for them ahead of time. I'm like, which prompts do I actually like? Because sometimes they be having some weird stuff on there. And I'm like, I don't want that. No, thank you.
Like, there were some other prompts that I would like to do, but if I did them, it would make me read books, like extra books on top of what I already, because like going into April, I already know that I have 2 horror books that I'm supposed to be reading because they were recs from Kenny. And then I have A Lesson in Vengeance, because that is Princess's book club pick for that month. And I wanted to read Daisy Jones. I don't know if I will, just because I might not have time. But like, that was another book that I already knew I wanted to read. So now I'm like, okay, well, which books can I apply to these prompts? And then based on the books and the prompts, what calling does that equal in the end?
I tried to do Adobe and it said it was already authorized. Under 13-year-olds are using Overdrive through your school. Continue. Yeah, let's fake it. Let's see what happens. Nope, it won't do it.
Oh my gosh.
I think I just have to give up at this point. I mean, I did what it said, but nope.
That's weird that it won't let you do it. If you like close the app and reopen, well, maybe it's not an app. I was gonna say because like if it was on my phone, I would like close out of it and then like reopen it and see if it'll like refresh or something. But that might not work on your computer.
I mean, I tried my computer with one way and then I did this way and it didn't do it either. So I'm just like, I don't know what's going on with this.
That's really weird.
I just have to give up. It's like, ma. But then I did the Kindle thing. It, like, told it to do that. So I'm checking it just in case it miraculously moved over there. Nope. It did not. See my wallet.
Cute. I love unicorns.
Unicorns, butterflies, stars, and rainbows is me. Like, anything with that. Like, look, and galaxy. So like, so it's got like a very colorful, and then all those sparkles. I got this phone just to read Kindle Vella. I was going to write stories on it, and you had to have an Apple product, and I didn't have one that I could read it on. So I got the oldest version that it would let me use. It was like 200 stinking bucks for like an 8. So here's my regular phone. It's just kind of plain, but again, like spacey moon and stuff. My laptop cover is the same exact one that Jess has on.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's the same one, the Galaxy. So I was like, and she got the skin that fit it. We have the same laptop too, and the same color. We both have the rose gold. And I put the same keyboard skin on my wish list for Christmas, but my mother-in-law, she got it, but it was the wrong size. It didn't fit my keyboard, and so I gave it back to her to return, but she didn't give me a replacement. If you don't read Daisy Jones, maybe the final revival of Opal and Nev, if that fits the prompt.
I'll have to write that down.
They just need to change that V to an L.
Yeah.
So I'm going to take this off. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. Yo, you missed the Meghan Markle conversation we had earlier. Me and Courtney had some random conversations. It's like, nah. Thought this was about to roll off my table. Well, in the yard.
What is it?
It's like glass. I guess it's supposed to be a paperweight.
Okay.
But I washed it off and I just play with it all the time. I'm just when I'm bored, I just pick it up. I feel like a little spyglass thing and it makes like 80 images of what I'm seeing.
Uh-huh.
But I kind of want it to, like, if it's sunny, if I had something it could dangle from, and I just have
a
all going on in here because it would make a prism. But all right, y'all know I love hanging out just as much as I do the reading part, so I tend to do the hanging out more. But we should do a reading sprint. How long do y'all want to do a sprint for?
It doesn't matter.
Courtney's timers only really go to 45, where you could see the countdown.
Mm-hmm.
The last one I turned the timer off because we did an hour-long one, and my computer was doing like the whirring sound, the zzz, and I was like, I want to be able to go for a while, so I don't want to overwhelm the computer. So I took that part down because they didn't have a timer, but it should be fine now. It's not giving me any noises, and it's not hot. Now I'm wondering what my husband is doing because that timer went off. I'm like, what is the progress on the cake? I need to know. Flipping through horror store, and
I've heard that is on my TBR. I haven't read it and I don't have it, but from what I've heard, it looks like an IKEA catalog.
How are your shelves doing?
Oh, they're fine for now. They won't last long, I'm sure. Like once I like really fill it up, we'll see. But for now, they're fine.
All right. I guess we can do like a 45 or something.
That works. I'm probably going to go make a dinner.
I'm going to find my little post. Every time we go, I put my little thing up that my books are free today because I don't want anyone to not know if they're interested. Oh, man. I was like, I've never done this before. I've never put them all free on the same day.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, girl, don't you want to make some money? It's like, you can have it for free. Here you go. Oh, man. I'm having to go back up to find that comment. My goodness. But yeah, we could do a 45. That sounds good.
That works for me.
Well, I went all the way back up and I don't see it. I found the last one that I did, but it had a specific time on there, which is not the same time that we're going to have. So I might just have to type it out again. Yeah, I'll have to type it out again because I don't see it.
Have to start planning out. I need to now film my TBR video for April.
So I am very behind, and I got off topic again earlier, retroactively participating in readathons.
Mm-hmm.
So I read like the whole Ruby Dixon series with the exception of the first 2 books because I'd already read those last month. 20 books is ridiculous. And so then I was like, okay, I still have some audiobook credits. I might as well use them up before it runs out. So I didn't know what I wanted to read. I was like, I just want to listen to something. But like all I'd read that month was Ruby Dixon. Like that was it. And so, of course, it was Black History Month. So they had like the first thing that you saw when you went onto the app was like, I don't know what you call it, like a curated thing. So I was just scrolling through and I was picking out the ones that were like 4 hours because I was like, yeah, I can just read a couple of these. Let's see what we got. I wound up with like 8 It
Oh
was
my
ridiculous. I put them on my like want to read, and then I would just download them as I went.
Mhm.
I was like, I can finish a couple of these. This is like the very end of the month. And so I did. The longest one was 8 hours. And that was just one of them. And I listened on double speed, so it was like 4.
Right, yeah.
But then people started putting out their wrap-ups for Blackathon. And I was like, oh, that happened. Because I wasn't thinking about it. So it's like, okay, well, I need a way to split up this wrap-up because it was 29 books that I read. I was like, this is ridiculous. Not to mention that almost all of the books had verbs in the titles, which went with
the buzzwordathon.
Yes, which is the only one that I've like consistently been doing because I can use my own books. It's easy, and I can do it for the whole month if I want to. And so I was like, how in the world am I going to split all this up? Well, I look at the Blackathon prompts because they have like different teams and stuff going on. And I was like, here's a prompt from this team. Here's a prompt from this team. This team. And it just lined up with what I'd already read. And then it was funny because this was like the same day I had downloaded Felix Ever After. I watched Kevy's channel talking about the transathon that he's going to be doing for April. And I was like, I already got it. The group read. So I was like, I got to get ahead. But so I filmed a wrap-up video. It was 45 minutes. That was with me summing up the 20 books by saying, this is a spicy sci-fi romance with blue aliens on an ice planet. I'm going to do a separate review. And then doing very, very bare bones reviews of the other books that I'd read because they were either Buzzwordathon books or they were going to fit into the Blackathon books. And then I was like, then I'm going to wind up doing this again in those videos and be like, oh, these are Buzzword books, but they're also in the Blackathon video. Or these are Blackathon books, so I'm not going to talk about them in the Buzzword video. And I was like, this is a mess. Like, I made the thumbnails and stuff already. It looks insane. So I'm just like, oh my goodness. And it was so bare bones. I was like, this is boring. I don't want to watch this. So I deleted that 45-minute video. And now I'm like, do I get into that again where I just try to do a summary, or instead, I'm like, where'd my notebook go? I write down, here it is. I write down my thoughts in this. I finally caught up because I hadn't even made the thing for March because I was still doing January. So I finally caught up and wrote about all the books that I read. So it's like this. Star rating and then plot stuff or how I felt about the book, stuff like that. The little spaces is where the book covers are going to go. My printer needs to like go through half the ink to clean the nozzle for my sticker paper because the sticker paper did not do what I needed it to do. Okay, I'm getting distracted. I do not have meds for my ADD, if you don't notice. But anyway, so what I'm thinking of doing is like how I do the On My Radar videos. I could do that for the wrap-ups. So I could film the stats because people are curious about those. And show like all the books that I read, and it'll have the rating and it'll have the genre on there. Where you could just like see it in like a minute. And then I'll be like, all right, spoiler reviews. And I give you the tea. I give you the specifics. What the heck happened in these books? And then I guess for the buzzword, I still do it for all of them, but I can reuse those same clips. So I only have to record the voice once. So then if someone's like, hey, I'm only interested in the Blackathon video, then they could do that, and they're getting all of the books.
Right.
Or if they only want to do the buzzword, it's in the buzzword. And then just not do a monthly wrap-up. Or I could do the monthly wrap-up as the stats video and just have the stats for the monthly. And they'd be like, you're going to get it in these 3 videos.
Right, yeah.
I think that's what I'm going to do. But let's read. I'm so bad. Behind? Who? Not me. Me too. I am behind. Yes. All right, we'll do one. I'm gonna do the share screen and hope my computer doesn't go crazy. Heck, I might even try to record my stuff. Get it out of the way. I might even backtrack and do it for January so that people can get the spoilers. I'm like, well, now I have you here. I'm like, man, because when you think about it, stuff like readathons is not evergreen content. But if I make like a series of reviews and I say like these are the first 5 books that I read during the year, and then go to the next 5, and it's like a series where you're watching about 5 at a time, I can just do that for all the books that I read instead. I think I might do that. It's like, I don't know, whatever.
You just read too many books.
That's the problem. I do. I almost need a different channel for each genre. I don't know, like a whole month that I won't read any mystery thriller. I'd barely touch that. But like paranormal, fantasy, romance, sci-fi.
You should do your wrap-ups based on genre. Do like a fantasy wrap up and like all the fantasy books and like just talk that way, like, and like if you don't read romance, then you wouldn't watch the romance wrap up. You would just watch like the paranormal wrap up.
Yeah. So it can be like first 5, or should I just do individual reviews for every single book?
I mean, if you want to, if you have the time. I wouldn't have time to do
like
that.
on my radar, it'll be quick because I'll just read what I wrote down and that's it. I think I might do that, and then I'll just have to spread them out. That way it's evergreen, because if someone wants the review, they can find it. I think that's what I'm going to do. So now my OCD brain is like, ooh, happy, we have a plan. We have a plan. And then so it's going to want to like go record all this right now instead of reading. Okay. All right, let's do it. I don't know what I'm going to do during the 45 minutes, but we're going to do it. Okay. Share screen. And that is actually not the video we're using for this one, so use this one. Because this one has a timer, and that one did not. But the music was the best on that one. Of course they have ads. And look, Courtney is not monetized. So why are they profiting off of her channel when she ain't getting the dough? That ain't right. Ain't right. All right, I'm going to mute myself. Try to get this thing rolling. Hello, everyone. The sprint is over. How did y'all do? I will tell you what I did. I strained my vocal cords because I've been talking too much today. So I made voice recordings that entire time. And so what I did was I did the spoiler book reviews for 5 books that I already reviewed in January, but I didn't do a solo review. And so how I think I'm going to do this, and I wonder if it'll be interesting to anybody, is having individual reviews on my channel, but in a different style. So if you've seen my On My Radar videos, all I do is I have a voice recording, and then I have the picture of the book, and that's the video. So you don't have to actually like look at it. And so similarly in this thing, I think it's almost more like, it's not really a review. I mean, it kind of is. I'll tell you my star rating and stuff, but I might call it recap, because it's like a spoilery recap of what happened in the book. So it is more plot-based details that are way more specific than you'll get in a blurb, which can be very helpful, especially if it's books in a series where you want to remember what happened, but you need something to kind of trigger those memories and you don't get enough from a blurb. Whereas my spoiler-filled thoughts would help with that. So I'll probably, since people are used to them being called reviews, I'll probably be like spoiler-filled review and recap, something like that. But yeah. So the way that I did my recordings, they're all less than 10 minutes, which I really like because I can't normally do that when talking about a book. Just do 10 minutes. Sometimes it takes longer to do it takes a lot longer, I think, sometimes to do a non-spoiler review than it does a spoiler review, because you're having to beat around the bush to explain why you thought certain things. Whereas with the spoilers, you just literally say what it is. And so what I did was I do same information that you get in the On My Radar. So you get the book title, the author, how many pages it is, the blurb, what it's being pitched as, and I also tell you if I agree with what it's being pitched as. So for instance, one of the books that I did, it had it under self-esteem, and I'm like, yeah, that book has nothing to do with self-esteem. It's a sci-fi book. Like, why is it under self-esteem? So I'll let you know if the publisher's misleading you with the category that they're putting it under. And then I'll also read you the author blurb, which for some books, the author, it doesn't really matter. But other books, knowing the author blurb helps, because like if they're touching on something that can be tricky to do and it's like an own voices, then the own voices part kind of gives you reassurance that it's going to be done better. And those details can be given in the blurb. Or if it's something like Ali Hazelwood, where she has this like sciencey background, like she's in STEM, and then she's writing about characters who are in STEM. So I think that sometimes the blurbs, knowing about the author, can enhance your experience as a reader reading the books. Hey now. So then other than that, after I give that information, sometimes I'll give a little bit of a non-spoiler, my star rating, and then I get into, literally, I just read my notes on the book, and they're full of spoilers, but it is like a recap. So that is what I think I'm going to do, because I'm always coming up with different ways to batch reviews to make them more interesting. And it's like in the short term, that's what makes your viewers interested. They want to hear about multiple books at a time. But in the long term, as far as like people actually needing to see a specific review, having them individualized and specific, I think can help. And the thing is that most people do non-spoiler reviews. So I'm not taking anything away by doing a spoiler-filled one because people can still get that information 10 times over on somebody else's channel. So I'm like, I just want to do the spoils. And like they are spoiled because I was not ever planning on sharing anything that I wrote in here with anybody. So Courtney is back.
I'm back.
And my husband finished making my cake.
How was it?
I haven't had it yet. He wouldn't let me get a slice.
What type of cake was it?
It's a Fruity Pebbles.
Ooh.
So it's confetti cake, but it came with like a kit. So it had Fruity Pebbles that you put on top like sprinkles.
That sounds good.
It had icing that he said smells like Fruity Pebbles. Like the icing smells like Fruity Pebbles. And he only used one pack of the icing, and there's 2 packs. But it was supposed to be a 2-layer cake, and he made it a 1-layer cake.
Mm-hmm.
So, but man, it would have been thin if he had done it as a 1-layer. I'm like, what in the world? Because he did it in like an 8x8 square pan. I'm like, weird, but anyway.
Hey, cake is cake, girl.
Finishing up dinner, then I'll be. Oh well, you're right here. I have done overwhelm myself with multiple books again. I get it. We have Nicole. We have a party. We have a party.
Hey.
Paula's here.
Hey, Paula.
Hello.
I noticed an atrocity yesterday, Paula. So I was we were on the same live stream, Princesses, and she had put down your link for your channel. I thought all this time that I'd been subscribed and the algorithm just wasn't telling me that you posted videos. And I was like, I see you everywhere. Why am I never seeing your videos? And then I was like, well, maybe she's just not posting any right now. So I was like, okay, I'll click the link. I was not subscribed. I was like, what? Now, the only thing I can think is that a while back, I went through and I had unsubscribed from channels that had not been active. So there was 2 videos that were recent, but then the other one was like 5 or 6 months back. So I think that's what I did. I wasn't paying attention. I was just looking at how old the last video was. So I've rectified that. So you'll probably see some comments on your videos soon.
One of the things that I've noticed though is that YouTube has been, at least for me, YouTube has been like unsubscribing me from people that I was already subscribed to.
I hear about that all the time. So it's like, I know it's true because I've had people that have asked me before and I've been like, yeah, I was subscribed to you. But then I've also had some people that I've literally had someone reach out saying like, oh, I noticed you unsubscribed. And I was like, what are you doing? Do you have a spreadsheet for everyone who's watching your channel? And then when you don't see them anymore, I'm like, what? I'm just like, call me out on this. I'm like, I don't like this. I don't like this. Like sometimes you just watch someone for a long time and then their content no longer interests you. You might still like them as a person, but you just don't care about the content. And I'm like, I reserve the right to be able to unsubscribe.
It happens to me all the time. Like I remember one time I saw that I wasn't subscribed to Courtney, and I'm like, how am I not subscribed to Courtney? That doesn't even make any sense.
Yeah, and like I know there's times too where I know I hadn't subscribed, but I didn't realize it. Because I would get the video in the home feed, and because I would watch it, then it would continue to recommend me all the following videos. So then I'd be like, oh, well, I know that I'm always watching from the home feed. So I probably just didn't notice I wasn't subscribed. But anyway, how did your video filming go, Nicole?
Awesome. But now my computer won't recognize my phone. So I'm taking 5 minutes taking a deep breath before I throw my computer across the room.
Oh my.
So I've got to empty out my Dropbox, or I've got to sign up to Dropbox to upload my videos. I've had it happen before. Sometimes my computer just takes a moment.
I wore my voice out because I've been talking like the whole time I've been streaming, except for one of the 45 minutes I wasn't talking because I was watching the show. But the rest of it, I've been yapping.
Well, so happy birthday anyway.
Thank you. Yeah.
And
30.
yours was the other day too, wasn't it, Mel?
Yeah.
Yeah, happy birthday for the other day.
Thank
Y'all
you.
had a birthday week.
Fully. So yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do now. I'm supposed to have the video go up tomorrow, and I'm supposed to be editing it, and I'm like, I don't care anymore.
I wish that there was a way that you could filter out certain words and not see those videos so that you have room for them to recommend you other videos. Like, for instance, I don't want to see a month ahead's worth of sprints in the feed. I want them to be there because, like, if it's Courtney or if it's Nicole, I'm going to put on the notification and I want to be reminded. But then there's other ones where it's like, I don't really know them. So it's like, I want to watch the regular content, but I'm not planning in advance to show up to the stream. And it gives you the little red icon on the side. So if I'm on YouTube and I want to attend a sprint, I'll see it. But it's like, sometimes maybe it'll give you like 50 videos, but they'll schedule all of them in a day and I'll have 10 from the same channel. And I just want more space for the others. So I'm like, if I could filter that. The other thing I do is when I want to sprint, if it's not someone that's got the red icon on, I will search in the search bar and then I'll click the live part and then I'll know people that are on, even if I'm not subscribed, so I can go join them. Yeah, and then the other thing, I'm not really interested in book hauls anymore. I don't know.
Is that because you're on a book, like you're reading your own books and you put yourself on a book buying ban?
I think it's more so my favorite type of videos are discussion videos or like spoiler filled thoughts on books. Discussion video, I don't care what the topic is, I'm probably going to be clicking on that thing.
Yeah.
I'm going to be clicking because that to me is like the original content. Like, it's unique to that creator. It's their perspective. It might be a common topic that's been talked about by multiple people, but it's super interesting. Or even just a book review on a popular book, where it's like a single book review where they're just really in depth about it. Like we were talking earlier about the Prince Harry book, Spare. So that's one where I might watch 5 videos with a review on that singular book. But yeah, I can only watch so many videos of the same topic just because my brain is telling me that it's the same thing, even though it's different, because all of us, I do it too. Word the videos the same way, like TBR wrap up, or this is my TBR. And it's like, I'll watch like 5 or 6, but then I'm like, oh, I've already seen it, but I haven't. It's a different person with different books.
Yeah.
But my brain is like, give me something new. Give me something new. And it's hard to find because Amazon is always recommending the same people. And this is despite me going through and give me all notifications for these creators. What I did was I turned that off for the bigger booktubers because I'm already getting them in my home feed. And I'm watching enough of their content where it frequently recommends it. So I don't need it to be doubled down on in the subscription feed. I want to see the smaller creators. Maybe they don't post as frequently. They might post 1 video a week. I don't want to go through the 200 people that I'm subscribed, like the list, and find the little dot and then look on each individual page. I'm like, I have went through and I have clicked give me all notifications for this creator. Why can YouTube not do that? Because they're not. Because there's people where I'll see them in a chat and I'm like, how do I never see your content? Like, I want it. I want that content. But it's like you have to jump through hoops to get it. That's why I started the one thing I was telling Courtney where I was going to go do a deep dive. After I did that deep dive, Amazon puts you in my home. I don't miss any of Courtney's video notifications. But I have to do that. I have to start doing that with everybody. Because sometimes I'll be on a stream like Princess and she'll recommend a creator. I'll go subscribe, but I'm still in her stream. So I'm not stopping to watch it. And then I never get any recommendations for those videos because I just subscribed. I didn't watch anything yet. So I hate it. But anyway, what were you saying?
Who said that?
Oh, I thought you were trying to say something a second ago.
Oh no, I didn't. No, I was gonna what did I do on my craft channel? Because I had subscribed, because that's been my main channel for years. I unsubscribed to everybody and then resubscribed again, and then my so my notifications, then I was getting the all notifications from creators that I wanted to see. But it took me, because I was having the same thing, like why am I not seeing people that I know, that I craft with and all that sort of stuff? And that's what it took for me to unsubscribe from everybody, like a reboot.
Yeah.
And the other thing too, ages and ages ago, before I did that, the same sort of thing happened. I actually signed out and then signed back in, because most of us don't sign out. So if they do an update, sometimes that can play funny buggers with your feed and whatnot. So if you sign out, sign back in, you'll probably find that everything will refresh.
Yeah, I never sign out, so I wouldn't be surprised if there's something to that.
Yeah, I never sign out either. I don't know how all that algorithm stuff work. I just make sure that if there's somebody that I'm going to subscribe to, I generally look, like at the time of subscription, I'll look at like 2 or 3 of their videos and hoping that maybe the algorithm will kind of pick up that, hey, show me their stuff. So I don't know.
I put people into a watch later, which like
that's
has
a lot
like
of watch
500 videos.
So I'll never get to it. Like, I just try to get to as much. And I also think that it depends on like if you're looking at somebody's content, whenever they post a new video, at least with me, whenever I go to YouTube, like if I'm in watching mode, I go in and I always hit subscriptions. So it's whoever's that I'm subscribed to, their latest video starts popping up, and I'll go from what's now and then backtrack. And hopefully I catch up as many as, I have time for. And I do notice that it's in a chronological order. So,
yeah. I on my phone, I always go to subscriptions, because then I know that that's the people, especially because of the 2 channels. Like when I'm in BookTube, I definitely go to that. But on my craft channel, I tend not to, because I just get random stuff comes up. And then if we're all on the Wi-Fi at home, my kids will search for something, and then all of a sudden I'll have all this crap coming into my
the messes of your feed. You're like, what?
Or Mia, my granddaughter, gets on YouTube on the TV, and then all of a sudden in my newsfeed I'm getting Bluey or this or that and the other. So I took mine out of the TV, but I forgot to take my husband's out. So then all his newsfeed was cartoons and all this kid stuff. And he's like, what happened to my feed? Because he doesn't subscribe to anybody, so he just gets random stuff.
Yeah.
Which is really weird. I thought he would have subscribed to people, but he doesn't, because he knows who he likes to watch, and he'll go and watch them on the regular. But as for everything else, he just random stuff comes up because he's not subscribed to anybody. I think he maybe subscribed to 2 people. That's it. Me and another friend. That's it.
Y'all aren't going to believe it, but as we were talking about YouTube updating, they did an update. They don't have it where you can see your subscribers on the side anymore and have the dot beside it to see if they have a new video that you haven't watched. It's gone.
Oh, on your laptop?
This is just on my PC. It's gone. So
I'm gonna pay attention to those things. I don't even know how that stuff works.
I know what you're talking about. Like, I've seen it before, but it's not something that I usually pay attention to. So I would have never noticed that it was gone.
I look at it on the side because it tends to, the last people that you watched tends to be at the top of that bar. So without even clicking see more, I can look over and be like, oh, Reads with Rachel has a new video because there's a dot there, and I'll click it. Sometimes it lies because I'll watch it on my cell phone. I won't watch it on the computer, so it'll still have the dot. And I'm like, oh, she got a new video. And then I click it, and it's the same thing I already watched.
Mm.
I'm like, you tricked me. You made me think I got something new. But yeah, it should be like MySpace almost. You should have like a top 10. Have like a top 10 with YouTube. Be like, I want to see these creators every single freaking video. You better be letting me know.
Well, that was what the all notifications were supposed to be about when they brought that in.
Do it because it gives you like the most recent, like say 50 videos or something from people you're subscribed from. And that's what
that's like Kelly reads a lot. Like I go to her page all the time, but I never see her new videos come up. It's only that I go to her page.
I see some
and I clicked it, I unclicked it, I re-clicked it, I subscribed, I unsubscribed, but yeah, it doesn't want to give me notifications.
I get some and then others I don't. So I don't know. I don't bank that YouTube's going to have me watch. I mean, I feel like some people's stuff come up all the time, then others just never come up. So if I remember, then I'll go and specifically type that in. But it's kind of annoying. But I think you also got to like catch a lot of these videos like at the right time. That's one of those things that I noticed. Like if I'm not going like every day, then you definitely miss because it just keeps pushing videos further and further down the line. It's kind of annoying, but
I'll be spamming you all this week. Got a video coming out every day this week.
Works for me.
And nothing next week.
But see, then if I get creators I really like y'all might post like 3 or 4 sprints that are coming up, and I can go put on my reminder, you know. But then the thing is when I get creators that I don't always watch and they've scheduled 10, it takes up a fifth of those slots.
Yeah.
on your notifications, I don't know if it's on your mobile, but I know that you can do it on your laptop. When you get like flooded, and even on your homepage, I'm pretty sure the little 3 dots, if you click on that, you can put not interested. I'm pretty sure that you can still do that.
It has a hide button. So maybe if you hide it, they'll stop recommending the same video?
Maybe.
I honestly think the whole lives thing is because I do attend so many of them that Amazon, Netflix, YouTube knows. So it's just doing its job. But where the regular content? Let me find it. Oh man. Anyway, I've worn my voice out. I've yapped too much. Courtney knows.
Yeah, we all do it.
Now knows. I'm just like, oh my. Oh, we got some more comments on here. I'm getting sidetracked. Reboot your computer. Sometimes it helps. YouTube has been weird lately. Now I'll be getting notifications. Hello. You're up late, mate. For you.
Yeah, it was 9 p.m. for her earlier.
It's not even 8 p.m. for me. Pat's been on here like Pat was the first person on here. That was 6 hours ago. Did you sleep at any point? Oh my. Loving your hair. I think we all just super fans of the butterflies. Just wanted to show support before I crashed. I appreciate it.
Good night.
Understand. Nice to see you. Chris gets annoyed at me when I watch videos on his YouTube. He normally always signed in on the living room TV. 1 a.m. Oh my goodness. Okay, gotcha. Midnight 50.
It's 10 to 11 for me on Tuesday morning.
10 in the morning, Tuesday?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness.
It's
Oh
10
my
to 11.
That's one of the great things about here. You meet people from so many different places.
Mm-hmm.
You're like, oh, I didn't know that.
It
I've
even
gotten used
changed
to
my
having to include my time zone when I talk to people.
yeah.
Yeah, we were talking about was it on this conversation earlier talking about daylight saving times?
Yes.
We were talking about changing that. So that's crazy too. Learn
I
that.
don't know why they haven't done it yet. They need to get rid of it.
I don't know. I guess there's a bill. I hear every few years there's a bill. So I don't know. Apparently there's another one. So we'll see if it happens.
They were trying to do one in Kentucky, but I don't think it went all the way up. Like it passed one part and then it got shut down.
To me, I feel like if you're going to do it,
the
you need
same
to do
debate
it
here over
all the
daylight
way.
saving. I live in a state that doesn't have it, but then all the other states have it, except for WA. I don't think they have it either. So
It's so weird to have it in like one area and not in another.
Mm-hmm.
Like I know in the US, Hawaii, I think Alaska doesn't, Puerto Rico doesn't have it. And then somebody earlier said Arizona doesn't have it. That was the first I ever heard. I'm like, hold up, that's like right in the smack of the time zone. I didn't look that up if that was true or not. Let me look that up. My husband and I were talking about that. Let me look it up.
They need to just get rid of it. We don't even need it anymore, from what I've heard.
Yeah, because the times when they did it was so that if you had kids, because people used to pop out babies to help with the farm.
Yeah, it had something to do with like farming or something.
Farm before school. So they had to get up early, but they needed sunlight to do the chores. So that's why they messed with the time zone. And of course, the actual time zones make sense because, it gets, it's just different. It's darker and stuff.
It says Arizona does not observe it. I did not know that. It hasn't done so for the last 40 years. I did not know that. Not that I've ever been to Arizona.
You said 40 years?
Yeah, it hasn't for the last 40 years.
Why hasn't anybody else jumped on this bandwagon? What are we waiting for?
Okay, so these are the places that do not observe DST. Arizona, Hawaii, American Samoa, Guam, Northern Mariana Islands, wherever that is at, the Virgin Islands, and Puerto Rico. Oh, yeah, I forgot about the Virgin Islands, they know. So, hold up. I said Alaska. So does Alaska, that's not on the list. Wow, Arizona, that's weird. Just right
random.
Back in the middle. It's like, oh, it's an hour change. Nope, it's an hour. Let me see. Alaska doesn't. Let me see. It doesn't say it on there. I thought they didn't either. Maybe they do.
Thanks, Paula.
Thank you.
What happened? I want to say bye. Night. That's a good day.
I think the plan is to stay with daylight saving time. So the new time we change time in fall will be the last time.
Alaska does participate.
Yeah, whatever it is, I want there to be, when I wake up in the morning, I don't want it to be dark. I want it to be, I don't want the sun to go down until like at least 7 p.m. I don't like this whole sun going down at 5. I'm like, this is too early because I see it and then I'm like, oh, if I haven't been productive, I just quit. I'm done. The sun is down.
That's a wrap.
That is exactly how I feel.
Ain't got done today. It's just not gonna get done.
When the sun starts going down, I am done for the day.
Yep.
And I'm just like, and see, the thing is like the whole like, you're supposed to have this thing in your brain when you see that it's dark. It's supposed to start making you get sleepy so that you're ready to go to bed. Mine doesn't work right because of the ADHD thing. But the mental concept of it's dark outside tells me I'm done for the day. And I'm just like,
yep.
It's also why I can get an energy surge as well when it's past like 10 o'clock. If I'm still up, I feel like everything I'm doing is productive because I'm like, I should be in bed right now. I should be in bed. So even if I'm watching Netflix, I'm adding hours to my day. I'm getting stuff done. And it's still like, no, girl, you're watching Netflix. You're watching Netflix. Oh, my goodness. It's Tuesday, so I'll be getting ready for Courtney's sprint. Oh, my gosh, you do. You have sprints in the morning. I'll be joining you. I'll be in them comments like, hello, hello, hello.
11's not early though.
Are you doing it in the evening?
No, it's 11 a.m. That's not that early.
Well, it's 10 a.m. for me, so I'll only have been up for 2 hours. By the time I eat breakfast and watch a 45-minute show, it'll be time.
There you go. You can stay in bed. Most of the time, I start watching YouTube before I even get out of bed.
I'm weird. I have my cereal right here. Big bag of,
Oh, okay. I was like, that looks like a hoagie. Okay.
I got a big bag of cereal. What I do in the morning is I go wash me a bowl because half the time I don't do no dishes, so I just wash them when I need them. I go wash me a bowl. I pour the bowl up until there's like 1 inch left on the rim, and it's a big bowl. Put up milk, carry my spoon and my bowl separate, put it down. Then I dump the cereal until it's on the top. And then I go from the bottom and I eat the soggy parts first. And then it just like starts sinking from the top part. And then when I get done with the cereal and there's still milk, I add more cereal until I have no milk. So I might eat like
now there is a teenage boy.
cereal. You give me those strawberry Kellogg's, like for weight loss stuff, like the strawberry Kellogg. Yeah, I keep feeling. I go through them things in like 2 days. It's no joke. 2 days.
That's why I don't like to buy cereal in my house. It don't last. It's my husband and I, but it's like, dude, I cooked. Why are you eating cereal? You know, just it don't last.
We used to eat cereal for dessert because we grew up. We were poor. That was your dessert, was some cereal.
I consider cereal a dessert. Like I'll buy Fruit Loops every now and then I'll put it in like a little tiny bowl and eat like one at a time, like as a snack. It's sugar. It's pure sugar. Like I don't buy cereal as a snack, as a breakfast item for myself.
My mom had a dessert, and I don't remember what she called it, but I call it poor man's milkshake. And so what it is it's just milk, like a tablespoon of vanilla, and a tablespoon of sugar, and you just stir it. Like vanilla milk with some sugar.
You don't put anything else in it?
No. Poor man's milkshake.
Rock it up and make a legit milkshake.
Ain't no ice cream, but it tastes like ice cream, but it's not. It's just vanilla milk.
Hey, you know what keeps you from having to buy that syrup? You know, the chocolate syrup or strawberry syrup, make your own, right?
Yes, throw a little in there and you're good to go.
There you go.
My mom, when she wouldn't have snacks, I would get out the flour and I would make homemade cookies even without the chocolate chips. I'd be like, here's the chocolate chip cookies with no chocolate chips.
Cookies are cookies.
Oh man, me and my friends tried to do the same thing and make pretzels one time, but instead of doing like a pinch of salt, we did like a tablespoon of salt. It was disgusting.
You're just
it was
messing up ingredients.
It was inedible. It was so gross. So gross.
Not gonna work out.
Can't go back to work till Wednesday, so I can join your sprint tomorrow. As you should. As you should. No, I'm still in princess saying as you should. Let me rephrase that. Hang out on the chat during Courtney's
awesomeness.
We got it. Now Kenny said that they were going to join next time. They were going to be on the screen. Because I gave them the option. I said, hey, if you just want to come on, you don't want to show your face, you just want to do voice, I'm fine with that. So I was like, you just let me know. She's like, I'll do it next. She said, I'll do it next time, not maybe next time. She said, I'll do it next time. So we got to hold her to that.
There you go.
Cookies. Yeah, but see, your emoji has chocolate chips. I didn't have no chocolate chips.
Put some raisins in there. You know, everybody got raisins. No, I don't like raisins now.
I like oatmeal raisin cookies. I'm sure I made some of those too, but it was usually either peanut butter cookies, sugar cookies, or the chocolate chip. But sugar cookies that are homemade, they just never turn out.
Wow.
I don't know how the stores do it because it never turns out right.
I'm not for that made from scratch life. I'm all about a box. When it comes to like bacon, just not my, I'm not made for scratch girl. I made some brownies yesterday though, but they didn't.
From scratch?
No, it was from a box, and I still messed it up. But it's okay. It still was good. Some of them were like real crunchy, like the ends, and then the other parts were fluffy, like cake. My husband was like, "Is this cake mix?" I'm like, "No, that was a brownie mix."
So that because there's two options for the eggs. You use more eggs if you want it to be cake-like, and less eggs if you want it to be like a brownie.
See, I normally experiment with the water because I prefer it to be like real fluffy. And so I'll put like a little bit more water and stuff. But yeah, I don't know what I did wrong in this one. Probably.
See, I like it like goo.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like gooey brownies too.
I put it on the minimum time, and then I just go in there with my toothpick. I don't want it to be a second longer than it has to be because I want it to be gooey.
I always overcook because my oven never has like the time that it says it should. But I mean, it's sweet. It's just like cake. I mean, you can't mess it up, like really. I mean, get some milk and dunk it, when it comes to the brownies. That's all you do, You can't really mess it up, It's like, are you going to really, really deny yourself cake? Nah.
I'm going to go check and see how long's left on the dinner timer because that'll help decide how long the next sprint should be.
Okay.
So I'll be right back so y'all can conversate.
Oh, there you go. What are y'all reading anyway?
I'm reading. What am I reading? How to Survive Your Murder.
Definitely do that.
Yeah. And I'm reading Elevator Pitch.
Ooh, what is that about?
This is got me on the edge of my seat, this one. Because
horror?
they're in an elevator. It's a serial killer of a different kind. And it's revolving around elevators. People get in and then they die. So, yeah, straight up and straight back down again.
Is it like a supernatural component?
No, it's a thriller. It's so basically the synopsis says it begins on Monday with 4 people boarding an elevator in Manhattan. Each presses their button for their floor, and the elevator climbs non-stop to the top, where it pauses for a few seconds before dropping right down to the bottom of the shaft. It appears to be a horrific random tragedy, but then Tuesday it happens again. And Tuesday's one, oh my God. It's all I can say. It was gruesome. And then on Wednesday, it brings another catastrophe. And then New York is plunged into chaos. But it's got something to do. That's the main story. But then there's a subplot of a fingerless body that was found at the High Line. Is that what it's called? Yeah, the High Line. And so we've got 2 stories going on in one book. And I'm on the edge of my seat for the elevator one because I don't like elevators and they're dropping.
It's like Tower of Terror.
Take the steps instead.
So I read half of it and then I had to put it down. And that was 2 days ago.
You need a detox from it.
Oh, man.
What are you reading, Courtney?
Oh. I'm what is it called? Misadventures of Awkward Black Girl by Issa Rae. I thought this book, I saw it in the library and I was like, ooh, I love her show Insecure and her little, awkward black girl series thing on YouTube. But
I might have seen something and then forgot about it for a long time.
Say again?
I said, I think I might have seen that and then forgot about it for a long time.
Yeah, well, I've seen it was like 3 seasons of her show. I have not seen the last season yet. It's still on I have a sticky note of things that I need to finish watching. I can binge watch it in a day. But I've seen the first 2 and I loved it. But this is from 2015. I thought it was more recent. So it's not even including her show because she hadn't done it yet prior to this. So I can relate to some of it, but I'm like,
is that like her memoir?
Yes. Yeah. Up until this point. Yeah. I think this is right after her awkward black girl series on YouTube, which I caught a few episodes of it. I didn't know about it until the show, which I love the show, but I'm like, I'm kind of disappointed. I think it's in my mindset. I'm like, It's not talking about the show, so I'm like, oh, don't want to continue. Like, but I'm getting through it. I may skim a little bit. I don't know, but I'm trying to read it. But I'm like, I finished all my other stuff, so I'm kind of adding in and making plans for other stuff. So I'm just disappointed it's not talking about her.
I'm gonna eat during this next one, because I've got my birthday cake and I've got some cheesy chicken pasta.
That sounds good. I think I'm gonna eat my bootleg brownies.
I haven't heard of that before.
It's still a brownie. Whenever my husband talks shit about stuff, I'm like, give me that food back then. He's like, and I'm like, no, you ain't gotta eat nothing.
Oh man. Yeah, and then I was trying to read the ARC, but the text is so tiny.
Oh, I'm not about that reading on the phone life. I don't see how you do it. My eyes are bad. Can't do it.
The text is like size 5. I showed Nell. I was like, what in the world? And you can zoom in, but then you have to zoom out every time you want to flip the page.
Nah, no. I need to reboot my Kindle. I've been reading so much of like physical books lately that I haven't touched my Kindle. It's probably dead. I have a NetGalley thing I need to take a look at on there.
I have a bunch of NetGalley stuff that I need to do to figure out when am I gonna have time?
I know exactly. So much other stuff I want to read, and it's like, so I stopped like requesting things for NetGalley. Yep. But I think like there's some publishing house that probably puts everybody on there. You can automatically read list, and I keep every time I go there, it's like you have another book. It's like I didn't request nothing, so why is this in my account?
Or you'll get messages that saying, we think that you'll be interested in this book, but they don't actually tell you why.
Yeah.
Like, we think you'll be interested, so we approved it for you. And I'm like, I'm not interested.
Yeah, it's like I want to dictate what I read, not somebody else's, but I don't want my account to be held against me, you know?
Yeah.
Get it out of your queue once you put it in. So that really
that's the thing too, is that I used to on Edelweiss, all of the available to downloads. If it looked interesting, I would download it. So I've got like 800 books that I downloaded that I did not read. And so then I was like, okay, I don't need to do that. So I actually set up a new one. And so now my philosophy is if I request it, I'm going to read it. So I'm not requesting a bunch of books at once. That might mean that I don't get any of the books that I request. Yeah. But that's better than getting approved for like 10 that I thought I didn't have a chance at all the day before they come out. I'm like, because that's what they do. They do it. They're like, oh, this person with this many followers. Okay, I guess we'll give them one now that we didn't get all of the big ones that we wanted in here. So then they just shove it out.
Or they give you one that's already out. It's not an ARC if it's already out.
Yeah.
It's like
some of the ones I requested were like 180 days that had already been on the site, but they come out next week, but they were short. One of them was full-length novel, but one of them was under 100 pages. And then this one said it was a graphic novel, but I'm seeing text.
Yeah.
I'm not seeing images. So they lied to me. They lied to me. But it still sounded good. So I'm like, I don't mind that it might be more text with just a couple of illustrations here and there. But
I keep getting like notifications for, I don't even know, my friend called me. I keep getting notifications like being like, oh, like we approved you for this book. And it's a book that I requested so long ago that I forgot I even requested. And I'm like, oh, I did want to read that. But also like now I don't have time because you took too long to approve me.
One book that I requested was Encyclopedia of Fairies, and then I saw somebody do a review. I didn't read it because like I thought it would be cool. I don't know. This was like when I first got on there, and I was like, oh, let me request, some fantasy, whatever. And I was like, this don't even sound like something I really want. So I decided I was like, I'm gonna just let that one go. If it holds against me, then it's just against me. And then somebody last week was reviewing it, and they were talking about how it sucked and it was boring. And I was like, oh, I'm glad I did not read that book because it was so thick.
If you ever don't like it, you can always just send them the message DNF.
I was DNF before
DNF.
picked up a word. I just was like, I don't even want to waste my time. Like, I like to be honest about if I'm going to read it. And I know they said you can DNF, but to me, it takes a lot for me just to DNF just a regular book if I'm reading it. And so, especially with an arc, I want to give it like a really, really good, fair chance. But if I'm already have reservations and I haven't even picked it up yet, then I'd rather just not kind of even waste my time typing and with words. So I'm just like, I'm gonna just let that one go and just let it expire and call it a day.
Yeah.
Well, sounds like I've done the right thing and stayed away from that galley.
Yeah, I don't get on it very much, but I do want to keep it just in case, because I read House of Hunger as an arc on there, and that was before everybody else had it. So, it's kind of nice, the idea of you read this book and everybody started, like, it was a big thing come October time frame. A lot of people started reading. I was like, oh, I've read that.
Yeah, you can get a lot of.
I'm trying to pop my collar. I read that.
You get a lot
I'm just like a fan of myself. I'm like, I'm hot.
You can get a lot of attention from authors too, and especially when their debuts, they're so grateful when you take the time to read and review.
Yeah,
and, like, they'll share your review everywhere. One time I did something for Amber Smith. I read one of her books, and I think it had been out for a couple of years. So no one was really talking about it at the moment, but I wanted to read it, and so did this other guy on BookTube. So we decided to do a live show discussion of it, and we did a live show for like 2 hours long. Well, then the author found it, and she was like, I appreciate this so much because it gave new visibility to her older book. She sent both of us hardback copies of her next book.
Wow.
Awesome.
And like signed it and everything. And I was like,
awesome.
Thank you. And she still follows. She found me on TikTok, and like she still finds me years later when I have a new account. And I'm like, okay. But she wasn't even a debut then, but there's been debut authors as well. They will take any opportunity. They do not, I don't think they don't look and see, oh, this person has 1 subscriber. They don't care. They're like, you're interested in my book? Thank you so much. And let me know what I can do to help out. You want me to come? You want to do an author interview with me? Okay. Like, I've had really good opportunities with authors like that before because they're not getting as much help with marketing as they used to. So even bigger ones, it's like they're just not getting. I've had stories from authors who are New York Times bestselling authors, and they've had series canceled that they had long plans for because the publisher would market really hard on the first book. It would hit the New York Times. And then they'd be like, oh, automatic people are going to go buy it. So we're not worried. We're going to put our budget toward this next author the next time. And then they wonder why they don't get as much sales on the next book. And it's like, well, you didn't push it.
New York Times is how many, though? I heard this doesn't really take a whole lot. Like, you don't have to be this super huge deal to get on that list.
Well,
like,
isn't it based on pre-sales? Like, people don't even have to actually have read the book. Isn't it just based on how many pre-sales you get? Like, you have to hit like 10,000 pre-sales or something like that?
Yeah, there's not a whole lot. Yeah, I was thinking
the list. It would be 5,000 books, but it has to be on multiple platforms. So it can't just be Amazon, which is why indies can never hit New York Times. Because it takes into account like paperback sales too, or hardcover. One of them does like hardcover sales. It's not digital. But yeah, it's 5,000 sales. It doesn't sound like a lot, but most books never sell that many. Now with traditional, they better. they better, because like the publishers are giving them advances. But that's the thing too. It used to be like, $20,000 advance was like average. But now I've heard $2,000 to $5,000 for your book. And then they don't market it for you as much. You might get like 2 spine-facing copies in Barnes and Noble. Like, that's not marketing. I'm just like, oh my.
There was a girl on YouTube. She wasn't a booktuber. She was just like a regular YouTuber that did like vlogs and what is it called? Story times and stuff like that. And I remember she wrote a book And she was like so excited because she hit like the New York Times bestseller list or whatever. And then when the book actually came out, and all those people that pre-ordered, because people pre-ordered her book because she was a big YouTuber that people, knew. She had already had like a big following. So all of those people went out and pre-ordered her book. And then once the book actually came out and people read it, they did not like it.
That happened with Sasha Alsberg with Zenith, because her and Lindsay Cummings had wrote it, and I don't know how they got the New York Times, because I don't know if maybe at that time they were including ebook sales, because it was a pre-order thing. It wasn't a physical copy, so I don't even know how they did it, but they got that with pre-orders, and they were going to release it as an episode. And then they hit New York Times, so they got offered a deal. So then they were like, "Oh, we'll do the full book now." I bought it. I have it on my shelf. I was one of the rare few that actually liked Zenith. I could understand why people were criticizing it because it was not hard sci-fi. Like, there was some things that just did not make sense. How are you gonna tell me you have this floating tree in the sky, and then people like jump down to this bubble of water, and I'm like, or something like that. I'm like, how does your gravity work? Because this is not, that's not how gravity. I'm just like, you can make a different rule, but the rule still needs to make sense within the context of that world. And you can't have gravity working the way it should in one spot, and then 2 feet over it works a completely different way. Like, this don't make any sense. But I still like the book. But yeah, people tore them a new one. They did not like it. I was like, well, what did you expect? One of them was the first time author. And okay, if you're getting your deal based off of the fact that you have this huge following, you haven't written 10 books to get that first book. Because a lot of them do. They write like 10 books before one gets published. So everyone thinks that, oh, they're the debut, but they don't have all those debut mistakes because it's not actually their first book. So,
yeah, this girl was her first book, and I always had to explain to my mom. My mom just said the other day, she was like, I forget whose book she was talking about, but it was somebody's like memoir or self-help book or something. And she was like, oh, like they're a New York Times bestseller, so like they're good, right? And I was like, not necessarily. That doesn't mean that the book is good. That doesn't mean that the ratings are high. Go check the Goodreads star rating when the book comes out. Don't go off of whether or not it's a New York Times bestseller, because that doesn't mean the book is good. That just means they have a big following and a lot of people want to read it.
Yeah, my daughter always says the New York Times is crap.
I just kind of like roll my eyes at any awards nowadays, because a lot of the times they're popularity contests, so it's just what people are familiar with. And even if it wasn't that, and they thought this book has merit, this book deserves a reward, most of them have not read all the other books that are in that category competing to decide that one is legitimately the best. So, and a lot of awards people have to pay to enter. And I get it, because it's the time for the people that are reading all those books to have to select one. Like, that is a job. But at the same time, I don't want to be paying $80 to be considered for an award. And that's on the low end. So there was a long time when I was doing indie, I always had the thought to do both. Like, have at least one book traditionally published so that I have the legitimacy of being a traditionally published author. People won't look down on me as an indie because I've done it. So they can't say, oh, this person chose indie because they couldn't make it trad. I'm confident I could make it trad. But I don't want to now, because I know that my only reason for doing it would be to have some sort of external validation that I honestly just think is crap at this point. I don't. And publishing companies are not offering the same benefits that they were 5-10 years ago. It's just not the same.
Yeah, I think because media has changed so much. I think social media and access to people and digital media, I think, has a huge thing to do with it.
Yeah, I mean, just TikTok alone. Like, knock on TikTok, because YouTube did it first and did not get the recognition, but then TikTok did. But here's the difference, though, is that YouTube did not have an emphasis on indie books. TikTok, they emphasized those indie books. So just speaking on indies in particular, now there's tables and stuff that have TikTok recommends. Those are indie books, or the authors were indie and then they picked them up because they got popular on TikTok. So it is revolutionizing the publishing industry, but it's also making it more of a social game now. So they're probably going to be more apt than ever to take your book based off of your social following more so than the quality of your manuscript.
Yeah.
You got 100,000 people following you. They're like, hey, I've got built-in sales here. This is not a money-losing endeavor. I've got a little bit of a guarantee. But you can have the best book in the world and they'd be like, you know what? This is still a betting game with this one. It could go either way because they don't have an audience.
Sure.
Which sucks. Publishing should be about the book, not about the author. But anyway, I'm rambling. Currently reading A Forest of Vanity and Valor, a fantasy Robin Hood retelling. And Courtney being big time YouTuber, haha.
Okay.
Courtney is YouTuber. She got YouTube putting ads on her videos that aren't even monetized.
I didn't even notice that.
The last sprint, I'm telling you, the corner
it was at least 3 of them.
What? Oh, yeah. That's messed up. Pay me, man.
I said so. I said, how dare they be playing an ad? She ain't making the dough for this. This ain't right.
When I did my craft channel, I was under the impression if you weren't monetized, there was no ads on your video. I put up a video, and YouTube, in their infinite wisdom, put 25 ads on a 23-minute video.
Dang! How many hits did you get in the video? It must have been a popular video.
It wasn't. Anyway, a friend of mine, it was just a floss tube.
You ought to take that video down just to spite them. You're like, no.
I did. I took it down and I re-uploaded the video. Basically, all it was a floss tube. So a floss tube is where I talk about my cross stitch that I've done for the week. So same as booktube, right? Anyway, a friend of mine in the UK sends me a message and goes, because she knew I'd be getting up at that time, she goes, man, are you monetized? And I'm like, no. She goes, there's like 25 ads. And I went in and you can see along the bar all the little yellow dots are ads.
That's crazy.
It was a 23-minute video and had 25 ads. And I'm like, man, talk about raking in the dough off this video. Look, it only had 120 views on it. But, I mean, people have been on there for like 30 seconds and then bailed after the third ad. I'm not exaggerating. I ended up having to pull it down. I pulled it down and just went, oh, my God. And so when I was monetized, they do that a lot. Like if you go in, when you're monetized, you can go in and you can place ads where you want them to place. So for me, if I'm doing an hour tutorial, I'll put ad breaks in so people can just have a break and whatnot. But if you don't go in and check, YouTube gets a little bit carried away and they'll just add them every 5 minutes. There'll be an ad in there. So you've got to go in there and delete them all out. And it's just like, it's bloody horse shit. I'm like, Jesus, you're making enough money as it is. Do you really need to pollute my channel? Like, I get messages from people all the time going, there's a few ads. I'm like, okay, no worries. I'll go in and take it off. And you can put your video up and then it'll be fine. And then 2 days later, there'll be a whole heap of ads go on it. And you don't even realize that there's a heap of ads gone on extra than what, like I approve one mid-roll that's skippable, and I think the one at the end isn't skippable. So I approve those ones, but you'll go in there and there'll be every 5 minutes there'll be and it'll be 2 or 3 days later. Like it's not even at the time of upload. It's just like, oh, get off my channel. Like, I'm happy to monetize me, but just can you not?
I'd be like, put them all at the end, and then people can just click off anyway. But of course, you want your money too, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. I think it's nuts though when they like you're talking about like scheduling them, right? So I do like my online workouts, and you know how you're about to go for a break, so that'd be a great time. Hey, it's a water break. Okay, put the ad, let it run, get the whole water thing. It'll be like 5
In the middle of a
seconds
jumping jack.
before. And I'm like, and then you let the ad run, and then they're like, and we're gonna go to the water break. I'm like, really? You just cut it off. You should have just cut it off like right
But
after.
see, they can go into their editor in the back of house, and they can move that ad to where their water break is. So they can say, oh, we'll go for a water break, put in their 30-second ad, and then it'll continue on after that. And we're back. So they can actually put it where they want it. Because that's what I do. Like when I go, if I know that there's going to be a break in my video, depending on what the video is, if it's a bag video, they are quite lengthy. So I'm making a bag from the beginning to finish. So you end up with a finished handbag. It's really good to have an ad where, okay, we're going to put a zipper in. You need to do this, this, and this. And then when I cut to the sewing machine, that I can place an ad there. So when I come back, the zipper's done. So, but then you get YouTube going in there and just willy-nilly putting ads wherever the hell they want.
I just cannot.
So you've got to sort of keep an eye on it.
25 ads for a 27-minute video or 23.
That's the only time it's ever happened to me. But I have seen other people where they've had multiple ads placed on. There was a whole heap of floss tubers that demonetized their channels because YouTube was just getting really carried away with putting ads on. And I'm like, it's floss tube. No one's watching this stuff. Like, there's only a select community that's watching it. Like there's not hundreds and millions of people watching these floss tubes, and it's just like, oh my God. You'd understand if you were getting like 1 million views per video. You'd understand that, but you're not. Yeah. You're only getting like, a couple of thousand or whatever. YouTube and their infinite wisdom, the algorithm and ad placing.
Trying to get their money's worth.
Mm-hmm. I do Amazon affiliate links, but that's all I do. But it's weird because I didn't know for a long time that they only do it when you do the paperback. They don't do it for the ebook anymore. And I'm like, what?
No.
I thought you had to be monetized to use affiliate links, no?
It's an Amazon thing. So you just put it in your description. So like I put the links there for convenience so people can go to the book if it sounds interesting and they want it. But what it does is it puts a small cookie. The cookie only lasts for like 24 hours on Amazon. That tells them that they came from my link. And then if they buy something within 24 hours, I can get a 4% commission. So, but sometimes I'll be getting a crap ton of clicks, but I don't earn any money. And I'm like, why? Oh, see, now I figured it out. I was looking at the wrong one because I was just checking because I was curious to show you how ridiculous this is sometimes. That even when you're trying to do something to monetize in a way that doesn't affect the consumer, but actually benefits the consumer, they still mess with you. So, for instance, I had last year, 2022, granted, I did not start doing this until the last week of May. So we're talking like 6 months time frame. 1,928 clicks.
Damn.
I got people over to Amazon from my videos. You want to know what I made? Nothing. I didn't make anything. Nothing. 2 items were ordered and 1 item was shipped.
And so that means that, does that mean that the item that they, because not everything is affiliate approved on Amazon for me anyway here in Australia. Like I can't do ebooks, and then there's some things that aren't, they're like there's no commissions on them or anything like that, even though you've got people to their site.
Yeah. So it's like, that sucks. I'm just like, give me money for getting people over to Amazon. Like, that's a lot of clicks. That's a lot of clicks for nothing.
Well, I made a whole $78 in a year.
Yeah, monetization, I hear it's not all like a lot of people think you're rolling in the dough and you get monetized, but it takes a lot to even make money. Like I think
Okay, so off my craft channel, I've got just almost 27,000 subscribers, and I've been monetized for a while. And I'll bring it up. I'll tell you what I earned last month. It's not a lot. Like I'm paid in American dollars, so it ends up being a little bit more. Oh, it's not dusty. And what I really hate is like you're monetized on one channel, then you start another channel, and you've proven that you're a conscientious creator and that you don't break the rules or anything like that, but they won't let you. You still got to meet the requirement for the second channel. That sucks. I reckon they should change that.
Oh, I thought it was between the two. Like if you're using like the same email or whatever. Oh.
Let me have a look. Revenue.
Okay,
so last month on my craft channel for just under 26,000 subscribers, I earned $377.62 US for the month.
That's good for 1 month.
Mm-hmm.
At That's Christmas time, which that works out to be about $700 for me, Australian. At Christmas time, so in October, November, December, they are your highest ranking months. October was 503, November and December were over 600. Those 601 and 620, and then January drops off to 495. And for March, I've earned $152 so far.
That's better than the zero I done earned. But I do hear, I kind of looked up a long time ago. I'm nowhere near any of that and probably never won't. So I don't ever really in depth. But I did hear that like certain content earns more. Like, I don't think books and crafts might kind of be in that same category. But like, if you're doing like how to make money, like apparently those videos are like the most popular type things on YouTube, and they have a higher earning rate than others.
So like it depends on like there's all the analytics that you get for it. So where is it? So at the moment, I am getting revenue for every 1,000 views. I get $8.79.
It actually goes by views or hours? Because I thought views didn't really mean anything.
It goes by views. Doesn't it? Hours, likes, all that. So your likes and your hours and people's watch time, that helps you get into the algorithm. So if you go into someone's channel and you watch a video and then click out, and say 1,000 people do that, they watch one video and click out, the algorithm won't recommend my channel or that video because it's classed as a shitty video. If, say, for instance, people go in and they click on that video and then they click on the end screen and then they click on another video and they click on another video and they keep watching my content and they're in there for an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, whatever, then the algorithm will pick up my channel and start pushing it out because people are, and I get, maybe 1,000 people that do that. So what will happen is the algorithm will pick it up and then push it out. And then that's when you start seeing more views and all the rest of it. So for instance, back in 2018, I was on a trip to the centre of Australia and I was with my husband and his channel, and I had a friend here looking after everything, making sure that everything was okay and whatnot. And she said, have you seen this little zipper pouch that I did? She goes, have you seen your zipper pouch? And I'm like, no, why? She goes, it's gone from like 50 views to over 3,000 views in 24 hours because people had gone into that. It was popular. and then they were watching more of my content, and so YouTube was pushing that out to everybody. And basically within a 4 or 5 week period, I went from only, I think I had 1,300 subscribers to nearly 8,000 subscribers, because people were happy with that video. YouTube was pushing me out to everybody, and that video has earned me like $6,000 or $7,000 over its lifespan, because it keeps getting pushed out. And I know every now and again it gets pushed out because people have gone into it, and it'll get recommended in my own feed. So that's when I know that the algorithms picked my videos up and is pushing them out. But it does take watching a lot of people. And even like done an experiment on the BookTube one. I was stagnant on my subscribers and whatnot. So I started doing the live sprints. And because people are remaining in there for so long, I'm now starting to get subscribers. And in the last 3 weeks, I think I've got like 34 subscribers. So the longer that you can get people to stay into your channel, the more the algorithm will go, okay, well, this content must be good. We'll push it out.
Yeah, it's channel engagement. Yeah. Makes a big difference.
I got 2 subscribers during this live.
I lost a subscriber yesterday.
No!
Since I started BookTube, I've probably lost at least 50, if not more, subscribers. I'm serious. I find for every 3 or 4 subscribers I get, then I lose 1 or 2. Like, it's been that way since I started my channel.
Why?
You never know. It could be bots. It could be people that like, I remember when I first started my channel, I'm trying to figure out a way to say this. I will say the community that I felt like I was part of was more of a Caucasian community. And around October-ish, I think, I started changing up my content a little bit, because I started getting more involved in, with more people of color and reading more people of color books. And that is when I found I started having the biggest differences when it came to unsubscribership. Of every time I put out a video featuring quote unquote Black content, I would lose subscribers with every video. I would gain because I was slowly reaching out to other people. And it's not to say this is all like that. This is just something that I noticed around that time frame. Is that the case? I don't know. But all I'm saying is that I felt like the more Black content I put out, I felt like my numbers were decreasing. In my head, I felt it was more of people kind of sloughing off that maybe didn't resonate with that content, to see that maybe my channel has changed. And in that case, hey, if you don't want to see more, Black content.
Well, for every video I put out, I lose a subscriber.
Say it again.
Every video I put out, I'll lose a subscriber, and then I'll get same as you. I'll get a few, and then I'll put a video out and I'll lose some. And if I take a break, I tend to get a lot of subscribers. Then I'll put a video out and I'll lose some. And I'm like,
what?
Maybe I need to take a break too. I don't know.
Why? But like.
It's
as Rally said, she goes, you can understand that because she's subbed to some people, but then, doesn't gel with their content anymore. Like, people's tastes change, and I'm quite an eclectic reader. So, I read it except for sci-fi. I read just about anything except for sci-fi. And memoirs. I don't do memoirs.
I mean, it's social media, so you never really know what people are interested in, whether something's bots or not. I found that my channel, though, all the losing subscriber stuff has kind of mellowed out a little bit more. I think it took I think once I've kind of resolved that this is kind of how my channel is going to be, I feel like the whole losing subscribership, it took like maybe 3-4 months. And I find now I don't get, for every time I upload a video, for every people that I gain, I lose. I found it's not as much as drastic, but I still lose, though. I will say I lose subscribers. Like, I would say every other week, I feel like I lose at least like 2 or 3. To me, that's just kind of commonplace. So I wish I don't really want to even put the number because there is a way that you can hide your subscribership. So I'm not looking at it. Like I'm not sitting there like, ooh, obsessed
No,
about it.
YouTube changed that. You can't do that anymore. I had a friend that hid her subscriber count, and then an email come out saying that they were removing that feature because people want to know if the channel is good. Like if there's a lot of people subscribing to a channel, you're more inclined to get a subscriber than if you don't.
Yes, I noticed that.
Yeah, so they removed that feature, but you can take away the number for likes and dislikes.
No, I don't want to do that. No, I was thinking of taking away the subscriber thing, but the reason why I haven't, like, I didn't know that you couldn't do it, but the reason why I haven't, because I've been thinking about it for a while, is that like it's the same thing you said. You know, it's like people want to know like how many subscribers. It's just a nosiness factor. It's social media. But at the same time, it's like I don't want people to think I don't want them to subscribe because you don't see a number there.
Yeah.
So
it's a double-edged sword. Like it can create curiosity and people might click on your thing. But I think more inclined, if for me personally, I would be more inclined to click subscribe if they had a lot of subscribers, because then that tells me that their content must be good. You know, if you've got that many subscribers.
And that's the issue with smaller channels is getting subscribers, because people, like I've noticed even since I started, anybody that's had like, let's say 1,500 or more, all those channels have like increased. Like I will say of all the channels I've seen that had that or more have gotten like probably at least another 1,000, if not more, subscribers. Are continually growing. Whereas I feel like a smaller channels, you kind of wax wings and it's really slow.
You'll probably notice when you do get to the 1,000 subscriber, if you watch that, watch the people that are just now clicking over on 1,000 and watch how quick.
They grow much quicker. Yep. It takes a lot to get to that.
What happens is YouTube will push it out. And people will start noticing their channels because now, you know, like then they'll probably monetize and all that sort of stuff. So they'll start to push everything out and then it'll slow down again. And then when they hit the 5,000 mark, it'll surge again. And I noticed that on my craft channel, like there were certain points that were really slow to get to the next milestone that I'd set for myself. And then all of a sudden it just took off. Like when I hit 20,000, that 15,000 to 20,000 felt like it took forever to get there. And then I hit 20,000. And before I knew it, in 3 months, I was at I think I went up to 24,500, and then it slowed down a little bit now. And now it's starting to boost up again. So it does, like, I think that there are certain things that happen on YouTube that we're not entirely aware of because of the algorithm. Everyone focuses on the algorithm, but there's certain milestones that we make that start pushing things forward. Like it happened on my craft channel. I don't know if it'll happen on the booktube, but I'm just here to talk crap about books. I read a lot and my family can't keep up with me.
I think that goes back to what Courtney was saying too about stuff being like certain types of content making more money because of like if it's content that people are watching, like there are plenty of people that don't even know that booktube exists, let alone watch it. So it's like it's not going to get that push that Nicole's talking about just because of what it is.
Yeah.
And the product, because the advertisers, like say you're a beauty company and so you're advertising on BeautyTube or whatever you want to call it, those products are expensive. So they're probably paying more to place their ads.
Yeah.
And then when they get those sales, they're making bank.
And you also have more people utilize that than people that are reading, you know?
Yeah. So I would just wish I'd get some money from my affiliate links because I can't be monetized. But I also call my milestones every time I get the next 0. So like every 10. I like it. I'm like, oh, it went up to the next 10. But when it does it, I'm like, I smile for a little bit and then I'm like, okay, I'm going to wait a couple days because I know as soon as I hit that, I always drop off 2. I lose 2 within like that 24 hours. Someone's like, oh, she got to the next milestone. Let's kick it back.
That's why I don't really celebrate milestones. Like maybe if I get to 500, I'll celebrate. But I mean, I've said thank you in my videos, like when I went to 100, but I just kind of Because I feel like it goes up, then it goes down, and it's like.
But what's weird is
Well,
like
see, I've done
4, and then it's like it took away the 2, and then it jumped 4. So then I got over. Once I get like 2 over, I'm like, okay, we're good until the next 0. And then I'll get more subscribed. It's just kind of
Well,
like
see, I've done for milestones on mine. I've done giveaways. So I did a giveaway, a subscriber giveaway for 5,000, and then I did one for 10,000, and then I did one for 20,000, and then the next one will be probably 50,000 or something along those lines. But I've just started setting up my Patreon over for the craft channel, because I was going to do the join feature, but YouTube gives you really good analytics on that. They tell you when it is better to have that join feature, when your subscriber count ends up, like with the viewership and all that sort of stuff, regular viewership is at 20%, then it's a good time to have the join feature, because then you'll make money from it. But I've decided to go over to Patreon, because Google and YouTube just take too much money. Like, even for super chats and all that sort of stuff, it's a ridiculous amount that they take. Because I've had friends that have done like super chats when I've done a live stream. And super thanks, you get that little love heart under videos now with the $sign in it, so you can do a super thanks, and then your comments highlighted down in the comment bar. And you've also got super stickers on live streams and stuff like that. And they've done like $20 donations, and I've only got like $8 of it. Like, it's some ridiculous amount that Google takes. And the same with on the shorts now. If you do a super thanks, I think on a short like that, Google takes like 45%.
Wow.
So it's like, but that's also because of the money that they've got to pay to the music people and whatnot for the music that's on the shorts and stuff like that. So yeah.
Interesting.
And then there was talk the other week. It was probably maybe about 2 or 3 months ago. There was talk about that YouTube was going to make it harder for you to share across platforms. So if you do TikTok, they were going to make it harder to share your short to YouTube, and same as Reels, because people from Instagram. So just to get people to actually create the stuff here. Yeah, there was talk of that. I've seen someone talking about it.
I've never done a short on YouTube before.
I do them for my bingo prompts, and I do 12 at once. And then I just upload them and schedule them, and then they're done. It's just an easier way to do it. And they're starting to like it. When I first did it, like, I got 5 views. Now I'm getting up to like 50 views. I mean, I'd like 1 million, but hey, it's just recommending a book.
I'm adding y'all to the oh, I can't comment yet because the video is still live.
What was that?
I put nails in there because y'all's, you can type it in and it'll find it, but nails is like the holy grail.
I know. It took me ages to find your channel, and then I'm like, hang on a second, she's been on somebody's live before. I just started stalking everybody's channel where I think you'd been, and then it was an older video that because some people don't put the channels underneath their lives. I'm like, why are you making this so hard for me today? And then Courtney came through for the fans, so I'm like, yes, Courtney, that's where it'll be for sure.
I knew I couldn't do the search box because it gives me Neil Diamond. And
Yeah.
so
Kiana said that if you put it in quotes, it'll work.
Luckily, when I went on the YouTube on here, it still had the old feature on the side where you could see all the channels. So I'm like, what am I going to do if that's gone forever and then they're not recommending me stuff?
Like, when I was trying to find Paula's channel, that's what I had to do for Paula's channel. I had to put her channel name in quotes in order for it to come up.
Okay. I didn't know you could do that.
Because it means like exact match is what the quotes mean. So it's supposed to have an exact match within it.
Yep.
I learned that stuff in college. There was like I don't remember what class it was, but they were telling us, I guess for like research papers, how you can do it. You can also do capital and, which means it would have to search for both terms. You can also do not. So you could be like Britney Spears, not, and then like singer or something, and then it would filter out. But where'd Courtney go?
She might be on the phone.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Where was I at? I lost. I was way back around here. Oh, here we go. We got some comments. Yeah, it's why I like all my favorites and also comment to recommend to others. Yes. Into my videos, I'm like, don't forget to like, share, comment.
I used to always forget that. Now I try to remember. Sometimes I have to come back on and be like, oh, crap, I forgot to say that.
I've got a sign that's behind me when I film for my craft, and sometimes I just get so sick of saying it. I go, you know what to do, and I just point to it.
It's funny,
but
though.
I get subscribers. I don't do it all the time because I think, like, we all say the same things, you know, like, comment, subscribe, you know, do all the things and all that sort of stuff. And I think people just get complacent. But if you go like, you know what to do, and you just point to something and you just really like off the cuff, you get a surge. Absolutely. Like things like that work. It's just strange. Like I change up my end screens, like you would have noticed on some of my videos in the last probably couple of weeks. I've changed up the end screen, so I shrink the screen down, and then I've got big thumbs up, subscribe, and the bell comes up underneath it with thank you for watching. And I've blurred the background behind the picture, behind the like the picture, and it's just different. It just changes it up so people don't get so complacent. They don't realize. And I haven't ended the video at the end of the video because I'm still talking about stuff as I've changed the screen. I can't even remember where I've seen that. I think my husband told me about it because he said he was watching some YouTuber that was saying, you know, to not get complacent and just do the same thing all the time, just change it up. So every year I change my the end screen up, or I'll change my intro on the craft one, and then I've started doing it over here on BookTube as well.
I think that
just the ending.
People,
because you can see in your analytics where people drop off and whatnot. So
I think asking for specific emojis can sometimes help too. Like when I see someone's like, oh, if you made it to the end of the video, drop this. Typically I will, just because I want them to know I actually made it to the end.
Yeah. That's a good way to check.
I do it all the time over on my craft channel. Like I tell people to drop different emojis every video. So, you know, especially for my Stitch With Me. So that's just an overhead camera and they're watching me cross stitch and I'm talking shit, basically. I'm just rambling, talking to myself. And and then I'll get to the end of the video and go, oh, don't forget to drop me. And I'll go, oh, what shall we drop today? And then I have a thing. I already know what I'm asking them to do, but I just make out like I'm thinking about it. And then I get like 5 or 10 people that will actually put it, and then a whole heap of people comment and not put it, and then I'll get another surge of people putting it. And it's just, and then you know that they've made it to the end.
B-Way, you will not be considered for the giveaway unless you put this emoji in there. My end screen looks the same, but it says something different each and every time. Like I go peace, love, and the end is always something different.
I'm lazy. I just put the recommended video.
Oh, I do that too. You can do that with the YouTube studio.
I just don't even put the screen though, because sometimes I don't edit the video. So if I don't have to put a picture insert, it's not edited. That's just that, or if it didn't run over a certain time limit and then it cuts and starts a new video, it's probably not edited. So I'm like, I'll have to edit it if I put in like what y'all are talking about, like the pretty end screen where it's all sized up good. And I used to have one of those.
I wouldn't say mine's sized up good. It's sort of just there.
Oh man. We got some more comments. I can understand that. I've subbed to some people, but then unsubbed some that I just don't relate to or enjoy. Yeah, my big one is sometimes some people's humor I'll enjoy the first time because I think that it's unique and fresh. But then I notice the use the same exact jokes in every video, or they'll use the same exact memes or gifs. I like the butterfly.
I used to have a pen like that.
These are cute. They're like furry though. That's the thing about these that are crazy. I'm trying to get the light on this one.
I mean, I can make you big real quick.
No, you're good. Oh.
There you go.
Anyway, I'm taking these out.
Oh man. But yeah, I mean, I think it makes sense for people to subscribe and unsubscribe. I've also had times where I have subscribed to someone because I watched one video, then I looked at their content, got scared by it, unsubscribed. But then I also like kind of hate watched for a little bit, and then I really genuinely enjoy the content, so then I resubscribe, and then I resubscribe. I told Reads with Rachel I did that with her channel because she had so many stuff of like against conservative stuff, and I was like, whoop, got a little scared here. But then I kept watching it, and then I was like, oh, I see where you're coming from, and actually you're changing my mind on some stuff. So, you know, some people make you uncomfortable with their content because you have personal growth to do.
Yeah.
And then you resubscribe when you figure that out and you don't feel butthurt about it. And you're like, oh, you're making a good point. Oh, man. But some people just get boring.
There's some people that I subscribe to that I'm like, I want to say I want to unsubscribe, but I'm not because I feel like I'm supporting them.
Yeah.
And I hope that they're supporting me, but I'm just like, I don't care to watch. Like it's not. I'm trying to figure out a delicately way to say, not any of y'all, okay? And if y'all were female, I definitely watch y'all. It has to do with some males that I watch, but like, just there are some people on YouTube that just think they're so smart. And I'm just like, and are so smug, and they're just discussing about how intellectual they are amongst their, and I'm just like, I cannot. Like, I'm here for fun, you know. I know, what's the historical literary merit of this particular novel?
I saw someone's video talking about BookTube, and they did something, and they were basically comparing the different versions of BookTube, kind of making fun of everything and showing you that you know there's a place for everyone was kind of the point of it. But so they would have one person with a review, they would hold up a book and be like, oh, here's this book, I really enjoyed it. Here's this one, I really enjoyed it. Here's this, like that was the wrap up that they were doing. And then they would have the three little pigs, and they would be holding it like this and be like, the juxtaposition of the brothers, blah blah blah, like all of this like kind of college type sounding stuff. And they were like, and the younger brother felt this way because of this psychological something.
That sounds like a fun video.
It was hilarious because it was poking fun at everything. And it was like, I feel like sometimes we do feel like we have to be the Three Little Pigs reviewer, but it's kind of like what are you compensating for that you gotta sound so smart? So sometimes.
Well, I'm a high school dropout, and I like what I like, and I don't like what I don't like, and it is what it is.
I got 2 degrees.
I can't. I wouldn't be able to tell you what was good writing or what wasn't good writing because I don't write. So how the hell would I know what's good writing and what isn't good writing? What I like when I look at a book or I read a book, I look for something that either makes me feel something, can make me visualize really easily, and did I enjoy the story? I don't care if you can't write. I don't care if you missed spelt a word wrong, or you missed a comma, or you didn't put it in, quotation marks, or you don't do paragraphs. If it's a great story, it's a great story.
I have had a book that for some reason the formatting was really weird in the mode that I was using on Kindle. And so it would white out as if it was redacted. Like every page, there would be 2 or 3 lines that were redacted. But the book was so good, I kept reading it, even though it's version. And there have been books that quality-wise, from a technical standpoint, 1 star. But the story was really good, so I'm like, hey, I'm giving this a 5.
Start winding down.
But yeah, sometimes I'll pick on stuff, but I'll let the reader know if it's a technical thing where it's like, hey, this really should not have been published. Like this reader did not even take the time to read it themselves. Like it's that bad. But there's a difference between that and I didn't like this book because it had a slow pace. Like I try to be specific about why I don't like it. And not just like this book sucks, it has bad writing. Because that's very subjective, like you're saying.
Yeah.
So, and even if it does
well,
have
on the first vlog for the Women's Prize for Fiction, Maggie O'Farrell is quite a well-known author, and her book sucked.
And it can happen with the same author. Like me, I really enjoyed Holly Black's The Cruel Prince series. Yeah. I DNF The Stolen Heir, which is part of the same world, but I was
really?
Like, Book of Night sucks, but okay.
I feel like everybody that I've heard talk about that series says the opposite of that.
That they like The Stolen Heir. I hated it.
Yeah.
She's beefing out the words, dragging the story too long, and there wasn't the romance that there was in The Cruel Prince. So I just didn't care. I know, though, that I like dialogue-heavy books. I do not like narrative-based books. I do not like a ton of description because some people can visualize with very minimal details. They'll build the scene around it without even realizing that they're doing it. Like if you say they walked into a 1950s diner, I can picture exactly what that looks like. I know what the people's uniforms that they're wearing. I know all of
just
that.
Down the street.
You can ask me what's on their menu, and I could probably make you a menu just by you telling me 1950s diner. Whereas other people are like, I want to smell the greasy hamburgers in the back. I need to see the neon lights on the clock or whatever, the red booths, the milkshake maker or whatever on the like they want to have those details because they can't set all of those details in their mind at once. They have to take things in pieces. So I can appreciate that those stories will be good for those readers. But for me, I'm like, I don't need all that. I want the minimum.
There was a video that came out on Gina Lucia's channel. She's another booktuber. And she just recently done a video on imagery and how there's like a spectrum of people that can and people that can't. And she done a really good video, in-depth video on why it is and all that sort of stuff. I think she held up an apple or something.
Yes.
In the thing. Yeah. And like it was really interesting. I never even thought that people would have an imagination, like there would be an imagination scale. Yeah. Some people can just instantly be there from a few little words, but then others need that description so they can feel what it is and all the rest of it because they can't visualize it.
I will find that image because I think it's good at illustrating it. Yeah, because like, so mine, I am a very kind of literal thinker. So I could picture something that I've seen. Like if you tell me apple, I can picture the shine of the apple and like the light hitting it, all that kind of stuff. But I've seen the apple before. But if you tell me a dinosaur mixed with a chicken, I can come up with some image in my head, but it's not going to be that exact.
I just came up with T-Rex with feathers.
Yeah. But if you do something else that's completely illogical, like I don't like descriptions like he tasted like sunshine. That is not logical, so I don't like it because it doesn't make any sense to me. But yeah, I'm going to share.
So what you're saying is you prefer descriptions that that are atmospheric, not just throwing out.
I love atmospheric descriptions. Like if you want to describe the scent of the woods and really put me there, I like that. But I just need it minimal, but it needs to make sense. I don't want paragraphs and paragraphs, or even explaining someone's face. I can't picture that because it's not a person that I've seen. So if you're like,
But
oh,
see,
he's
I
like
just
Holder but younger, I can picture that, but I can't picture, a certain guy with an equine nose and all this. I'm like, I don't know
but
what
see
that looks
the
like.
thing is though, there's a place for that, because I just recently read a book because what was it called? That basically the girl in it was blind, so the author was actually describing everything in depth because we had to see it through her point of view. So there is a time and a place for it where the face needs to be described and all the rest of it. Like, it was frustrating to read it, but at the same time I understood why it was there, because the simple fact is that the main protagonist was blind. Before Her Eyes, it was called, by Jack
I
Jordan.
had an author who did something with that with a character who was deaf, because with all of his dialogue, where it would be sign language that he was using, but of course you can't do sign language in a book. So what she did
No.
instead was she would write it, but in how it sounds in American Sign Language, because the structure is completely different than how we form sentences.
Yeah.
And so she did it like that, and she knew how, because she herself became deaf after some sort of sickness for like 2 years, where she had total hearing loss and had to learn to use sign language. I think she eventually got some of her hearing back, but she had to learn all of that as an adult. And she's like, it is a different language. It is not English. So yeah, it's kind of cool how all that stuff can be done. But yeah, here's the picture of the different kinds. So you can have some people that literally cannot picture the image if it's not in front of them. Which, that can be me if it's something that's illogical. It doesn't make any sense. But if I've seen
That's so
it,
funny, Amy.
uh,
Amy goes, paint me a picture. However, I don't need 4 to 8 paragraphs telling me how
yes.
it is.
I'm like, my thing, I have a 2-paragraph rule. I'm not kidding. I literally call it a 2-paragraph rule. I don't want any more than 2 paragraphs worth of narrative before you give me a piece of dialogue.
That's why them classics don't resonate with me. I don't need eight pages or 3 pages describing the curtains in the room. Tell me it's a room, it's pretty, flowers, and let's move it on.
See, I don't have a problem with the classics as such, but Emma by Jane Austen, oh my God, I did not need to know all about your roast dinner. Like,
was it good?
I don't even know. I just at the end of it, I just went, you know what? I don't need to read this. And I just shut the book and I put it up there. And then I was using it. I was going through an insomniac stage and I was having trouble reading. So I'd pick it up and best sleeping pill ever. Just start reading that. And I was out for the count.
So which one of these are y'all for the Apple?
It probably depends on what they're describing. Like you said, like there are certain things that if I've seen it before, then I can use your description plus whatever my reference point is from what I've seen in real life, and kind of like mesh it together to create something. Yeah. But if it's something that I've never heard of or never seen before, then no matter how much you describe it, I still don't get it.
Yeah, my worst thing, honestly, like as a writer, would be the faces. I cannot. When I'm writing books, I can see things vividly, like the number 1 picture, but it's in pieces. So if like the guy is caressing the girl's cheek, I can see his fingers on her cheek, but I don't see the rest of the face. I also describe stuff as seeing a personality, which doesn't make sense. But I see it, but I'm not actually seeing it, but it's like I'm feeling the presence. And there's like an image in my head, but it's not really an image. It's weird.
That's what I was going to say. When you talked about the descriptions that are like illogical, I think that sometimes I like those if they are like relatable, which it's very like individualized, because there are going to be some things that are illogical that like make perfect sense to me.
Yes.
And if somebody else read it, they'd be like, what the heck does that mean?
Laini Taylor, I feel like, is one of the only authors that can get away with it for me, because she is a very lyrical type of writer with lots of metaphors, but they make sense. But some authors try to emulate that, and that's where you get the nonsensical stuff, like he tastes like sunshine. I'm like, what are you talking about?
So,
And I don't get why
if he
they
tastes like sunshine, does that mean he's hot, or is he spicy?
See, it's one of those things, like not that example specifically, but something similar to that. I feel like I've read stuff like that in other books, but however it was that they said it, it didn't make sense just like that, but like it made sense to me, and I'm like, yep, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I would say I'm probably a 2. I'd swing, but again, if I've seen something, I'm going to be on the 1. But I can imagine from, like, if someone describes something, I can imagine it and I can formulate a picture in my head. It may be slightly skewed because I've not seen it before, but I think I can get it pretty accurate.
Mine a lot of times is very skewed because I'm the kind of person, if you take too long to give me the descriptions,
Yes.
I'm going to start making up my own in my head. And then by the time, like I remember I was reading, I forget, it was one of the ACOTAR books. I don't remember which one it was, but I remember reading the book and they were talking about either Nesta or Elaine. One of them had on a dress and she had just gone up the stairs. And so I could picture them, on the main floor looking up at her and her wearing a dress. And I forget what color they eventually said the dress was, but whatever color they said it was, I had already decided that it was a completely different color. And they never said what color it was, but in my mind, I decided already. So when they finally said the color, I'm like, oh no, that's wrong. That's not what color it is.
That's what happens to me with hair and eye color sometimes, especially
that happened to me with Twilight.
Associations with different hair colors. So you would assign a personality to that hair color. So if you change the hair color on me, that changes the personality of the person. And I'm like, no, this person cannot be a blonde. You described them this way.
Yep.
No, this person is a redhead. They are not a blonde. Like,
I just gloss over the details.
The other thing is when I do not get, first person narrative. We don't have a name. We don't have any details at all about who this person is. I narrate the voice in my head. So within that first sentence, I have picked either a feminine or masculine sounding voice based off of the writing style itself. I don't know how. Sometimes I'll pick it up and I'll be like, this is a guy. It doesn't matter who the author is either. That doesn't go into it. It's just something when I read that sentence, the first sentence might start off with my voice, but then it's going to fade into some sort of gendered voice.
Yep.
And I don't like it when I get to the next chapter and someone finally uses the name. Or even worse, the name is unisex, so I don't have confirmation, and you haven't given me any pronouns. And I'm like, then I get like 5 or 6 pages in, and then finally you give me, oh, it's a guy. Okay, well, now I have to completely go back and reread because that changes tone. It changes everything. Oh, man.
Well, with Twilight, I imagined the main characters one way, and then when the movie came out, I'm like, it didn't match like who they put into the movie. Like it just didn't match with what I had built up in my head. But then Vampire Diaries come out, and I'm like saying to Brett, they were the ones that should have been in Twilight because they matched my imagery. And even Brendan, because he listened to those in the trailer, he even said, he goes, yeah, the only person that they got right in the movies was Alice and werewolf dude. What's his name?
Oh, Jacob,
yeah. They were the only ones that in our imagination that they got right from the descriptions in the book and whatnot.
Jacob is not even Native American. I think he's Asian. I think he lived somewhere over there and he was like some kind of fighting thing. He was really good at. Like
isn't he from like? He's not from Asia, isn't he?
I mean, it might be like Pacific Islander or something. Whatever it was not Native American.
No, but they were the closest that they got in the movie. Alice and him were the closest that they got to our imagination, like how we visualized it.
That's how I felt about 50 Shades of Grey. Like I felt like when I saw Christian, I was like, "Who is this guy? Why?"
Oh yeah, no, no. The movie that's wrong. Strike that off. Start again. Different people altogether.
Like they cast Rita Ora. I'm like, why is she here?
I watched the movie for Twilight before I read the books. So then I was like, Bella is not blonde. She's a brunette because of the movie. So I had like the opposite thing because sometimes the movie will inform the book. I kind of like sometimes watching a movie before because I have the picture of the characters, especially if there's a lot of characters because I can distinguish them better. Because I'm not having to hold on to like minute differences in detail.
If I watch the movie, I'm definitely not reading the book.
Yeah, that's how I am because I don't have the incentive.
I don't want to.
I like to read the book before the movie. I can't do the movie beforehand because it just wrecks it for me then because you already know what's going on.
Yeah.
I want to space it out a while. So with Twilight was the exception. I was like, I'm jumping right back in. But
it's funny that we're talking about this.
Go ahead and do it, but then I'll wait like months before I'll read the book so that I'll have forgotten enough details that it'll be interesting. But yeah, sometimes a movie can really ruin it because, and vice versa too. Sometimes the books can ruin the movie because if they follow it exactly, you know exactly what's going to happen, and so you can get bored.
But I'm okay with that because I'm interested to see like how they're going to bring certain things to life, or if they're going to do it exactly like the book, or if they're going to put their own spin on things. So like that's more so what I am looking forward to. Like I'm looking forward to seeing how close to the book is it going to stay, or like how close to my imagination is this going to match, versus if I watch the movie first and then read the book, I just don't have the incentive to finish the book because my incentive to finish the book is wanting to know what happens, wanting to know how it ends. But if I already know that, then I have no incentive. With the movie, I want to know how close to my imagination is it going to stay.
And sometimes you can visualize stuff to the best of your ability, but you might not have the background. So like The Martian, I was interested in seeing what the rover looked like because I had pictured it one way in my head that was very vivid, but wasn't necessarily how the movie portrayed it. But also the actors themselves can make it very different. So I preferred the book, The Martian, a lot more than the movie because I got more humor from the book. And I didn't get the same humor because I think the humor was used as like a disguise of the Stark situation in the book. So you didn't get to see outwardly. You just kind of trusted what the character was telling you. Whereas in the movie, I think that, you know, the guy did a great job portraying the character. So you got to see that added layer of like, okay, we know how he's saying things, but how you're seeing him is different. So you're getting to see this is not all funny. Like this is a dire situation. But I liked the humor from the book. I thought it was hilarious. So I still need to read the other books. I have his other books. I have not read them yet.
Well, I don't read science fiction at all, but Andy Weir is my automatic buy now because I read Project Hail Mary last year. And then when I finished that, I thought, I'll get his other books. And I happened to walk into a secondhand store here in Kingaroy, and there was The Martian for $2.50. I'm like, thank you, I'll take that. And then I read that. So, and I've thoroughly enjoyed that as well. So I thought he's going on my automatic buy now.
Let me know if you get Artemis because I want to read that one next. I have Hail Mary too, but you've already read it and it's long. But Artemis is shorter. It's like a regular size novel.
It's not a long book. Project Hail Mary is not a long book.
It's chunky. If it's if it's more than 400 pages, that is a whopper to me. If it's 250 or below, I think of it as a small book. If it's between 250 and like 350, I think that's a normal book. But yeah,
I think my my idea of a small book might be slightly skewed.
Yeah, yours is probably like a small book is anything under 500 pages.
Well, yeah, to me, because I can get through them pretty quickly. So, 500 and under is 200 and under is like a novella to me. 200 to 500 is just a standard book. And then 500 to 800 is getting there. Over 1,000, that's a chunkster to me.
See, because 500 pages would take me 1,000 minutes to read. So, hey Alexa, what is 1,000 divided by 60?
1,000 divided by 60 is approximately 16.6667.
So like 17 hours for me to read a 500-page book. So that's a lot of time. Whereas a smaller book, I can finish it in 3 days. Still a lot of dedicated time reading, but I can finish it. So Courtney,
I generally read from about 8:30, 9 o'clock until 12 most days, and then I'll sometimes start my day with reading as well. So on an average day, I'm getting about 5 to 6 hours of reading in.
That's awesome.
And then if it's audio, well, I can do my job. I don't work with anybody, and I'm not on the phone or anything like that. The only days I can't do audio is on Monday and Tuesday because I'm filming. But then the rest of the time I'm crafting and editing. I don't generally listen to an audio, but while everything's exporting and stuff like that, I do. And then when I'm at the quilt machine, I'm standing there watching a machine do its thing. So I listen to an audiobook and then get really shirty when people ring me. Like, why are you ringing for? Mind you, they're customers. So
I averaged my audiobook time. So I divided the audiobook time by 2 because I do double speed. And then so I knew that time. And then I calculated, I took my pages and I divided it by 33 because that's how many pages I can read an hour. Is about 33. So I added that all up together to see how many hours total I did for the year and then divided it by 365. And it averaged out to about 4 hours a day. But I'm telling you, that's when I'm reading the audiobooks is when I'm getting those 4 hours because I'm able to do other stuff.
Yeah.
So, but I don't do a lot of dedicated sitting down reading, which is why I read so few physical books. Oh my. Okay, I got some catching up to do on these comments. And y'all let me know if Courtney, which one was yours on the Apple?
I think I'm probably about a 2. Like if I can recognize. Oh my gosh! Why am I always on here?
I won't get demonetized. I ain't demonetized, but I don't want to get strike. No.
Sorry.
I can still hear you, Courtney.
I can mute her again. She got it.
Okay.
Anyway, okay, I'll catch up on some of this.
Amy was cracking me up before because she goes, the roast dinner about Emma. The roast dinner had me hungry.
So this I relate to. I am more apt to subscribe to a smaller booktuber who I've only watched one video from than a bigger booktuber who I've only watched one video from. If they're bigger, I'm probably going to see them again in my feed. So once I've seen like 2 videos, I might go ahead and subscribe. But again, because I have such a hard time getting YouTube to recommend me the small booktube channels, I don't want to subscribe to a ton of the bigger ones because they're going to take up all them spaces. I'm already going to be watching them. I'm not dissing big booktubers. I'm just saying YouTube is already going to be promoting them to me. So I'm still going to be watching their content, whether I'm subscribed or not. But they don't do that for the small. You want to know what they do?
There's only 3. Well, I subscribe to Murphy Napier, both of her channels, and then I watch Savage Reads, the English guy. His mum, she's got 3,000. She's small still, like she's got 3,000 subscribers. He's at 25,000. And the other one that I watch is Jen Campbell. I watch, like, they're the probably the biggest channels that I subscribe to. Other than that, I don't. Oh, and what is his name? I can't think of his name, but he has Patreon Hardcore Literature. I can't even think of his name. I know what he looks like. I could pick him out in a lineup, but I couldn't tell you his name. I subscribe to him as well, and he's got about 87,000. Jen Campbell's got about 67,000. There's a few other big booktubers that I go and watch, but I'm not subscribed to their channels.
Yeah.
Other than that, it's mostly just small booktubers. But then there's a double-edged sword too. Like if you do like the sub for sub thing,
Oh,
and if they're not, if they're not like, they sub to your channel, then you go and watch some of their content, you like it, you sub to theirs, not swapping subs or whatever.
yeah.
But then if they don't come back to your channel or you don't go to their channel, and then they put out a video and they've got it goes back to that thing again. If they've got like 100 subscribers but only 2 people are watching, YouTube's not going to push their content out.
Yeah.
So going and subbing just because like MJ does that small booktuber, support small booktuber premise is fabulous, and it works for a lot of people. But if those people are then subscribing to your channel and you're subscribing to theirs, but you're never going back and watching and you're just doing the numbers, they're never going to grow because they're not getting the numbers of the views or the likes or the comments. So
Agreed.
it needs to be like your channels need to grow organically. But then there's that thing, how do you get that without supporting one another? How do you get that organic growth?
Yeah. I just have to be more deliberate about going to the individual channels and checking if they have new content, because YouTube's just not doing it for me. But also, I think there's a double-edged sword that might not be talked about all the time. I think sometimes the larger booktubers try to talk about it, but it seems out of touch to us smaller booktubers. But it's still true.
Murphy Napier just done something just recently. She put in her community post that she was looking to watch new content, booktube content, and she said, if you're a booktuber, put it in the comments. And like there was a lot of people that were like 25,000, and small ones, and I thought, there's no way she's going to subscribe to my channel. I shit you not, I nearly pissed myself. Her name come up and she subscribed to my channel. She's never made a comment. I don't know if she's watched anything or not, but it was like, oh my God, she actually followed through with what she said, because sometimes those big booktubers can do stuff and they don't do it.
I've heard a lot about her in particular, actually watching people's videos and commenting on them that are smaller booktubers. So that's not unheard of for her. But yeah, that's the thing too, is like with the bigger ones, I think it also comes to, we were talking about subscriber count. I think once you get to a certain point, people won't subscribe to you because you're so big. They're just like, it's always going to be a parasocial thing between us. So I can watch your videos casually, but I'm not going to watch and spend all of my time watching all of your videos when I could be using that time with someone that I might be able to build some sort of two-way relationship with.
Yeah, I kind of feel the same way. But some of those big books, like, I subscribe to a little bit of everybody. Like, I think that I spend more of my time communicating and building relationships with smaller booktube, but I do communicate with big booktube. Like, there's I was going to say Realm of Comics, Realm of Books. What am I? Realm of Books, right? Actually, yeah, I don't know why I was second guessing her channel's name. She's like 20-something subscribers, but I mean, it's not all the time, but she actually responds. It might just be a heart or something to like some of my comments on her channel. So, I mean, there's some people that do communicate, and I understand that they have a lot of people. You can't get to everybody, but I do appreciate.
I generally go through and heart everyone, so I've seen it, but I don't always comment. Saturdays are my comment days.
Yeah, I try to do comments with people, but sometimes I'll just put like I've started doing that a whole lot more lately because I'm trying to get to more people's stuff, But, so I'll maybe put a heart or just put something simple. But I do enjoy, for like a lot of the booktubers that I'm actually like looking at consistently, like that I go out of my way for, like y'all, I'll try to make sure I, kind of put more comments than just, oh, this is cool or something, unless I'm in a hurry or something. Because sometimes I'll put you on the background when I'm doing some other stuff. So
see, and I do a lot of that. You go through the watch later and it just auto plays. Or like I even had a speaker set up in my shower so I could watch videos. Like, I'm not stepping out of my shower to comment on the video.
And there's like scrubbing underneath the boob. Oh, about the book.
I
was just washing my boob and I thought I'd leave you a comment.
Watch people's videos naked. Okay.
Hey, as long as you watch, okay.
watch YouTube naked.
I do the same thing, not the naked part, but if I'm washing my hair in the shower, I usually bring my phone in the shower so I can watch videos while I'm washing my hair, or like when I'm washing my face, I'll like prop it up on the sink so that I can like listen or watch or whatever's going on.
Oh, on the toilet all the time.
Okay, yous are all more dedicated than me. I do not take my phone to the bathroom. I draw the line there. You are more dedicated than I am.
Oh yeah, I like to do my phone.
Yes, propped up on a counter, so you don't got the flush zone where like them particles be floating all over your phone.
See,
That's nasty.
you can take it in there. Just don't take the sprints, and you're good. Like this sprint.
Someone did that one time. I think it was Gavin.
Oh my gosh.
But I think he thought he was on mute or something, and then all of a sudden you hear him peeing. You're like, oh, dude, you're not on mute. That had to have been like 6 months to a year ago. It might have been before I even started back on BookTube, but I remember that happened. They were like, "You're not on mute."
Hey, at least he wasn't the guy like you were talking about earlier. That
I'm sure Nicole's heard the story too. Someone coming on my live masturbating in front of everybody.
What?
Yes, literally had that happen.
I haven't.
Yes, literally had a guy join my live and masturbate on the screen, and he had like this weird emoji that he put right over the tip. But you could see him thrusting, and then there's like a mini version of himself right over the tip. It's gross.
Look at Nell's face.
How did he get in the sprint?
So I was naive, and I thought that because I had only had like 300 subscribers at the time, that wasn't nobody going to be trolling my channel. So I had a link where whoever was in the stream could join me.
Oh.
And so he got mad because I blocked one of his comments because he was being inappropriate. And then he tried with a second account, and I said, y'all ain't got, I blocked it again. He ain't getting in here. He was like, ha, ha, ha. And he went up to the front, and he did it. And then he had like typed, ha, ha, ha. And then all of a sudden, he's on his bed.
No way.
Not kidding. This was like 3 hours into a stream, too. And it was like where people were asking me questions, and I was answering all, like, it was very interactive. So there were people on there.
Oh my god.
I had to delete the whole video because he masturbated in the middle of it.
I can't believe that.
I was like, Amazon is going to take down my channel because this dude decided he was going to do some porno on here. Kenny was on here earlier, and she said I would have recorded it and put it on Pornhub.
I have to give him credit though. He must have been pretty sure of himself to do that.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe that emotion was giving him some extra inches. It was
Man, you have to have some nads to go ahead and do that. Like, knowing that that's getting pushed out, like,
his face was on it
just,
too. Like, he was not just like only doing the lower half. Like, his face was on it. It's like, oh my goodness. But anyway, okay, yes. And I put the link on here too, because I know Nell's is so hard to find. Sub to Nell 2. Okay, Riley. Smiles. I was just saying Heather and Nicole were new to me. Yeah, I saw you on a sprint. Yeah. Was it Princess's Sprint? Or was it the one that me and Nell did?
She was there on Friday when I did mine. Oh, yeah. Not Friday, Thursday, sorry.
If I know,
I think Rally's been on mine on Friday, like just gone. Or Saturday, just gone.
That's very pretty hair, by the way. I wish mine had like a little curl. Little curl. I still got my cut off hair, and it does have a curl pattern. So I'm like, well, why don't I only get a little bit of a curl pattern when it's long? But I ain't got nothing when it's short. I need to mail that. No. It's like, yes, I collect body parts, but and then there's Nels. But yeah, when I know who's going to be joining me, I always put the channel links in the description. But I didn't know who was going to pop on today. still here quietly listening.
Amy's
Still
chilling.
here too. Feel called out. How'd we call you out? What we do? What we do? That's a good point, that there is something for everyone, like a wide variety. There's compensating that they haven't read the book. Puts a cover on Courtney so she can sleep.
It looked like Courtney was taking a nap before.
No,
Oh.
no, I
No,
was looking at
you were looking
something.
down at your phone, but it looked like you were napping.
When I'm reading, I'm low-key setting it up like a movie. Sometimes I cast it. Yes.
Yeah, me too.
Mm.
Sometimes I kind of skip over details, like especially if it's really long. I just be like, okay, I'll be like, white girl, blonde hair. Sometimes I don't even really think of a face, or oh, it's a black girl with some braids, and I have it in my head and I keep it moving.
That's what I do when I
Yeah.
describe a character. I'm like, all right, they're tall. This is their hair color. This is their eye color. And then if they're big, I might mention that because I like to have some fat rip in there. So I'm like, yeah, I'll point it out. But other than that, I'm just like, anyway.
Yeah, I don't get hung up on the details. I kind of I don't know if it's called minimalistic writing. Like I know back in the day, people used to be a lot more descriptive in books. I find like in a lot of newer contemporary books, people give kind of basic basic descriptions, so you can just get the gist of this is this type character, and then they just go straight to the action. And I really do appreciate that type writing. I don't want to get hung up on details. It's like what happened. That's
Do
what
you think that writing styles? Who's going first?
Oh, mine was quick. If they have a distinguishing feature, note that, because I'm more likely to hold on to that. So like if they got a scar on their face or they got a crooked grin that only goes to one side, like I'll picture that. Yeah. But other than that, I'm like, I'm not going to be able to hold on to the details.
I'm somewhere.
Like, I think that, like, do you think that writing styles have changed, like people's writing styles have changed because of the way our society has changed? Because like Courtney was saying before, that books back in the day, they had long descriptions and all the rest of it, but they had time, whereas now we don't have time. So now are we expecting from our books for everything to be short, sharp and quick and not so descriptive?
I think to a certain extent, but I also think that these days, at least on a lot of books that I've noticed, that people are trying to diversify, right? And like, okay, a good example is when you have like white authors that write like more diverse characters. So you have a book that you're trying to get these diversity checkpoints, I call them, in there, right? So you kind of give minimal descriptions. So it's like, you don't want to go too in detail in case you offend somebody, or maybe you just don't know, but you want to make sure you put some diversity in there to say you hit the block. So you just kind of get in and get out in descriptions and keep it moving. So I think that also is kind of part of is the idea of you're trying to include a whole lot more, and you may not be as educated or maybe fearful of people are going to pick it apart, because people tend to do that, I think, a lot of when you're writing characters outside of maybe your spectrum,
Yeah, there's a website called Writing in Color, which is what I looked at, because I definitely did some of the no-nos, like using food to describe the skin tone. Because for me,
I've never heard of that.
Because I'm a literal thinker. So if I say toffee, like toffee skin tone, you can picture that.
Oh, that. Okay.
But if I say light brown, you can't. If I say light brown, what do I mean? Is this character biracial? Are they Hispanic? Are they like from India? I don't know what that means. Yeah. But because I know I can't use food color, another one is like tree colors. People would use those, like saying oak or like color of nuts and all this. Like it can be hard to describe something to make it specific enough where the reader knows what you're talking about. The big one was tan. Tan is so ambiguous. If something says tan, I think that it is a white person with a tan. I'm never going to think that that's a person of color because it's not descriptive.
Same. That's I wouldn't have gone to a person of color from tan. I would have thought, you know, me,
but like
someone
you
from
were
the
just
UK.
talking about using food and coffee. Well, you threw me off when you first said that. But okay, I will say that when it's a novel written by a Black person, I've seen that, like coffee and whatever. And toffee, and it's not a bad. I'm not thrown off by that. I don't think I've ever seen a book written by a white person utilizing description of a Black person to describe their color that way. But with Black people, it's almost kind of like endearing because those are like luxuries. Like when I think of toffee and coffee or caramel, when they're saying that, it's almost like luxuriating in that color, and I think it's beautiful.
Yes.
You know, but I've never seen a non-Black person describe someone that way. I don't know how I would feel about that too. So I think it depends on the author.
Yeah, and that's the same way when I'm reading something. Like if I'm reading a book by a Black author and they describe someone as being chocolate, I'm like, okay, like that's cool. But if I read it by a white author, I'm like, did you not search? Because like I figured this out like 10 years ago. So I'm like, and that was before I was really in social media. So it was like no one said anything, you didn't see anything. But again, sometimes someone will call something out, sometimes someone won't.
Yeah.
And some people are offended by it and some people aren't. But there can also be the thing where you get into over description and then it becomes fetishization because you're like, I have to describe just how beautiful this person is.
Yeah.
And it's like, but if you're not doing that with your white characters, then it's weird for you to be doing that with your non-white characters.
See,
and like I've been guilty of that too. I'm like, oh, he was like a sun god. He had this long, shoulder-length, wavy hair. But they're like, okay, so the food thing was like, yeah. So when I write about a white person, I'm just gonna say they white as milk or they white as paper. like, so when you look at like the writing in color,
or pasty white is another one.
You gotta redefine. You know how Black people have kind of taken ownership of, let's say, the food thing, because I do see that a lot in like novels with Black people. Generally, it's a cast. Like when you have a cast of Black people, I think you can do that. Or if like a husband or somebody that's a love interest describing someone else, to me, that's kind of beautiful. So what you gotta do is find some good descriptive terms for white people that kind of have that same connotation. And that way it could be considered like something lovely. Like, you know, I don't know, milky white is that endearing?
It's not accurate.
How a milky white is.
I'm pretty white, but I'm not as white as milk.
Yeah, but I don't know, people like milk. So, and milk is nurturing and it sustains babies. So somehow I wouldn't say pasty though, because if I call a Black person dusty, that ain't good.
Oh yeah, that don't sound good. I've used the word. I've used certain words
here in Australia. If you haven't got a tan in summer, and you go out in shorts, they basically and your legs are like lily white. Okay, so you know the flower of the lilies, like that lily, that real vibrant white. They call you pasty.
Yeah, but you know what?
Pasties on.
But here's the thing, though. Like, I feel like when, like, I've heard fair. Like, okay, I grew up reading mostly white authors, right? So in describing white characters, I don't normally see that. You don't normally see a lot of description of skin color except for like pale or fair, and then they keep it moving with all these other details.
Or all over tan.
Yeah,
I see golden a lot as a one.
Golden, yeah.
And that confuses me because when I first started reading and people were describing characters as being golden, I thought they were Black. And it wasn't until I watched like the adaptation, I'm like, oh, this is just a white person with a tan.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
No, I never thought of that. I grew up reading mostly it wasn't never Black people that I saw that diversity in how they're in the colors of it. But
yeah, what I've kind of drifted to now is I do the degree of brown. So I'll be like light brown, medium brown, dark brown. Yeah. And then I will do an undertone. So if it's like with a yellow undertone or red undertone, and then that can help with like the racial differentiation. Yeah. But it's still not perfect. But I've also written a book before where I was using things like common last name for a Black person, a hairstyle for that particular period, a reference to a basketball player that had that hairstyle that popularized it. And my friend was like, man, I wish I would have known he was Black because I didn't find out until like page 200 when you said it. And she was like, I see the clues now, but I didn't know when I was reading it. She was like, we're like, even with Hispanic characters, she's like, you can't just give them the last name Santos and me think that it's a Hispanic character.
So, especially with modern contemporary, because my last name could be Ramos, you know.
Yeah. My last name was Ramos. She was Hispanic, but no, so I tend to do the skin color like that, but I only really mention it like one time. And so I do get it like a couple words so you can kind of figure it out. But then if I know, like if I'm going to say that their background is from a specific place, then I'll try to be specific and say that place. So I'll be like, if they're from Mexican, I'll be like Mexican. Then you don't have to second guess as a reader.
Yeah.
That's what it is. But yeah, I know it can be hard too when it comes with like Asian, because you can say Asian, but Asian is a big area.
Yeah, I think it's better just to flat out say it and then kind of move it on, like not even make it a big deal, just to kind of say it, give a little description, and then and keep on and not make a very big deal. Like, remember the movie, the book Nano? You know, we read Nano. Okay, it was Black people, right? But they didn't like harp on it. It was, remember you were talking about books that don't have like as much like trauma and all that other stuff. It was like it talked about it. It said that they were Black. I think that was maybe one or so reference to like something specifically Black people would do, but overall it was just a book. Like if you kind of skipped over those little small details, you probably wouldn't have even known that the characters were Black. So just kind of state it and move on, because that wasn't the basis of what the book was.
Yeah.
You know, so I would say just don't go into details.
Yeah. And that's what I'll do is like sometimes, okay, like if you're having a sleepover and everyone's doing each other's hair, you're going to do it in different ways depending on the texture of the person's hair. Or like, I remember when I was in the military, I didn't know, there was Black people on my boat. They love this thing called pink lotion.
Yeah.
So I saw them putting pink lotion in their hair. Me as a white person, I don't even use conditioner because my hair is thick, but it's also very like fine, silky. It's like very, the actual hair is very tiny. So I'm like, I can't even do conditioner because I'll just look like oil is dripping from me if I put conditioner in my hair. So I was like, what do you mean you're putting lotion in your hair?
That's that old
moisturizer.
Exactly. So that's something me as a white person I wouldn't know. But if I put it in the book, like, oh, she grabbed her bottle of pink lotion. If you know what I'm talking about, then you're like, oh.
Make sure you put the brand name on there.
Yep.
Well, if you say oil sheen, that was back in the day, that oil sheen spray.
Oh, man.
Now, if you really put Blue Magic, now you're really.
I was just about to say that.
My mama was talking about Blue Magic yesterday. I was like, you still use Blue Magic?
I sure do. And you know, they got a whole bunch of different ones. Like my mom has like the Indian hemp one. I forget what I have, but like there's a bunch of different ones now.
I stopped using Blue Magic a long time ago, but that was my staple up until college.
Yep.
It was a weird shampoo. It was silver, and I got it, and I didn't know, and it would actually like turn your hair. It was like 4 silver-headed people.
Oh, I have heard of that. Yeah, it preserves the gray and stuff.
Yeah, so it made my hair turn like a blue because I used to have very, very dark hair. Like my hair was like legit, like. F on the color wheel. And so I used that stuff, and so when I would go out in the light, it would be blue tinted because it was so dark. It would be blue. I'm just like, oh my.
If I wrote a book, I would describe everybody's skin tone using Fenty foundation colors.
Foundation. That is how I look up sometimes, because I'm like, how can I describe this exact thing? That's legit.
That's what I would do. I would be like Fenty 420.
Just say warm. I would just call everybody's skin color warm and call it a day and let you figure it out. It's warm.
Yeah. I've used tawny before, or like
I'm a tawny girl. That's my foundation color girl.
And then I used to use umber or ruddy. Yeah, but then I found out people don't like ruddy. It means reddish brown, like that's a literal meaning.
Yeah, ruddy sounds like mud.
Yeah, so I was like, okay, I won't use ruddy anymore.
Whatever it is, make it sound like a nice skin color. But ruddy just doesn't sound like a good term. So it has to just be a pretty, like a nice term if you're trying to describe them as somebody nice. Like I wouldn't like you were talking about pasty or something or dusty. That wouldn't be like a character I want somebody, like a likable character in the book. So if I did describe them as that, it wouldn't be a likable character. So the term describes somebody that you're supposed to be thinking that they're pasty and nasty or something, you know?
Yeah.
You wouldn't describe as my lover, oh, he's a dusty color. my sugar lover, yeah, he is pasty.
The common term we use here is yeah, pasty motherfucker.
The roast dinner had me hungry. Or is he a citrus dude?
That was for it tastes like sunshine. Tastes like sunshine.
Oh.
So is he a citrus dude or spicy or is he hot?
That's the comment I always get from Amy. You do too?
I've seen it on your page.
Oh, I'm like, oh, I know who's commenting. I like it. Cat? Too funny, Gabby. Yeah. Jessie on YouTube just did her whole vlog. I saw like half of it. I legit thought that she was going to be filming herself masturbating with them toys. Like you wouldn't see it, but I was like, is she going? She really going?
Yeah, I saw that one too. It was funny.
Oh man, I was like, she's going for that sponsorship. And then she got the one book wet, and she was like, it was bound to happen sometime.
She's funny.
Wink, wink. Oh, so sorry. I just misgendered because I read.
Yeah, I was just about to say, I think it's they.
Oh,
yeah,
it is. It's they them. I read the comment, and then that's what my head went with.
Just say Jess, and that way you don't have to, or Jessie.
I caught it. I was like, I'm sorry.
Hey, we're all fallible.
Yep. Son and hubby. Watching that stream when I heard the stream. Oh, you were watching it. See, not a false memory. I got back up here. Good Tuesday morning. Well, hello. Smiles, thank you. Good morning, West Aussie Diamond Art from UK. I would describe myself as caramel complected. It wouldn't necessarily bother me. I've been called Wonder Bread, but it just made me laugh.
Oh, that's.
Oh my goodness. Oh, pale porcelain. Yeah, I've heard a lot of the porcelain.
Yeah,
A lot of porcelain. Pink lotion, a throwback. Yep. I didn't know girls shaved either, and then I saw people with the little shavers. That was my Hispanic friends. They would help each other too. They would help each other. Now my sister, she would have to do that with her brows.
And he watched her in a way that made her so aware and tingly.
Oh, you're watching the video?
Yeah.
I got like halfway through it, and I was like, okay, I don't know what she's gonna do next.
No, I watched it the other day. I was going back to see if I missed something.
Oh, I did it again. It's like once I start, my brain locks on, and then I just anyway. One time, this white lady told me she thought that pink lotion was Johnson & Johnson. I mean, it is in a pink bottle a lot of the time.
Don't bathe with it.
not Johnson & Johnson.
Oh man. Yeah. Anyway, we just had a wild ride today. Talk about Meghan Markle. Talk about pink lotion. Oh, Hey, Bear. You so sweet, baby. Sweet, baby. Yeah, honey. My husband's telling me time for bed. I haven't ate. Normally, we do go to bed at 10 o'clock, but I have not ate, so I'm not going to bed yet. That's when I
It's
look.
almost 11. I gotta get going. I told my husband I'm gonna be on an hour. Yeah, it's been over that. He already knows I lie.
Yeah, later for y'all. I have to go to sleep. Happy birthday again. Thank you. Thank you. Nell had her birthday too. We're like little birthday twins over here.
Gotta go. All right, I'm gonna go to bed too. Might as well.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go follow Amy.
I think we should call it a night. It's already 10 for me, 11 for you. And what time is it for you, Nicole?
It's 1 p.m. It's just gone lunchtime after lunch.
PM.
I got my
But
whole
you
day
were
ahead of me.
just trying to take a 5-minute break to cool down. And hung out with us for like 2 hours.
I'm still waiting for my video to upload to Dropbox.
Oh, no.
That's why I haven't done anything. So
I've
got probably another hour before it goes up. It's a big video, so
I think people figured out we weren't going to do another sprint after the first hour of talking.
That was the plan. It's good intentions, right?
I just have fun hanging out with y'all. Like, y'all are my friends. I do not have in real life, like, people I go see. So this is my in real life.
Oh, y'all want to hear some in-life drama? No, I'm going to save it for sprints tomorrow.
No. You already,
I'm gonna miss it.
you already tossed the line. No, you got to hook it and draw it back. Let me know.
Oh, well, I'll tell you a little bit about it. It's just about a girl that's in-person friends, right? Okay. And, I hate inconsistent people, right? But anyway, I got this message just like we're in the middle of the night, ping, 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 ping. I'm like, what the hell? So I figure it was my sister. I got it the next morning. And then she just starts going off, calling me a fake friend and like all these memes. For one, I am not passive aggressive when it comes to stuff like that. Okay. If you got issues, let's talk it out.
No. Ghost like a normal person.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is my second go round with this heifer, by the way. Okay, but so that's why when she started just going off the rails about fake, it was a message to me and another friend, and she's just going off the rails about fake friends and not supporting her when you're going through some stuff. I'm just like, okay, I wish you many blessings, and that was it. My other friend tried to talk it out. I was like, why are you trying to talk it out? We supposedly friends. You don't you don't try to break up friendship over text messages without talking to somebody. If there's some discrepancy, you would think you would talk to the person, right? I mean, to me, if you're just going to turn against me, then I don't really have time for you. And this, like I said, this is the second go around with this person. So no love lost, okay? Yeah. To me, if you're going to do it the first time, you're going to do it the second time. Mind you, I saw this girl 3 days prior, no issues. We went to the gym, had a good day, and we left it. Love you, girl. And all of a sudden, I'm a fake friend.
Crazy.
I ain't got time for that, man. We'll go into it tomorrow on sprints. I'll pull up the receipts.
Maybe people do stuff like that on Facebook too, where they don't call out any names and they're just like
so passive. I hate it.
Actually, adults and comment on this post because I don't ever talk to nobody. I don't know who's my real friend here. And I'm just like, oh my gosh.
I'm a grown adult. I'm a grown ass woman. I ain't got time for that. I don't.
I have books to read.
Exactly. Look, that's why, and you wonder why I read.
Tired from the weekend, going to bed.
All right, let me get out of here.
Let me know what happened on the weekend. I need the details. Oh man, yeah, my voice is gonna need some vocal rest.
It's funny how women think stalls.
I think I just like project my voice like I'm in a theater or something, and so I get worn out. Because like
I grew up in a European household, and if you weren't loud, you weren't heard.
Yeah, like I know I'm projecting because like my ears hurt. I've been talking too loud. Bye, Courtney. Oh my gosh, are you kidding me? 8 hours. This should be my full-time job. I can even do them 2-hour ones like Bree did the other day. Just be like, we're gonna go for 2.5 hours. Check back, do whatever I want, and not even read. And then I can come back and be like, talk for 5 minutes. All right, we're gonna do another 2.5 hours. Get the watch time. Oh, I loved it.
I was only supposed to be on for 3 hours on Saturday, and I ended up doing 5. I'm like, I don't even know why I put a time limit on my live streams. Like, I just end up being, yeah, because I do a live stream every Thursday on my craft channel. And there was one day there where we were only supposed to be on for 2 hours, 4 hours later, and I'm like, holy, where'd that last 2 hours go? Like, it just, but I'm doing something, so like I don't have anybody on with me. I'm usually making something, so it's
Remember the stream that you joined with me, and we were like, we're going to do reading sprints. We did one reading sprint for like 30 minutes, and then we talked for 4.5 hours.
That was the first one we did, yeah.
Yeah, it's still on the channel. It's just on the unlisted, and I have the unlisted videos public so you can find them. But I was getting all OCD, and I was like, the distribution is messing up my color code. So I listed them so that the color code would be right. I am that weird.
That was when we had that conversation about cousins, wasn't it?
Must have
been. You know. Yeah.
Oh, yes.
You know.
Yeah. There was a book, and it was set in like the UK area or whatever, and it was wartime, and there was these cousins that were staying together, and then all of a sudden they're falling in love with each other, and it's never addressed. And it was also turned into a movie and was never addressed. Like, you know that they're cousins, never addressed that that's weird. But then you look at the laws, and apparently the US is like the only place that thinks that that's weird to like be getting with your first cousin. I'm just like, but if you know, it's different. I'm not gonna think anything about it if it's like, okay, you go off to college, fall in love with this guy, you take a DNA test, you find out you're related. Okay, because socially that's a different thing. Yeah, you're still related, it's still taboo, but like mentally, you didn't know that. So you forming that connection, all right. But knowing that and then just letting your mind meditate on it and be like, yeah, I'm just gonna let myself fantasize about getting with my cousin and then doing it.
You said you were watching New Amsterdam. Are you watching New Amsterdam? Are you still watching New Amsterdam?
Yeah.
There is an episode in there where
I got to that episode. The siblings.
Yeah,
with the
siblings. Yeah, I'm so like, weird. I'm sitting there going,
because then they're kissing. They're half siblings. They didn't know that they were half siblings. They're like they're like 3 days away from their wedding.
Yeah, something like that.
They decided to take a DNA test together just for fun and found out that they're half siblings. I'm like, oh man, I have a lot of sympathy for that because like I couldn't put myself in those shoes. But I think I would feel like her. I would be so disgusted. I don't know that I could move past that and just be like, oh, we're just going to forget that we knew this information. But it's like if they never knew that information and their family didn't know either. I mean, but I've also seen real life, like not television, but like real life documentaries about people finding their children later in life, falling in love with them and not knowing that that's their child. And then they live as if they're married and all this other kind of stuff. I don't know if they actually had any children after that, because I think that's the legal thing is like you're not supposed to actually procreate with them, but you could still do it. But I'm just like, but I'm just like, I have a very big level of understanding, but I'm not going to do it. That would gross me out. But if you know, if you know, you know.
You can't unknow what you know.
But you're talking about like stepbrother romances. I'm like, yeah, I'm down for that. I'm good with that. Y'all ain't blood related. Adopted, taboo. taboo. Because yeah, you're not blood related, but if you grew up with them since as a child and you had a sibling bond, taboo.
You're bordering on creepy. You're bordering on the creepy zone.
Yeah. I'm like,
You're definitely crossing over into a territory then.
yeah.
And it's
I'm
not
like,
a good
hey,
one.
I'm like, your parents get married, you're still underage at that point, but you like came into life with each other after you would have been in that bonding stage. I can see that more. But if you're like day one since A1, no. I'm just like, because what's the difference? Like, what's the difference?
Yeah, if you've grown up in the house for all those years, it's no different. Like, you've been treated as brother and sister. You've been, you regard each other as family. Like, you just don't go around stooping your brother and sister or your sister. It's just wrong. It's just wrong, people.
It's like,
just stop it.
I'm like, it ain't.
You need to go over to the naughty corner in that direction, and the other one needs to go to that naughty corner, and you both just no.
That happened on House too. Oh gosh. Night, Kiana. Yeah, we're all gonna. Well, we're not all gonna go to bed. All of us but Nicole.
Well, I could go for a nap. If I sleep now, I could get up for Courtney's stream at 2 o'clock in the morning.
Right.
So yeah. But I have a ton of editing to do. If this ever uploads, that I'll get to edit it and it'll go up tomorrow. So yeah.
Well, I'm glad y'all came and hung out with me because I didn't know if anybody was. I was just like, I'm gonna hop on here. So it worked out good.
Well, if you want to pop in on Friday, I'm having sprints on Friday at 10 a.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. So I'll put
like
the link
evening
somewhere.
Yeah, just let me know. I need to catch up on the Count of Monte Cristo because I still haven't read February's 10 chapters.
That's actually really good. Those 10 chapters are really good. Really good. And where I've just done March's one, and where it ends off, it's gonna get good. So he's I actually really enjoyed those 10 chapters.
I haven't read the unabridged. So this is my first time getting to read all of it. So, but I also
I'm really enjoying it.
Oh, I thought you were still talking. I still need to read.
You froze. I don't know what happened.
Oh, okay. You were talking and then I paused because I was like interrupting you. But I guess my classic that I'm gonna read is Sense and Sensibility. I think that's what it's called. Or is it Persuasion? I can't remember. I've got it in my bag over here. Ooh. Persuasion. It's the tiny Jane Austen. So I've read like 4 chapters. Because I was just in a physical reading slump all last month. So I was like, I'm not going to read a long classic. But I also wanted to read one that I physically owned. So I started this. It's like 200 pages long. So I need to catch up on it too. But anyway, I've learned to not hold on to too many details. So if the detail doesn't seem to matter to me, I just go ahead and keep reading, and then what matters will stick. Okay, I'm going to end the stream. Thanks, Heather. Blessings to you. Enjoy your cake. Yes, I will, because I haven't had a bite of my official birthday cake yet. So I'm going to go do that. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
And the